Chapter 292. Zhou Donghuang, Don't Misunderstand. Yu Yuqing smiled warmly. The sky sun fruit is yours. If you want to exchange it, you can. If you don't want to, no one can force you to. I came to find you mainly to remind you. Just now, after you left, the 14th prince of the Qi dynasty, Qi Rui, threatened you right in front of me. His exact words were, "In the Honglio galaxy, if a genius dies prematurely and is unable to grow, then he is useless." As he spoke, the smile on Yu Yuqing's face disappeared completely and was replaced by a serious expression. In the future, before you have the ability to protect yourself, do not leave the Lightning Sword sect if you can help it. Even if you want to leave, you have to inform Valley Head He and let him accompany you. Yu Yuqing said, "I will inform Valley Head He later." The current Zhou Donghuang was like a rare treasure to Yu Yuqing. This was because with Zhou Donghuang's talent and power of understanding, he would definitely become a powerful figure in the Honglio galaxy in the future. The young and promising Zhou Donghuang could even enter the divine transformation stage without rushing to leave the Honglio galaxy. In the Honglio galaxy, those divine transformation adepts who were in a hurry to leave the Honglio galaxy for a galaxy with a better training environment and more abundant training resources were usually older divine transformation adepts. They were in a hurry to achieve a breakthrough and did not want to waste time. If they delayed for too long, their lifespan would come to an end. With Zhou Donghuang's current talent and power of understanding, if he continues like this, even if he enters the late divine transformation stage, his lifespan will not even reach half. If he is not in a rush to leave the Honglio galaxy, he can definitely lead the Lightning Sword sect to the next level and surpass the other sects of the Alliance to stand shoulder to shoulder with the two transcendental forces. Yu Yuqing had high hopes for Zhou Donghuang. In fact, after the Alliance hunt had ended, the various sects of the Alliance had wanted to poach Zhou Donghuang from the Lightning Sword sect so that he could join their sections. This was because they thought highly of Zhou Donghuang's potential. Thank you for the reminder, sect leader. Although he knew that Yu Yuqing was taking such good care of him because of his current talent and power of understanding, Zhou Donghuang still owed him a debt of gratitude. Next, Yu Yuqing and Zhou Donghuang returned to the Autumn Valley. After Zhou Donghuang returned to the Autumn Valley, he destroyed his residence and busied himself with refining the sky sun fruit. As for Yu Yuqing, he went to look for the Autumn Valley head, He Jin. To a certain extent, Zhou Donghuang's safety might even affect the future of the Lightning Sword sect, so he had to be careful. Yu Yuqing only left after he informed He Jin of the situation. Elder Dongfang is probably still waiting for Zhou Donghuang's reply. It was not difficult for Yu Yuqing to guess what Elder Dongfang of the Guangling Academy was thinking. He was definitely waiting for Zhou Donghuang to return to the Qi dynasty. This was because he was confident that whatever the Guangling Academy could offer would definitely be more valuable than what the Qi dynasty could offer. However, when Dongfang Yu saw that Yu Yuqing had returned alone, he couldn't help but frown. Could it be that the Qi dynasty had taken out something even better than what the Guangling Academy had taken out? On second thought, he felt that it was unlikely. Elder Dongfang. Yu Yuqing smiled bitterly and said, "The sky sun fruit is something that your academy has no way of obtaining. You can go back now. Of course, if Elder Dongfang wishes to stay in the Lightning Sword sect for a period of time, we would welcome you with open arms." He gave the sky sun fruit to the Qi dynasty? Dongfang Yu asked in a low voice. No. Yu Yuqing shook his head. The Qi dynasty did not even state their conditions before Zhou Donghuang rejected them outright and left. Yu Yuqing's words caused Dongfang Yu to be shocked. He rejected them without even stating his conditions? At this point, he realized that he had misunderstood Zhou Donghuang. He had thought that Zhou Donghuang wanted to compete with the other three parties, but now it seemed that Zhou Donghuang was really unwilling to exchange the sky sun fruit. Yu Yuqing nodded. It seems that the Guangling Academy is still quite influential. At least that kid listened to my conditions. After receiving Yu Yuqing's confirmation, Dongfang Yu laughed. Forget it. Since that kid is unwilling, then the Guangling Academy will not part with him. Sect leader Yu, farewell. Hearing that the Qi dynasty did not even have a chance to state their conditions, Donghuang was extremely happy. He was not at all unhappy that he had not helped the Guangling Academy obtain the Sky Sun fruit. In fact, as he left, he still had a smile on his face. It is said that the Guangling Academy and the Qi dynasty are like fire and water. It seems that this is indeed the case. As he personally sent Donghuang off, Yu Yuqing's heart skipped a beat. The 14th prince of the Qi dynasty, Qi Rui, had left the Lightning Sword sect with the Qi dynasty's official, Chu Wei. His expression was still as cold as ever. "Uncle Chu, I can't take this lying down. I think you feel the same way, right?" Hearing this, Chu Wei's eagle-like eyes flashed with a cold light. That Zhou Donghuang is indeed a little too arrogant. "Uncle Chu, I want him dead." Qi Rui's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. Usually, when he was in the Qi dynasty, he was looked down upon and even ignored by his brothers. After all, they had the same noble bloodline as him and had the aura of the Qi dynasty. Furthermore, their martial arts talent was higher than his, so it was normal for them to look down on him. However, a mere disciple of the Lightning Sword sect, a lowly kid, dared to look down on him and ignore him? He could not take this lying down. 14th Prince. Compared to Qi Rui's irrational rage, Chu Wei was much calmer. "You should not have said those words in front of the Lightning Sword sect leader. Yu Yuqing, by saying those words, you have given him, and even Zhou Donghuang, time to prepare. Some things, if spoken aloud, will only alert the enemy." Chu Wei said. "So what if they are prepared? Could it be that Yu Yuqing will still be by Zhou Donghuang's side at all times? And even when Zhou Donghuang goes out, he will still follow him?" Qi Rui laughed disdainfully. "In the entire Lightning Sword sect, including Yu Yuqing, there are only 2 divine transformation adepts. Even if I threatened Zhou Donghuang in front of Yu Yuqing today, he and the mid-divine transformation adept of the Lightning Sword sect would definitely not be by Zhou Donghuang's side at all times to protect him. If the divine transformation adept of the Lightning Sword sect does not appear, do you think there will be anyone who is a match for you, Uncle Chu?" As Qi Rui spoke, his gaze landed on Chu Wei with more confidence. A smile appeared on Chu Wei's face, and it was obvious that he was very pleased with this. 14th Prince, you're right. It is just a mere Lightning Sword sect, and I have been too cautious. However, I cannot always wait outside the Lightning Sword sect and keep an eye on Zhou Donghuang. After this, when we return, I will have to ask you to look for the 7th Prince and ask him to order the spies that the Qi dynasty has planted in the Lightning Sword sect to provide us with information about Zhou Donghuang's whereabouts. The Qi dynasty had basically planted spies in all the sects of the Honglio galaxy to provide them with information about the sects of the Alliance. And now, the person in charge of the spies that the Qi dynasty had planted in the various sects of the Alliance was the 7th Prince of the Qi dynasty. With a single order from him, the spies of the various sects of the Alliance would follow his orders. "All right, I will look for 7th Brother when I return." Qi Rui's eyes flashed as he nodded hurriedly. At the same time, he looked at Chu Wei. "However, I will have to trouble Uncle Chu to take action." "No problem." Chu Wei agreed immediately. After spending half a day, Zhou Donghuang finally successfully produced the Sky Sun elixir, which used the Sky Sun fruit as the main ingredient. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? It seems like using the inner yuan from the vermilion bird dharma power to produce the elixir is indeed very effective. I can actually produce 5 elixirs. This time, Zhou Donghuang did not produce the Sky Sun elixir in one go. Instead, he produced it in 2 batches. The first time, he used the inner yuan from the white tiger dharma power to produce the elixir. He felt that the white tiger dharma power was the first to break through to the late dharma stage, and the inner yuan that it contained was also the purest and most concentrated. Using half of the Sky Sun fruit as the main ingredient, along with other herbs, he produced 2 Sky Sun elixirs. There were no surprises, and it was more or less what Zhou Donghuang had expected. The second time, he used the inner yuan from the vermilion bird dharma power to produce the elixir. The reason why he did this was because he wanted to test out a theory that he had in mind. If he messed up, he should still be able to produce one elixir. In the boundless universe, some beasts or other life forms that were born with the power of fire were more likely to become outstanding alchemists than humans. The effect of their alchemy was often better than that of humans. Because of this, Donghuang thought of the vermilion bird dharma power in his body. That was one of the 4 mythological beasts, the vermilion bird. It was born with a godly fire. If he used the power of its dharma power to condense the fire to refine pills, would the effect be even better? With this in mind, Donghuang split the sky sun fruit into 2 portions and made the sky sun elixir in 2 batches. When the results came out, it proved that his conjecture was correct. Using the true fire of the vermilion bird dharma power to concoct elixirs was indeed more effective than using the true fire of the other dharma powers to concoct elixirs. Moreover, it was not just a little better. This was the second time Donghuang used the vermilion bird dharma power to refine the sky sun elixir, and he managed to produce 5 elixirs. Compared to the first time he used the white tiger dharma power to successfully refine 2 sky yang pills, he had 3 more pills. A total of 7 pills were formed. In other words, if he had used the vermilion bird dharma power from the very beginning to refine the sky yang elixirs, he might have had a chance to make more than 10 elixirs. Of course, money was hard to buy. Donghuang was very open-minded about this, so he did not have any regrets. I didn't expect to produce 7 sky sun elixirs. This is a pleasant surprise. The potency of 7 sky sun elixirs is no weaker than 7 sky sun fruits. Donghuang knew what to do with the 7 sky sun elixirs. He would give 3rd senior sister He Mingxi and Donghuang 1 each. It would be useless to give them more. For this type of elixir, the first pill was the most effective, and the second pill would have almost no effect. Chapter 293. Most Dharma adepts consume a sky sun elixir, and it is enough for their Dharma power to achieve a breakthrough, but I have 4 Dharma powers in my body. If I split the power of 1 sky sun elixir among the 4 Dharma powers, it would not make much of a difference. Looking at the 7 sky sun elixirs in his hand, Donghuang's eyes lit up. But now that I have these sky sun elixirs, I can use 4 of them, and each Dharma power can absorb the power of 1 sky sun elixir. This way, I can allow the 4 Dharma powers in my body to break through to the ultimate Dharma stage in the shortest time possible. Donghuang practiced the Lord of the 4 Supremes. In order to enter the primordial soul stage, he had to first break through to the ultimate Dharma stage of the 4 mythical beasts in his body. As long as one of them did not break through to the ultimate Dharma stage, he would not be able to enter the primordial soul stage. Because of this, if Donghuang wanted to become a primordial soul adept as soon as possible, he had to get the 4 Dharma powers in his body to break through to the ultimate Dharma stage as soon as possible. Donghuang. After the elixirs were formed, Donghuang went to look for Donghuang and gave him 2 sky sun elixirs. These 2 elixirs are sky sun elixirs. Either one of them is as effective as the sky sun fruit. Donghuang might not know what the sky sun pill was, but he knew what the sky sun fruit was. Therefore, upon hearing Donghuang's words, he immediately handed the elixir bottle back to Donghuang. Little brother, this elixir is too precious. You should use it yourself. It would be a waste to give it to me. There are 2 sky sun pills inside, 1 for you and 1 for 3rd senior sister. I'll have to ask you to pass 3rd senior sister's pill to him. This pill is similar to the sky sun fruit. After consuming 1 pill, there's no point in consuming a second one. Donghuang did not take the elixir bottle from Donghuang. Don't worry, I still have these elixirs with me. I plan to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time. If there's nothing important, don't disturb me. Tell 3rd senior sister about this as well. With that, Donghuang returned to his room to practice. He was anxious to let the 4 Dharma powers in his body break through to the ultimate Dharma stage and become an unprecedented ultimate Dharma adept. Once the 4 divine beast Dharma powers broke through to the ultimate Dharma stage, he was confident that he could even kill ordinary primordial soul adepts. Once my 4 divine beast Dharma powers break through to the ultimate Dharma stage, I'll have to make another trip to the Guiyao planet to see if I can gain anything. A few days ago, during the Alliance hunt, Zhou Donghuang had discovered that something was amiss with the Guiyao planet and suspected that a powerful demon had been born there. The birthplace of a great demon was usually accompanied by a lot of fortuitous encounters. It would have been fine if he didn't know about this. Since he already knew, it was not Zhou Donghuang's style not to search and find out the truth. In his previous life, although he was quite talented, he had such a low starting point. A large part of the reason why he was able to stand at the peak of the boundless universe 1,000 years later was because he dared to fight and challenge. After Zhou Donghuang went into seclusion, Donghuang went to look for He Mengxi and gave her the Sky Sun elixir. Third senior sister, junior brother said that he will be training in seclusion for a period of time. If there is nothing urgent, do not disturb him. Understood. When He Mengxi found out from Donghuang that the Sky Sun elixir was as potent as the Sky Sun fruit, she was shocked. Using spirit fruits to refine elixirs. Using one spirit fruit as many spirit fruits. Isn't this an ancient elixir refining method? Junior brother even has an advanced elixir refining method that uses the Sky Sun fruit as the main ingredient. Donghuang did not know about this, but that did not mean that He Mengxi did not know about it. Using rare spirit fruits to refine elixirs. Using one spirit fruit as many spirit fruits. This was clearly the legendary advanced elixir refining method. Could it be that junior brother also gained something from that dream? He Mengxi could not help but think of this. At the same time, she looked at Donghuang with a serious expression. Donghuang, about this Sky Sun elixir, do not mention it to anyone, not even my father. Although He Mengxi trusted her father very much, this was a serious matter. However, this was a matter of great importance. It was better for one less person to know about it. She could imagine, if news of her junior brother possessing such an ancient elixir refining method were spread, he would definitely become the public enemy of all the adepts in the Honglio galaxy. This was because such a method was enough to make everyone go crazy. Even if people from other galaxies with more resources were to find out about this, they would also travel across galaxies to look for Zhou Donghuang to steal the method. The seriousness of this matter forced her to be extremely cautious. At the same time, she was secretly annoyed. Was this junior brother so careless? Did he not even remind Donghuang not to blabber about this? What He Mengxi did not know was that Zhou Donghuang did not remind Donghuang because he had absolute trust in her and Donghuang. The Qi dynasty was one of the 2 transcendental forces in the Honglio galaxy. It was located in a corner of the Honglio galaxy, and its territory covered more than 10 planets. There were a total of 13 planets. These 13 planets were all planets of the same star, and they orbited that star. Of the 13 planets, the largest one was the capital of the Qi dynasty. The direct descendants of the Qi dynasty, as well as the strongest practitioners of the Qi dynasty, were all gathered in the capital, and the planet where the capital was located was named Qi King Planet. It was renamed from another planet when the Qi dynasty was first established. Although the 14th prince, Qi Rui, was the son of King Qi, his martial arts talent and power of understanding paled in comparison to the other princes and princesses. Hence, he was not valued by King Qi. King Qi had more than 20 children, and he only valued those who were more outstanding. People like Qi Rui were basically transparent in King Qi's eyes, and this caused his position in the Qi dynasty to be very ordinary. King Qi had so many children, and naturally, they were all born from the same woman. King Qi had 1 concubine and more than 10 concubines, and Qi Rui was born from one of them. However, although Qi Rui's martial talent and comprehension ability were only average, he had an older brother who shared the same father and mother. Among all of King Qi's children, in terms of martial talent and comprehension ability, Qi Rui ranked in the top 3. Thus, Qi Rui was highly regarded by King Qi. This brother of Qi Rui was the 7th prince, Qi Feng. Qi Feng was only 40 years old, but he was already a mid-primordial soul adept. While he was highly valued by King Qi, he was also responsible for the intelligence of the various sects of the Honglio Galaxy Alliance. The spies of the various sects of the Honglio Galaxy Alliance were all in the hands of the seventh prince. Qi Feng looked to be about 30 years old, and his face was as smooth as jade. He had a dignified air about him, and even Qi Rui, the 14th prince, became a little reserved when he approached him. Seventh brother. After Qi Rui saw Qi Feng, he was a little hesitant to speak. Although Qi Feng was his biological brother, every time he faced him, he felt as though he was facing his father, King Qi. He was stern and unapproachable. Speak. Qi Feng's tone was calm, and he did not sound like an elder brother talking to his younger brother. Instead, he sounded more like a superior talking to a subordinate. Qi Rui seemed to be used to this, and he did not show any unusual expression. Seventh brother, I have come to look for you this time because I need your help. As he said this, he saw that Qi Feng only looked at him without saying a word, and he hurriedly continued. This time, the various sects of the Alliance are holding an alliance hunt, and I have been ordered to go and monitor it to see if anyone has obtained the Sky Sun fruit. This was because no one from the various sects of the Alliance have been able to obtain the Sky Sun fruit in the Alliance hunt for hundreds of years. Hence, the Qi dynasty had initially placed great importance on this aspect of monitoring, but now it had become a matter of convenience. Otherwise, they would not have sent Qi Rui, the 14th prince of the Qi dynasty, who had a very low status. Sending Qi Rui was purely to make up the numbers. This time, someone has really managed to obtain the Sky Sun fruit. At the start, the seventh prince Qi Feng's expression was very calm. However, when Qi Rui said this, his expression finally changed, and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. An Alliance disciple has obtained first place in the Alliance hunt and has accumulated more than 10,000 points. In the Alliance hunt, only those who fulfilled this condition could obtain the Sky Sun fruit. That's right. Qi Rui nodded his head. That person is a disciple of the Lightning Sword sect. He is a one-god mid-Dharma adept, and in this Alliance hunt, he has accumulated more than 40,000 points and successfully obtained the Sky Sun fruit. As soon as Qi Rui finished speaking, Qi Rui subconsciously shouted, "What did you say? More than 40,000 points." He thought that he had heard wrongly. It was only after Qi Rui confirmed it again and again that he realized that he had not heard wrongly. Furthermore, he had also found out from Qi Rui what had happened. Donghuang is a Dharma disciple of the Lightning Sword sect. He has trained his Dharma power to the stage of Dharma power control, and that is why he has been able to accumulate so many points in the Alliance hunt. Oomph. Qi Rui snorted coldly and said with a face full of dissatisfaction, "Those people from the various sects of the Alliance actually said that Donghuang is the first Dharma adept in the Honglio Galaxy to master Dharma power control. In my opinion, in the history of the Qi dynasty, there must have been Dharma adepts who have mastered Dharma power control. It's just that they have not been recorded in history." The more Qi Rui spoke, the more indignant he became. However, Qi Feng did not give him any face at all. He said calmly, "The Qi dynasty has never had a Dharma adept who has mastered Dharma power control. Even the Guangling Academy, which is known to have many more talents than the Qi dynasty, has never had a Dharma adept who has mastered Dharma power control. 26 years old, late Dharma adept who has mastered Dharma power control." When Qi Feng reached the end of his sentence, he was almost muttering to himself. His eyes shone brighter and brighter as he subconsciously clenched his fists. If he could have the help of this person, in the future, he would have a greater chance of becoming King Qi. Such an outstanding person. You should have gone to invite him, right? Qi Feng looked at Qi Rui and asked. Yes. Qi Rui nodded his head. At the same time, a look of anger appeared on his face. He is just a kid who doesn't know what's good for him. He directly rejected us. Furthermore, I did not even get to say that the Qi dynasty is willing to pay a price in exchange for the Sky Sun fruit at his hands, but he immediately rejected me. He did not give us any face at all. That kid deserves to die. Chapter 294. Seventh Brother. The reason I came to look for you this time is to ask you to contact your spy in the Lightning Sword sect and ask him to keep an eye on Zhou Donghuang's whereabouts. Once we confirm that he has left the Lightning Sword sect, send someone to kill him. Qi Rui said viciously. He did not only look down on me, but he also looked down on the Qi dynasty. He deserves to die. Furthermore, he clearly does not want to join the Qi dynasty. Who knows if he's planning to join the Guangling Academy? The Guangling Academy is the Qi dynasty's enemy. The Qi dynasty will definitely not let the Guangling Academy have him. Since the Qi dynasty cannot have him, then we will destroy him. Qi Rui's tone was resolute, as if he had some deep hatred for Zhou Donghuang. However, after listening to Qi Rui's words, Qi Feng's expression remained calm. 14. Did you not treat him with enough sincerity when you invited him and neglected him? True geniuses are arrogant, and they are amenable to persuasion but not coercion. Qi Feng was a genius himself, and he was one of the most outstanding princes of the Qi dynasty. Naturally, he knew how arrogant a genius like Zhou Donghuang of the Lightning Sword sect was. Seventh Brother, you were not there at that time. If you had been there, you would have killed him with a single slap. Qi Rui said, let's put aside the matter of killing him for now. You have not reported this matter to father, have you? Qi Feng asked. No. Qi Rui shook his head. Qi Rui shook his head. Uncle Chu Wei and I just came back. According to him, this matter should be reported to father by Seventh Brother. He really knows how to behave. Qi Feng smiled lightly. All right, you don't have to worry about this matter anymore. I will report this to father now, and then I will make a trip to the Lightning Sword sect to personally invite Zhou Donghuang. What if he still refuses? Qi Rui asked. He felt that Zhou Donghuang would never agree to join the Qi dynasty. If he refuses, then just as you said earlier, if you cannot have him, then destroy him to prevent him from becoming a threat in the future. As Qi Feng finished speaking, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Late at night, under the moonlight, the galaxy teleporter outside the Jihan sect's base welcomed an uninvited guest. It's time to leave. The beautiful young woman in a green dress, after sighing softly, stepped onto the galaxy teleportation array and chose to teleport indiscriminately. Even she didn't know where her destination was for the time being. This woman was none other than Luo Qinghan, a disciple of the Jihan sect. Another indiscriminate teleportation caused Luo Qinghan's thoughts to wander subconsciously. A few years ago, she had been transported to the Ziyun planet because of the indiscriminate teleportation by the galaxy teleporter, where she had formed an ill-fated relationship with a youth named Zhou Donghuang. In her eyes, it was an ill-fated relationship. He had thought that after leaving the Ziyun planet, he would never be able to see him again. However, she had not expected that the other party had not only appeared before her eyes, but had also given her father, her grandmother, and all sorts of benefits. Luo Qinghan would never be able to repay those favors in this lifetime. It was said that graceful and virtuous women were sought after by gentlemen. Even women would be tempted by outstanding youths and handsome geniuses. Was she attracted to Zhou Donghuang? This was a question that even Luo Qinghan herself could not deny. Perhaps we will never meet again in this lifetime, or perhaps we will meet again in the future, and by then I will have already caught up to you. If there really is such a time, perhaps I will not be as cautious as I am now. I, Luo Qinghan, will never forget the promise I made to you. Whether you live or die in the future, even if an outstanding man appears by my side, I will not have anything to do with him. As she muttered to herself, a white figure appeared in Luo Qinghan's mind. And this white figure, although almost identical to Zhou Donghuang's physique, wore a grimacing mask that covered the face, making it difficult to tell who it was. It was Zhuge Haotian. Whoosh! When the galaxy teleportation array flashed, Luo Qinghan's figure immediately disappeared, as if she had never been there. Not long after Luo Qinghan left, in the Jihan sect, other female disciples finally found her letter, and the news of her departure also reached the ears of the Jihan sect leader, Meng Yuping, in a short period of time. Although Luo Qinghan's talent in the Jihan sect was not bad, there were many talented disciples in the Jihan sect, and Luo Qinghan could not be considered very outstanding. At most, she could be considered a passable inner-sect disciple. If it had been any other inner-sect disciple who left without saying goodbye, as the Jihan sect leader, Meng Yuping would not have taken it to heart, and the others would not have reported it to her. But Luo Qinghan was different. Luo Qinghan might not be very talented in martial arts, and it would be difficult for her to achieve much in the future. But the problem was that her man was Zhou Donghuang, the genius of the Lightning Sword sect. As long as Luo Qinghan was in the Jihan sect, the Jihan sect was equivalent to half a home for her. In the future, if Zhou Donghuang achieved anything great besides taking care of the Lightning Sword sect, he would definitely not mistreat the Jihan sect. But now, Luo Qinghan had left without a trace, leaving only a letter. Sect leader, could Luo Qinghan have gone to the Lightning Sword sect to look for Zhou Donghuang? The Jihan sect elder who had come to report the news guessed. Come with me to the Lightning Sword sect. Meng Yuping's eyes flashed. If Luo Qinghan is in the Lightning Sword sect, make sure she comes back with us. I can take her in as a disciple, and she will enjoy the best treatment in the Jihan sect. Zhou Donghuang's martial arts talent was too dazzling. Now, while Zhou Donghuang had not grown up, she, in the Jihan sect, could still use Luo Qinghan to get closer to Zhou Donghuang. Once Zhou Donghuang grew up, she, in the Jihan sect, would not be able to get close to him. Without any hesitation, Meng Yuping brought the Jihan sect elder who had come to report the news out of the Jihan sect, and used the galaxy teleporter to teleport to the Tailao planet outside of the Lightning Sword sect. Then, they went directly to the Lightning Sword sect. Luo Qinghan, hearing that Luo Qinghan had left the Jihan sect, the Lightning Sword sect leader, Yu Yuqing, could not help but be stunned. He then said to Meng Yuping, "Sect leader Meng, I don't know much about this either. Why don't you let me go to the Autumn Valley and ask Valley Head he?" If Luo Qinghan came to the Lightning Sword sect, she would definitely go to the Autumn Valley because Zhou Donghuang is there. Yu Yuqing said, "Sect leader Yu, if it is convenient, I would like to go with you." Meng Yuping said. Hearing this, Yu Yuqing looked deeply at Meng Yuping, then finally nodded. All right. The Autumn Valley head, He-Jin, was also a little confused by Meng Yuping's visit. However, after hearing that Luo Qinghan had left the Jihan sect, he shook his head. She did not come to the Autumn Valley. As for Zhou Donghuang, he has been in seclusion recently, and I did not hear that he brought Luo Qinghan here. Finally, He-Jin brought Meng Yuping to Zhou Donghuang's residence. Zhou Donghuang, who had been concentrating on his training, was also startled awake. Did something happen to her? This was the first thing that came out of Zhou Donghuang's mouth when he saw the Jihan sect leader, Meng Yuping. He had never had any dealings with the Jihan sect leader, Meng Yuping. Since she had personally come to look for him, it must have something to do with Luo Qinghan. She did not come to look for you? When Zhou Donghuang had walked out of the room, Meng Yuping's gaze had been fixed on his face, as if she was trying to read something from his face. But in the end, she did not see what she wanted to see. No. Zhou Donghuang shook his head and frowned at the same time. What happened to her? She left the Jihan sect, but before she left a letter saying that if there was a chance in the future, she would repay the Jihan sect's kindness in nurturing her. As Meng Yuping spoke, she took out the letter that Luo Qinghan had left and showed it to Zhou Donghuang. Zhou Donghuang glanced at it and kept it. Perhaps she went home. Of course, it is also possible that she did not go home. Do you know where her home is? Meng Yuping asked. Yes. Zhou Donghuang nodded. Then, together with Meng Yuping and He-Jin, they made a trip to the Tianxian planet of the Luo galaxy and went to the Luo family. However, just as Zhou Donghuang had guessed, they did not return to the Luo family. What happened? Whether it was Luo Wuchen, the head of the Luo family, or Luo Qinghan's grandmother, Li Yu, when they heard that Luo Qinghan had left the Jihan sect and had not been heard from again, their expressions changed completely. When she heard about Zhou Donghuang's stunning performance in the alliance hunt, Liu smiled bitterly. That girl is good at everything, but she is too stubborn. Actually, I could tell from the start that she had feelings for you, Donghuang. Ever since she was young, she has never felt that women were weaker than men. You are too outstanding, and she probably does not like you. She probably left the Jihan sect to go somewhere else to see if there is a chance for her to catch up to you. After all, staying in the Honglio galaxy is destined to live in your shadow. If there was anyone in the world who understood Luo Qinghan the best, it would definitely be Liu, her grandmother. Even her father, Luo Wuchen, could not compare. I hope that Qinghan is safe and sound. Luo Wuchen also smiled bitterly as he looked at Meng Yuping and thanked her profusely. Sect Leader Meng, you're the sect leader of the Jihan sect. I'm truly grateful that you have personally come to look for my daughter. A divine transformation adept had come to the Luoha galaxy, to the Tianxian planet, and to the Luo family, for the sake of his daughter. If this news were spread, it would shake the entire Tianxian planet, and even the Luoha galaxy. After all, there were no divine transformation adepts in the Luoha galaxy. You are too kind, sect leader Luo. Meng Yuping smiled slightly. She did not look down on Luo Wuchen just because he was a Dharma adept. Instead, she appeared to be very approachable. If Qinghan ever returns, please let her know and let her return to the Jihan sect. Before she left, I had already planned to take her in as my disciple. It's just that before I could announce it, she had already left the Jihan sect. If she returns, please tell her that as long as she returns to the Jihan sect, we will do our best to nurture her. Chapter 295. Zhou Donghuang ignored Meng Yuping's passionate attitude. In his previous life, he had seen too many opportunistic people, and many of them were like Meng Yuping. Why was Meng Yuping so interested in Luo Qinghan? Why was she so polite to Luo Wuchen and Liu? He was well aware of the reason for this. Chief Luo, old Madam Li, I will take my leave now. Before Meng Yuping left, she first bid farewell to Luo Wuchen and Liu, then to Zhou Donghuang and He Jin, who were standing beside them. Only then did she leave and head towards the nearest galaxy teleporter. Because she planned to teleport directly outside the Jihan sect, she did not travel with Zhou Donghuang and He Jin. Chief Luo, old Madam Li, I will take my leave as well. After Meng Yuping left, Zhou Donghuang also said goodbye to the two of them, then left with He Jin under their complicated gazes. Looking at Zhou Donghuang's disappearing figure, Luo Wuchen sighed. I still prefer him calling me father-in-law. I don't know how you raised your daughter. She rejected such a good husband and is still trying to be brave. When he has so many wives and concubines, let's see if she regrets it. Liu snorted coldly as she glared at Luo Wuchen. Luo Wuchen was speechless. Mother-in-law, Qinghan grew up with you. You could say that she was taught by you, right? How can you blame it on me? Of course, Luo Wuchen only dared to say these words in his heart, not out loud. Regardless of seniority, he was no match for Liu in terms of ability. Although he had already reached the ultimate Dharma stage, his mother-in-law, Liu, had already reached the primordial soul stage, becoming the first primordial soul adept of the Tianxian planet in 1,000 years. Of course, he was the only one who knew about this. /B. Valley Head. On the way to the galaxy teleporter, Zhou Donghuang could not help but ask He Jin, Valley Head, tell me, what does it mean to like a woman, and what does it mean to fall in love with a woman? In his opinion, since He Jin had a biological daughter like his third senior sister, even though his wife had passed away, he must have had experience in this area. Unlike him, who had no experience in this area, he was completely lost. What does it mean to like a woman? Falling in love with a woman? U001F hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, He Jin's eyes narrowed. Liking a woman and falling in love with a woman are two completely different concepts. Liking can be a simple liking, but it can also be liking because you want to possess her, or it can even be liking because you want to turn it into love. As for love, this concept is somewhat difficult to express. When two people fall in love, perhaps it's the state where they're ready to stay together for the rest of their lives, and neither of them can leave the other. He Jin said, What about you and third sister's mother? Zhou Donghuang asked. Mengxi's mother. In an instant, Jin opened his eyes, a look of reminiscence flashing in his eyes. Her mother was only a disciple of a small sect. Her talent in martial arts was only average. It was a complete coincidence and accident that I met her. When Mengxi was 10 years old, I was being chased by my enemies, and I only had one chance to escape. At that time, my family of 3 was there, and with my abilities, I could only bring Mengxi away safely. Of course, I could not give up on her, but at the critical moment, she chose to kill herself. As he spoke, Jin's eyes revealed a pained look. That scene is still unforgettable. If not for the fact that I still have to seek revenge for her in the future, I would have followed her to the afterlife. Valley Head. Only then did Zhou Donghuang remember that in his previous life, third sister had mentioned her biological mother to him, including the fact that her biological mother had sacrificed herself to save her and her father. However, because this was a distant memory, Zhou Donghuang had not been able to recall in time. Otherwise, he would not have brought up this topic with Jin, as it was tantamount to rubbing salt in the wound. It's all right. Before Zhou Donghuang could apologize, Jin had already interrupted him. Even if you did not mention this matter, I would still occasionally think about it. Although it has been more than 20 years, every time I think about it, it still feels like it was right in front of my eyes. Do you think what happened between me and Mengxi's mother was love? Jin looked at Zhou Donghuang and asked. Of course it counts. Zhou Donghuang nodded. Although he did not know much about the relationship between a man and a woman, Jin's wife had sacrificed her life for Jin, and Jin would often think of his wife in pain. If this was not love, what else could be called love? Zhou Donghuang. Jin asked. You're asking this because of Luo Qinghan. Zhou Donghuang was taken aback. Was it that obvious? However, he still nodded. If it had been any other young man, faced with such a question, perhaps he would have blushed and avoided answering. However, although he was only in his 20s, his memory spanned over 1,000 years, and naturally he would not be embarrassed by such a question. I'm not too sure about the situation between you and her, so I can't give you any advice. Jin said. However, I can ask you a few questions, and from that, I can deduce the situation between the two of you and then give you an appropriate suggestion. Zhou Donghuang's eyes lit up. Go ahead. If you saw her acting intimately with other men, would you be unhappy or even angry? Jin asked. Almost as soon as Jin finished speaking, an image appeared in Zhou Donghuang's mind. Luo Qinghan acting intimately with other men, talking and laughing. Instantly, he felt an inexplicable anger rise in him, and his expression changed. He could not control it at all. When he regained his composure, his expression gradually returned to normal. Jin saw his expression, and at the same time, he sighed to himself. It looks like that girl Mengxi really has no chance. Although Zhou Donghuang treated Mengxi as a senior, and Mengxi treated Zhou Donghuang as a junior, and neither had any ulterior motives, as Mengxi's father, Jin, had thought of finding an opportunity to matchmake the two of them. He could see that Zhou Donghuang was a dragon who would one day soar into the sky. If his daughter could get hold of him, she would definitely follow suit in the future. Of course, although he had thought of matchmaking them, he had never thought of forcing it. Not to mention anything else. Just based on Zhou Donghuang's personality, even if his daughter was only Zhou Donghuang's senior, Zhou Donghuang would definitely not mistreat his daughter in the future. The last time before the alliance hunt outside the Guiyao planet, Zhou Donghuang had stood up and said that Luo Qinghan was his woman, and Jin had basically given up on matchmaking Zhou Donghuang with his daughter. Now, it could be said that he had completely given up on that idea. Looking at your expression just now, were you imagining what I said just now? Jin asked, wanting to confirm it further. Zhou Donghuang nodded. Jin nodded as well. From your expression just now, I can tell that you either like her, or you are possessive and will not allow any man to touch her. Either way, it shows that you care about her. Now, let me ask you the second question. If she is in danger, the kind where her life is in danger, and even if you intervene, you will most likely die. Will you choose to ignore it, or will you save her? He Jin asked again. Zhou Donghuang imagined it again. His rationality told him that in that kind of situation, choosing to turn a blind eye and protect himself before taking revenge afterwards was the correct choice. However, as long as he thought about it, he would only have a slim chance of survival if he had acted, and it was not certain that he would have died. There was still a chance of saving Luo Qinghan. In such a situation, he could not choose to ignore it. Even if he had the rationality of 1,000 years in his previous life, he could not do it. I will intervene. When Zhou Donghuang responded to He Jin again, his voice was slightly raspy. He Jin nodded again. Your answer to this question is enough to show that you care about her very much, to the point that you are willing to risk your life for her. Cherish it, He Jin advised him before continuing. The second question, if it was just an independent question, you would probably intervene even if it was Meng Shi, much less Luo Qinghan. But the second question, combined with the first question, is different. At least if you saw Meng Shi being intimate with another man, you would not be angry, right? I don't know what happened between you and Luo Qinghan, but based on the current situation, you care about her very much. Perhaps even you do not realize it, but she already has a certain place in your heart, and it is irreplaceable. Cherish it, don't miss it. After He Jin said this, Zhou Donghuang remained silent, but he had already made up his mind. Perhaps I really made a mistake previously. She has distanced herself from me, and what I need to do is not to cooperate with her, but to find a way to get close to her. I hope that nothing bad will happen to her this time. Zhou Donghuang had just returned to the Lightning Sword sect, returned to the Autumn Valley, and was about to return to his residence to practice when he was called out by He Jin once again. Zhou Donghuang, the seventh prince of the Qi dynasty, Qi Feng, arrived not long after we left, and he has been waiting for you. I just heard from the elders in the valley about this, and the sect leader asked the elders to tell me that I must personally bring you to meet him, and then to meet the seventh prince of the Qi dynasty. He Jin explained the reason for his visit. Someone from the Qi dynasty again? Zhou Donghuang frowned. Didn't the 14th prince come the last time? Now, I have already consumed the Sky Sun fruit, and I cannot go to the Qi dynasty. Can the sect leader directly reject him on my behalf? He Jin smiled bitterly. Zhou Donghuang, come with me. This time, the 7th prince of the Qi dynasty and the 14th prince of the Qi dynasty, who came the last time, are siblings, but their positions in the Qi dynasty are worlds apart. If King Qi had a choice, he would rather give up 10 14th princes than give up on the 7th prince. Chapter 296. Zhou Donghuang was naturally not interested in meeting the 7th prince of the Qi dynasty. However, in the end, in order not to put He Jin in a difficult position, he still followed He Jin to meet the Lightning Sword sect leader, Yu Yuqing. Zhou Donghuang, although this person from the Qi dynasty is a brother from the same mother as the previous one, their status in the Qi dynasty is world apart. Therefore, if he wishes to see you, I will not be able to reject him. Yu Yuqing smiled bitterly. Of course, regardless of whether he wants you to go to the Qi dynasty or if he wants your Sky Sun fruit, you can reject him. All you have to do is meet him. This is also... Before Yu Yuqing could finish, Zhou Donghuang interrupted him. Sect leader, bring me there directly. I am in a hurry to go back a train. All right. Hearing the impatience in Zhou Donghuang's voice, Yu Yuqing felt a little helpless. If it was the 14th prince of the Qi dynasty, he would definitely reject him on Zhou Donghuang's behalf. However, this time, it was the 7th prince of the Qi dynasty. The 7th prince of the Qi dynasty had a status in the Qi dynasty that was no less than that of the Guangling Academy elder from the Dongfang Academy. 7th prince, this is Zhou Donghuang, a disciple of the Lightning Sword sect. Zhou Donghuang, this is the 7th prince of the Qi dynasty, Prince Qi Feng. Yu Yuqing brought Zhou Donghuang to meet the 7th prince of the Qi dynasty and introduced him to the two of them. Zhou Donghuang glanced at Qi Feng and realized that this 7th prince, who had a high status in the Qi dynasty, was much more humble than the 14th prince, who had a low status in the Qi dynasty. When Zhou Donghuang looked at Qi Feng, His face was filled with a warm smile, as if he was bathing in a spring breeze, unlike the 14th prince, who had an overbearing air. Behind Qi Feng, there was another old man. This old man was skinny, and when he stood next to the tall Qi Feng, he did not seem to exist. However, as the old man stood there with his eyes closed, he gave off an unfathomable aura. Zhou Donghuang was almost certain that this old man was a divine transformation adept. And this is the 8th elder of the Qi dynasty, Elder Qi Yuankai. Yu Yuqing continued to introduce the old man behind Qi Feng. The old man opened his eyes at the right time, and his fiery gaze landed on Zhou Donghuang. If it had been any other Dharma adept, he might have been frightened by this sharp gaze, but Zhou Donghuang did not move, and his expression was as calm as ever. Elder Qi Yuankai is also a soul formation cultivator. As he spoke, Yu Yuqing mentioned the old man's level of practice, and it was just as Zhou Donghuang had guessed. Yes, however, in the face of a divine transformation adept, Zhou Donghuang still had a calm expression, as if he would be able to maintain his composure even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. This also caused the old man, Qi Yuankai, to look a little surprised. If you have something to say, just say it. I'm in a hurry to go back and cultivate, said Zhou Donghuang as he glanced at Qi Feng. He did not put on any airs just because Qi Feng was the 7th prince of the Qi dynasty. In his previous life, Zhou Donghuang had dominated the universe for thousands of years. Not to mention the princes of the dynasties in the Honglio galaxy. Even the princes of the dynasties in the top galaxies could not make him bow down to them. Brother Donghuang is indeed obsessed with cultivation. It's no wonder that you have such a high level of practice at such a young age. If the 14th prince of the Qi dynasty, Qi Rui, was present, seeing Zhou Donghuang's attitude, he would definitely have flown into a rage. However, the 7th prince of the Qi dynasty, Qi Feng, was still smiling brightly. Brother Donghuang, this time, I have come on orders from my father to personally invite you to the Qi dynasty. Qi Feng did not beat around the bush as he said, my father has said that as long as you are willing to go to the Qi dynasty, you will be able to enjoy the same treatment as the most outstanding disciples of the Qi dynasty. The Qi dynasty will do their best to nurture you and will not neglect you just because your surname is not Qi. Furthermore, my father has personally said that he is willing to accept you as his godson. The first part of Qi Feng's words was still acceptable, and Yu Yuqing did not seem surprised. However, the latter part of his words shocked Yu Yuqing. The number 1 figure of the Qi dynasty, King Qi, had actually personally said that he was willing to accept Zhou Donghuang as his godson. Who was King Qi? He was a figure who stood at the pinnacle of the Honglio galaxy and was one of the 2 most powerful people in the galaxy. Such a figure had actually said that he wanted to accept Zhou Donghuang as his godson. If Zhou Donghuang had already grown up and was strong enough to hold his own in the Honglio galaxy, that would not be a problem. However, the problem was that although Zhou Donghuang had displayed exceptional talent, he had not yet grown up. As he secretly gasped, Yu Yuqing subconsciously looked at Zhou Donghuang, his eyes filled with unease. He knew that if he were Zhou Donghuang, he would definitely be tempted by Qi Feng's words. If he became the godson of the number 1 figure of the Qi dynasty, not only would he be able to do whatever he wanted in the Honglio galaxy, he would also receive the full support of the Qi dynasty. He would be able to enjoy the best training resources and environment. Now, he was really worried that Zhou Donghuang would be tempted away. However, in the next moment, as Zhou Donghuang spoke, he completely relaxed. At the same time, his heart was filled with shock. He even felt that he had lived for so long, but his understanding was still not as good as that of a young man in his 20s. Not interested. Zhou Donghuang did not even think about it and directly rejected him. Brother Donghuang, won't you consider it? Qi Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and the smile on his face faded slightly. Of course, if one did not look closely, one would not be able to see this slight change. If you can become my father's godson, your status in the Qi dynasty will be equal to that of the princes. Furthermore, The training resources that you will enjoy will not be comparable to what the lightning sword sect can give you. Qi Feng continued to tempt Zhou Donghuang. Equal to you? Zhou Donghuang laughed, and then his eyes narrowed. Does that mean that I also have the opportunity to become the next King Qi and rule the Qi dynasty? Zhou Donghuang. Yu Yuqing's expression changed drastically. He had never imagined that Zhou Donghuang would suddenly say such a thing, and it was such a taboo. The smile on Qi Feng's face also completely froze. How dare you? The old man behind Qi Feng, Qi Yuankai, shouted with a cold look in his eyes. The inner yuan around his body vibrated, and it was as if he would attack Zhou Donghuang at any time. Seeing this, Yu Yuqing hurriedly stood in front of Zhou Donghuang and stared at the old man, ready to receive the old man's attack at any time. Qi Feng raised a hand to stop the old man, and at the same time, he looked deeply at Zhou Donghuang. Brother Donghuang, I'm afraid this is not possible. The Qi dynasty has a rule that every king of Qi must be of the direct bloodline of the Qi family. Otherwise, no matter how outstanding he is, he will not be able to become the next king of Qi. In the past, the founder of the Guangling Academy was extremely talented, and his fame even surpassed that of the Qi dynasty's founder, King Qi. However, even he was limited by his bloodline and could not become the next king of Qi. That was why he left the Qi dynasty to found his own sect and founded the Guangling Academy. As Qi Feng spoke, a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Zhou Donghuang's expression, which had been calm all this while, finally showed some signs of change. After all, the Guangling Academy originated from the Qi dynasty. Now, the Guangling Academy was the only existence in the Hongliu galaxy that could rival the Qi dynasty. In the Hongliu galaxy, there were three top forces: the Qi dynasty, the Guangling Academy, and the Alliance. As for the various sects in the Alliance, they could only be considered the top sects in the Hongliu galaxy. In terms of individual power, the Qi dynasty and the Guangling Academy were above them. I was just speaking casually, and you took it seriously? Zhou Donghuang smiled lightly. Even if everyone in the Qi dynasty invited me to become King Qi, I would not be interested. So what if I stood at the top of the Hongliu galaxy? The Hongliu galaxy is just a lower middle galaxy in the boundless universe. Even if your current King Qi is not bad, as long as you give me 10 years, I, Zhou Donghuang, will be able to surpass him. Zhou Donghuang spoke once again, clearly disdainful of the position of King Qi of the Qi household. Such arrogance. The old man behind Qi Feng, Qi Yuankai, was once again angered to the point where his blood boiled. Finally, it was Qi Feng who shook his head slightly, calming his anger. Brother Donghuang, you have great ambitions and are worthy of respect. However, great ambitions do not mean that you will be able to achieve them. However, I will still wait and see. The smile on Qi Feng's face was almost non-existent, and after saying this to Zhou Donghuang, he bade farewell to Yu Yuqing and left with the old man behind him. As for Yu Yuqing, he finally recovered from the shock that Zhou Donghuang's words had brought him. Surpassing the current King Qi in 10 years? This was too much of a boast, wasn't it? This was the only thought in Yu Yuqing's mind. Although Zhou Donghuang's martial talent was extraordinary in the Hongliu galaxy, even so, it was impossible for him to surpass the current King Qi's power in 10 years. King Qi was one of the two most powerful beings in the Hongliu galaxy, and he was at least at the late divine transformation stage, the kind that was infinitely close to the ultimate divine transformation stage. There was even a rumor going around, whether it was King Qi of the Qi dynasty or the dean of the Guangling Academy. They were both at the ultimate divine transformation stage, but they did not reveal their powers in front of others, so everyone thought that they were only late divine transformation adepts. Of course, this was a rumor after all, and the truth could not be confirmed. Farewell, sect leader. As Zhou Donghuang bade farewell to Yu Yuqing and returned to the Autumn Valley, the two men from the Qi dynasty had already left the Lightning Sword sect base and arrived at the nearby galaxy teleporter. Seventh Prince, that rascal is too presumptuous. He's just a young lad, and he dares to say that he will surpass King Qi in 10 years' time. This is an insult to King Qi's authority. Qi Yuankai said angrily, "You should not have stopped me from attacking him." Attack him? Qi Feng turned to look at Qi Yuankai. Eighth Elder, are you confident that you could defeat Yu Yuqing? Hearing this, Qi Yuankai was first taken aback, and then he shook his head. Chapter 297. Although Qi Yuankai was an early divine transformation adept, his ability could only be considered average among early divine transformation adepts. Yu Yuqing was the leader of the Lightning Sword sect. Although he was also an early divine transformation adept, as the leader of one of the top sects in the Hunliu galaxy, he would definitely have some trump cards that the Lightning Sword sect had passed down. If he really fought, he had no confidence at all. In fact, even he felt that he was more likely to lose. Since Eighth Elder has no confidence in defeating Yu Yuqing, I'm afraid you won't be able to hurt Zhou Donghuang, who has Yu Yuqing's protection. Qi Feng said, "Isn't there still you, seventh prince?" Qi Yuankai said, "Me?" Qi Feng shook his head. Eighth Elder, when we left just now, there was someone standing outside the door. Did you notice? Yes. Qi Yuankai nodded. A middle-aged man who looked ordinary. Ordinary? Qi Feng smiled. Eighth Elder, if I'm not wrong, that man was the Autumn Valley head of the Lightning Sword sect, He Jin, one of the strongest primordial soul adepts in the sect. And Zhou Donghuang is a disciple of his Autumn Valley. The Valley head actually personally accompanied the leader of the Lightning Sword sect to send Zhou Donghuang here. Qi Yuankai frowned. Not to mention anything else, Zhou Donghuang's achievements at such a young age are unprecedented in the Hunliu galaxy. If we only talk about the primordial soul adepts in the history of the Hunliu galaxy, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he is the most talented person in the history of the Hunliu galaxy. Qi Feng was obviously not surprised. It's normal for the Lightning Sword sect to value such a rare talent. Not only did he reject Seventh Prince, but he also blasphemed King Qi. Are we just going to let this matter go? Qi Yuankai frowned, his eyes filled with indignation. The moment he rejected me, he was already a dead man. Qi Feng's tone was calm, as if he was talking about something unimportant. Eighth Elder, after we return this time, it will not be long before Zhou Donghuang will no longer exist in the Hunliu galaxy, or even the boundless universe. Hearing this, Qi Yuankai's eyes lit up. Do you need me to do it personally? He naturally understood the meaning behind Qi Feng's words. Why use a sledgehammer to kill chicken? Qi Feng said plainly, no matter how talented he is still just a Dharma adept. He is not worthy of the divine transformation adepts of the Qi dynasty. In front of Zhou Donghuang, Qi Feng had always been amiable, and now, as he spoke calmly, it was as if he had already awakened to Zhou Donghuang's fate. Seventh Prince is right. Qi Yuankai smiled. He is indeed not worthy of me personally dealing with him. To Zhou Donghuang, the arrival of the seventh prince of the Qi dynasty, Qi Feng, was just a small interlude that did not affect him much. After returning to his residence in the Autumn Valley, he continued to cultivate and digest the power of the Sky Sun Elixir. Now, he had already consumed 3 Sky Sun Elixirs to boost his Green Dragon Dharma power, White Tiger Dharma power, and Vermilion Bird Dharma power, which had already entered the late Dharma stage. However, while he was boosting his 3 Dharma powers, the effects of the 3 Sky Sun Elixirs had also seeped into the Black Tortoise Dharma power, which had yet to enter the late Dharma stage. Thus, the Black Tortoise Dharma power had also successfully entered the late Dharma stage 2 days ago. It feels like they're sharing the power of the Sky Sun Elixir. After cultivating for a few more days, Zhou Donghuang gradually realized this. He did not hold back any longer and consumed the remaining Sky Sun Elixir to help the 4 Dharma powers cultivate. During this process, he could also clearly feel that the 4 Divine Beast Dharma powers had already absorbed the medicinal power of the Sky Sun Elixir to a certain point. After absorbing the medicinal power of the 4 Sky Sun Elixirs, consuming another Sky Sun Elixir wouldn't be of any help to them. One Dharma power corresponds to one Sky Sun elixir, Zhou Donghuang thought. Initially, Zhou Donghuang was still thinking that since the Sky Sun elixirs could be shared by the four Dharma powers, he could consume all the Sky Sun elixirs he had and let them absorb them. That way, his level of practice would definitely increase even more. However, the truth was that he had been thinking too much. Even though the four divine beast Dharma powers could share the power of the Sky Sun pill, the power of the Sky Sun pill that was distributed to each Dharma power could only be the power of one complete Sky Sun pill. They could not absorb any more. Forget it. Even so, it is enough for my four Dharma powers to break through to the ultimate Dharma stage in a short period of time. The four Dharma powers had all broken through to the ultimate Dharma stage. Coupled with the divine will that only primordial soul adepts could form, Zhou Donghuang was confident that he could kill as many adepts below the primordial soul stage as he pleased. He would not even have to worry about running out of energy. With one Dharma power attacking, the other three would constantly absorb the spirit energy in the surroundings to recover. With this cycle, it was basically impossible for them to run out of energy, unless they attacked in a specific area where there was no spirit energy. Thinking about the scene of the four Dharma powers breaking through to the ultimate Dharma stage, even with Zhou Donghuang's 1,000 years of memories, he could not help but feel excited and expectant. In his previous life, when he had reached the ultimate Dharma stage, the geniuses of the big sects and big clans have been able to crush him at the same level of training. This had made him deeply feel the vast difference between the techniques they trained in and the rest of them. But in this life, the tables had turned. He, Zhou Donghuang, trained in the Lord of the Four Supremes, and when he fought with people of the same level of practice, he was destined to have the upper hand. While Zhou Donghuang was training hard, both Donghuang and He Mengshi were not idle either. After consuming the Sky Sun elixir, they began to train in seclusion. Within the Autumn Valley, it was peaceful and quiet. Within the Lightning Sword sect, it was also very quiet. 3 months later, a man dressed in a long green robe, with a head of snow-white hair and the appearance of a young man, appeared in the nearest galaxy teleporter outside the Lightning Sword sect's base. Then, he glanced in the direction of the Lightning Sword sect's base. In a flash, he had already entered the Lightning Sword sect's base. From the beginning to the end, the group of elders and disciples patrolling the Lightning Sword sect did not notice this person. Is this the Autumn Valley? Not long after, the white-haired, white-browed young man had already arrived outside the Autumn Valley, carrying a Lightning Sword sect disciple. Yes, senior. The Lightning Sword sect disciple that the young man was carrying was only an outer sect disciple. Towards this white-haired young man, who had sealed the inner yuan in his body with just a lift of his hand, the disciple was filled with fear. This was because the young man only needed to lift a finger to kill him. Do you know where the Autumn Valley disciple, Zhou Donghuang, lives? The white-haired young man asked. His tone was indifferent and did not contain any emotion. Senior, I don't know. Why don't you find an Autumn Valley disciple and ask? The outer sect disciple said nervously. He was deeply afraid that the person in front of him would kill him because he did not know what the young man wanted to know. This was because he had heard that many strong people were temperamental, and they killed people as if they were cutting grass. The young man replied calmly and released the outer sect disciple. At the same time, he no longer sealed the inner yuan in his body. You can go now. As he said this, the young man flicked his finger and shot out a spirit stone. The outer sect disciple instinctively caught it. When he saw the spirit stone clearly, his eyes narrowed, and a look of shock and surprise appeared on his face. This is an ultimate spirit stone. One should know that one supreme spiritual stone was equivalent to 10 upper spiritual stones. He's so generous. If I go to the elders and sell him out, wouldn't that be a little unfair? The outer sect disciple was a little hesitant. However, in the end, he still decided to tell the elders of the outer sect about this matter. An outsider had intruded into the Lightning Sword sect, and although it seemed like he was only there to look for Zhou Donghuang, no one knew whether this was a blessing or a curse. If it was a disaster, then with his warning, the Lightning Sword sect would be able to avoid many losses. Perhaps he would even be granted special entry into the inner sect, or even receive a reward that was worth far more than a premium spirit stone. When the outer sect disciple regained his senses, he realized that the white-haired young man had already disappeared. He hurriedly rushed back to the outer sect and reported the matter to an outer sect elder. What? An outsider intruded? And he went to the Autumn Valley to look for Zhou Donghuang. The outer sect elder also realized the seriousness of the matter and did not dare to hesitate. He hurriedly went to the residence of the Lightning Sword sect leader to report the matter. Anyone who could intrude into the Lightning Sword sect without being discovered would not be simple. This was because there were at least 3 late primordial soul adepts among the patrolling elders of the Lightning Sword sect every day. Otherwise, they would be patrolling in 3 directions. Furthermore, the various formations that the Lightning Sword sect had set up were very mysterious. Even ultimate primordial soul adepts might not have the ability to intrude into the Lightning Sword sect without being detected. At the same time, the Autumn Valley, Zhou Donghuang. When Zhou Donghuang was startled awake by the noise coming from outside the door, he was in the midst of further refining the 4 divine beast Dharma powers that had all broken through to the ultimate Dharma stage. He was certain that he had never heard the noise coming from outside before. However, when he heard the person call him, he leaped off his bed and pushed the door open. When he reached the courtyard, he saw a young man already standing there. The young man had a head of white hair that flowed down his back like a waterfall. He had a pair of straight white eyebrows, and his face was cold and handsome. He looked like someone of the same age. You are? Zhou Donghuang's expression became serious, and he could not help but reveal a look of fear in his eyes as he looked at the young man in front of him. /B Although the young man in front of him looked like an ordinary person, Zhou Donghuang's divine will was using a secret divine will technique. Without alerting the other party, it was difficult for him to get within 3 meters of the other party. He was completely blocked out. What did this mean? Only someone whose divine will surpass the person using the secret divine will technique by an entire stage could do this. Now, Zhou Donghuang was 100% sure. Based on the strength of the other party's soul, he was at least an early divine transformation adept. Chapter 298. Guangling Academy, Lu Pingsheng. The white-haired youth stared at Zhou Donghuang with a heated gaze. Without any warning, he lifted his hand and a powerful inner yuan swept out towards Zhou Donghuang. Zhou Donghuang did not expect his opponent to attack without any warning, and his face darkened. However, when he realized that his opponent was controlling his strength, a glint of light flashed in his eyes. Then, the white tiger Dharma power appeared on his body. It was the first time the white tiger Dharma power had appeared. This was the first time Zhou Donghuang's white tiger Dharma power had made a move after breaking through to the ultimate Dharma stage. Roar! The white tiger Dharma power roared and struck out with its claws. It was as if it carried with it an invincible force, directly destroying Lu Pingsheng's inner yuan. The entire process was as easy as crushing dry weeds. You've actually broken through? Lu Pingsheng's voice was filled with surprise, and his gaze became heated. At the same time, he attacked again, and an even more powerful inner yuan howled out towards the white tiger Dharma power. Then, the inner yuan turned into a rope in midair, intending to bind the white tiger Dharma power. After the inner yuan turned into a rope, its speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it had circled the white tiger Dharma power once and was about to bind it. At this moment, with a thought from Zhou Donghuang, the white tiger Dharma power turned into a ray of light, like a shooting star in the night sky. In a flash, it had successfully escaped the binds of the inner yuan rope. It really is Dharma power control, Lu Pingsheng exclaimed. At the same time, he dispersed the inner yuan that he had released. The inner yuan that had turned into a rope disappeared without a trace, as if it had never been there. Seeing that his opponent had stopped, Zhou Donghuang also withdrew his white tiger Dharma power. At the same time, he frowned slightly and looked at his opponent impatiently. If you are here to persuade me to enter the Guangling Academy, I'm afraid you have come for nothing. As for the sky sun fruit, I have already consumed it. Otherwise, I would not have been able to enter the ultimate Dharma stage in such a short period of time. Just now, when his opponent had attacked, although he had suppressed his inner yuan, with Zhou Donghuang's experience, it was not difficult to see. This Lu Pingsheng was a late divine transformation adept. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have bothered to say so much to the other party. Based on the level of practice of the person in front of him, if he really wanted to kill him, even the most powerful mid-divine transformation elder in the entire Lightning Sword sect would not be able to save him. Hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, Lu Pingsheng's expression did not change. I am not here to persuade you to enter the Guangling Academy, nor do I want you to hand over the sky sun fruit. Lu Pingsheng's words stunned Zhou Donghuang. If it was not to persuade him to enter the Guangling Academy or for the sky sun fruit, then why was this divine transformation adept of the Guangling Academy looking for him? Donghuang. Just as Zhou Donghuang was in a daze, an anxious voice sounded from afar, following which a figure rushed over at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived outside Zhou Donghuang's residence. Seeing that Zhou Donghuang was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. The person who had come was none other than the Autumn Valley head, He Jin. He Jin? Seeing He Jin appear in front of Zhou Donghuang, shielding him behind him, Lu Pingsheng said with some surprise, "You little brat, you've actually reached the divine transformation stage so quickly." Little brat. Hearing Lu Pingsheng's words, Zhou Donghuang could confirm that Lu Pingsheng's seniority was higher than He Jin's. Of course, he had already guessed this. After all, this person who called himself Lu Pingsheng was a late divine transformation adept. Even if he was from the Guangling Academy, he could not be young. You are? Seeing that the other party had recognized him, and even called him a little brat, He Jin was stunned for a moment. Then, he looked at the other party's face. Although he felt that he had seen this person somewhere before, he could not recall where he had seen him. Lu Pingsheng said calmly, "When you were young, you followed your grandmaster to the Guangling Academy to ask for elixirs. We met once." As soon as Lu Pingsheng said this, the memories of He Jin's youth surfaced in his mind. Immediately, his face was filled with shock. "You are Senior Lu Pingsheng?" At this moment, He Jin finally remembered why the person in front of him seemed so familiar. It turned out that when he was young, he had seen this person once. At that time, the person in front of him looked just like this. Unexpectedly, after so many years, he had grown from a youth to a middle-aged man, but this person had not changed at all. It was as if time had not left any marks on his face. "It's rare that you still remember me." Lu Pingsheng smiled lightly. "I heard that you are now the head of the Autumn Valley of the Lightning Sword sect. I never thought that the little brat from back then would be able to hold his own now. This Zhou Donghuang, is he a disciple of the Autumn Valley?" As soon as he said this, Lu Pingsheng's gaze turned to Zhou Donghuang, and his eyes burned with passion. "Yes, senior." After recognizing Lu Pingsheng, He Jin's attitude became much more respectful. At the same time, he introduced Lu Pingsheng to Zhou Donghuang. "Donghuang, this is the honorary dean of the Guangling Academy, Dean Lu Pingsheng." As soon as he said this, he added, "Dean Lu Pingsheng is very knowledgeable and has a high status in the Guangling Academy. No one can compare to him. Even the dean of the Guangling Academy is very respectful to him, treating him as a teacher and a father." In just a few words, He Jin had revealed Lu Pingsheng's background to Zhou Donghuang. Zhou Donghuang was slightly shocked. He had not expected Lu Pingsheng to have such a powerful background. It could be said that he stood at the peak of the Honglio galaxy. Furthermore, the dean of the Guangling Academy respected him as a teacher and a father. As far as he knew, the dean of the Guangling Academy was considered to have a high status among the various forces in the Honglio galaxy. This seemingly young white-haired youth was respected as a teacher and a father by the dean of the Guangling Academy. Didn't that mean that his status was even higher? Zhou Donghuang. At the same time, A hurried voice came from the skies above the autumn valley. Following this, two figures flew into the autumn valley and arrived at Zhou Donghuang's residence in the blink of an eye. One of them was the lightning sword sect leader, Yu Yuqing. As for the other person, he was an old man with white hair and brows. Although he looked old, his eyes were bright and full of energy. Even the average young person might not have this kind of energy. At this moment, Yu Yuqing was following behind the old man. Senior uncle. Seeing the old man, He-Jin hurriedly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. At the same time, he greeted the lightning sword sect leader, Yu Yuqing. Zhou Donghuang's gaze also subconsciously fell on the old man, and he could vaguely guess his identity. This old man was most likely the mid-divine transformation adept of the lightning sword sect, the most powerful person in the lightning sword sect. Who are you? Why have you trespassed into the lightning sword sect? Because Lu Pingxing's back was facing Yu Yuqing and the old man who had just arrived, neither Yu Yuqing nor the old man in front of him could see Lu Pingxing's true appearance. They all looked at him with unfriendly gazes. Just as He-Jin was giving Yu Yuqing a look, and Yu Yuqing did not have time to react, Lu Pingxing spoke. His tone was as calm as before. Even when Yu Tsang was still around, he did not dare to question me like this. Yu Tsang really has a good disciple. Yu Tsang, the lightning sword sect's previous leader, was also Yu Yuqing's senior uncle. In fact, Yu Yuqing was an orphan that Yu Tsang had brought back from his travels. Later, he became the disciple of one of Yu Tsang's disciples and became Yu Tsang's disciple. Yu Tsang had already left the Honglio galaxy many years ago to pursue the separating divinity stage. Now, hearing the person in front of him call out his senior uncle's name and say that even his own senior uncle would not dare to question him like this, Yu Yuqing's expression instantly turned serious. When he spoke again, there was a tinge of fear in his tone. Sir, you are. Immediately after, under the gaze of Yu Yuqing and the old man in front of him, Lu Pingxing slowly turned around. When they saw Lu Pingxing's face, both Yu Yuqing and the old man in front of him narrowed their eyes, and they froze on the spot as if they had been electrocuted. After a moment, it was the old man who first regained his senses and bowed respectfully to Lu Pingxing. Lan Gui greets senior uncle. When the old man spoke, Yu Yuqing immediately came to his senses, and Yu Yuqing also followed suit and bowed to Lu Pingxing. Yu Yuqing greets senior uncle Lu Pingxing. Who was Lu Pingxing? He was the honorary dean of the Guangling Academy, a late divine transformation adept, and also the person with the highest seniority in the Honglio galaxy. Even the dean of the Guangling Academy had to respectfully address Lu Pingxing as teacher when he saw him. Yu Yuqing had never imagined that the person who had barged into the lightning sword sect would be this person. At the same time, he secretly wiped away his cold sweat for his rashness just now. He hoped that this person would not hold a grudge against him and forgive his rudeness. Otherwise, even if he were to be slapped to death here and now, the Alliance would not stand up for him. The Alliance was able to resist the two transcendental forces of the Honglio galaxy. However, once the matter involved this person, it was a different story. This person's matter was enough to cause the entire Guangling Academy to go crazy, and even the Alliance had to avoid him. If it was just the Guangling Academy, it would not be a big deal. It was said that the current Qi king of the Qi dynasty also respected this person as his teacher. Not to mention that there might not be any ultimate divine transformation adepts in the Honglio galaxy now. Even if there were, in terms of influence and power in the Honglio galaxy, they would not be able to compare to this person in front of him, even if he was only a late divine transformation adept. Not to mention the fact that this late divine transformation adept had once killed an ultimate divine transformation adept who had crossed the galaxy to the Honglio galaxy to seek revenge on the Qi dynasty, and his power was no weaker than that of an ultimate Dharma adept. Just the fact that the leader of the two transcendental forces in the Honglio galaxy held such a high position in the hearts of the leaders of the two transcendental forces in the Honglio galaxy was enough for his influence and power to dominate the entire Honglio galaxy. Elder, why did you come to our lightning sword sect? And he has come for Zhou Donghuang. was he doing here? At this moment, Yu Yuqing's heart was filled with too many questions. Chapter 299. Lu Pingsheng. This name, in the Honglio galaxy, represented transcendence. He was even more transcendental than the two transcendental forces. This name, in the Honglio galaxy, was not only synonymous with transcendence, but it was synonymous with invincibility. However, this person usually lived in seclusion within the Guangling Academy and rarely ventured out. In the past few hundred years, no one had heard of him venturing out, and as early as 1,000 years ago, when he first appeared in the Honglio galaxy, he was already a late divine transformation adept. Now, other than the heavens, perhaps only he himself knew how strong he was. Of course, the current Zhou Donghuang did not know this. Otherwise, he would definitely feel that he had made the wrong judgment. Just now, he had observed Lu Pingsheng's inner yuan, and based on his profound knowledge from his previous life, he had determined that Lu Pingsheng was a late divine transformation adept. 1,000 years ago, he was already a late divine transformation adept. 1,000 years later, he was still a late divine transformation adept? Unless there was a special reason, this was impossible. Dharma adepts had a lifespan of 600 years. Once they entered the primordial soul stage, their lifespan would increase by another 400 years. This was also why primordial soul adepts were commonly known as thousand-year-old adepts. When the primordial soul entered the divine transformation stage, their lifespan would increase by another 500 years. The maximum lifespan of a divine transformation adept was 1,500 years. As for the separating divinity adept and above the divine transformation stage, their lifespan would increase by another 500 years to 2,000 years. Once they became a heavenly adept, their lifespan would increase by another 1,000 years to 3,000 years. As for the deity tribulation adepts, those who entered this stage would either die during the deity tribulation, or they would pass the deity tribulation and ascend to the ethereal divine realm to become a divine being. A divine transformation adept who was still alive and had been a late divine transformation adept 1,000 years ago meant that he had entered the late divine transformation stage before he was 500 years old. Such a person would still be at the late divine transformation stage 1,000 years later. Even in the Honglio galaxy, the possibility of such a thing happening was extremely small. Senior, I wonder, why have you come to the Lightning Sword sect? Lan Gui, the most senior person in the Lightning Sword sect and the most powerful person of the current generation, looked at Lu Pingsheng with a respectful expression and asked respectfully. At that moment, be it Yu Yuqing or He Jin, they all looked at Lu Pingsheng nervously. Right now, they all felt as if they couldn't breathe properly. This was because the person in front of them was too special. His status was special, and his power was unfathomable. In a fit of rage, a single word from him would be enough to wipe out the entire Lightning Sword sect and end its legacy in the Honglio galaxy. Don't panic. Lu Pingsheng glanced at Lan Gui and said slowly, I am here to look for Zhou Donghuang. I have no intention of doing anything to the Lightning Sword sect. Now, I have something to say to Zhou Donghuang. Please excuse me. As soon as Lu Pingsheng finished speaking, Lan Gui nodded and retreated immediately. At the same time, he looked at Yu Yuqing and He Jin with a warning look in his eyes. Yes, senior. Yu Yuqing also acknowledged and retreated. Donghuang. As He Jin retreated, he looked at Zhou Donghuang and said, This is Senior Lu Pingsheng. He is the current dean of the Guangling Academy and the current king of Qi of the Qi dynasty. You must not neglect him. Besides repeating Lu Pingsheng's position in the Guangling Academy, He Jin also mentioned Lu Pingsheng's position in front of King Qi of the Qi dynasty, reminding Zhou Donghuang. He Jin reminded Zhou Donghuang because Zhou Donghuang's personality was too casual, and he was worried that Zhou Donghuang would anger him. Faced with He Jin's repeated reminders, Zhou Donghuang only nodded slightly. However, he could not help but feel surprised. This white-haired youth before him was not only popular in the Guangling Academy, but also in the Qi dynasty. If that was true, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted in the Hunglio galaxy? Is there something you need from me? If Eugene had known that after he, Yu Yuqing, and Lan Gui had retreated, Zhou Donghuang had not only spoken first, but had also spoken to Lu Pingsheng in such a cold tone, he would have been so shocked that his heart would have jumped out of his chest. Lu Pingsheng was someone who, even when his teacher was still around, had to address him respectfully as senior. However, faced with Zhou Donghuang's rudeness, Lu Pingsheng was not the least bit displeased. Instead, he smiled at Zhou Donghuang and asked directly, "Do you believe that when Dharma adepts train their Dharma power control is not the end and limit?" Zhou Donghuang was stunned. He had never expected Lu Pingsheng to suddenly ask such a question. As far as he knew, in the recorded history of the Hunglio galaxy, there had never been a Dharma adept who had trained their Dharma power to the level of Dharma power control. He was the first one. But now, this divine transformation adept from the Guangling Academy had suddenly asked him this question. Zhou Donghuang looked at Lu Pingsheng from head to toe. This fellow, when he was at the Dharma stage, he probably had not even mastered Dharma power control, right? How dare he ask Zhou Donghuang if he believed that Dharma power control was the limit for Dharma adepts? It was as if an adult had come up to him and asked him, "Do you believe that a 3-year-old child can lift a heavy object? At least, I have never heard of a Dharma adept who has trained their Dharma power to a level that surpasses Dharma power control." This was Zhou Donghuang's reply to Lu Pingsheng. Lu Pingsheng was not surprised by Zhou Donghuang's reply. That is because in the recorded history of the boundless universe, there has never been a Dharma adept who has been able to take that most crucial step. For example, the Dharma adepts of the Hunglio galaxy are usually unable to master Dharma power control due to their innate talent and lack of training resources. In contrast, in those galaxies that are rich in resources, although there are Dharma adepts who have mastered Dharma power control, they usually do not have much time to delve into the deeper mysteries of Dharma power. Of course, there are countless galaxies in the boundless universe. There are definitely many Dharma adepts who have mastered Dharma power control and still want to improve their Dharma power. However, after they have wasted a period of time, they will either doubt themselves and rush to enter the divine transformation stage, or their elders will not want them to continue down the wrong path and force them to enter the divine transformation stage. Lu Pingsheng paused and looked at Zhou Donghuang. What do you think of some Dharma adepts' obsession with training their Dharma power beyond Dharma power control? I don't agree. Zhou Donghuang shook his head. Since there has never been a Dharma adept who has been able to take that step in the recorded history of the boundless universe, it is still unknown whether or not that step can be taken. If there is a goal, then there is still something to work towards. If there is no goal, it is very difficult to take the next step. Not only is it difficult to break through, but it is also a huge test of one's mentality. At least, even though Zhou Donghuang had 1,000 years of memories from his previous life, he had never heard of anyone who could train their Dharma power to a level that surpassed Dharma power control. Dharma power control was already the publicly acknowledged limit of Dharma power that could be trained to Dharma power. You are very clear about this. Lu Pingsheng's eyes flashed, and he sighed. And the facts have proven that this is indeed the case. Let me ask you a question. As a Dharma adept, if you knew that training your Dharma power to the extreme was not Dharma power control, but something even more profound, what would you do? Just like you right now. Without waiting for Zhou Donghuang's reply, Lu Pingsheng added, "Furthermore, if you know that in the Dharma stage, if you can master a technique that surpasses Dharma power control, you will be able to build a strong foundation for yourself. No matter how poor your training method is, no matter how poor your foundation is, you will still have 100% chance of entering the deity's tribulation stage. What would you do?" Originally, Zhou Donghuang had only wanted to say that he would do what he could and not let the technique after Dharma power control slow down his progress and affect his future training. However, when he heard Lu Pingsheng's last sentence, he was stunned. In the Dharma stage, if he could master a technique that surpassed Dharma power control, no matter how poor his training method was, No matter how poor his training method was, he would still have 100% chance of entering the deity's tribulation stage? Was this possible? If this was really possible, it could indeed be called a strong foundation. But was this possible? This was too unrealistic, wasn't it? What are you trying to say? Zhou Donghuang looked at Lu Pingxing with a serious expression. He could tell that there was a hidden meaning in Lu Pingxing's words. Lu Pingxiang sighed. 1,000 years ago, when I was still a Dharma adept, I accidentally entered a place where an ancient person had died. There, I did not obtain any treasures. His space ring had long been taken away by someone, and all that was left was a small booklet that recorded his years. At the end of every year, he would leave his years in the booklet. In the booklet, he described his life ever since he could remember. It was also at that time that I found out that in ancient times, there were many talented humans who were able to train their Dharma power to the stage of divine Dharma power. Divine Dharma power is a technique that Dharma adepts can master that surpasses Dharma power control. As Lu Pingxiang spoke to this point, his expression became complicated. When I left that place, I accidentally triggered a formation and was completely destroyed, but that booklet was brought out by me. That booklet, no one believed that it was real. Only I, who had been to that place, could confirm through the corpse that the ancient person had left behind that he was indeed someone from a long, long time ago, someone from ancient times before history was cut off. But no one believed what I said, let alone that the pamphlet was a prank. Even though they did not believe it, I, who had personally experienced it, had no choice but to believe it. Furthermore, at that time, I was still an ultimate Dharma adept who had trained his Dharma power to the stage of Dharma power control. You can imagine, after experiencing all that, my desire to master the technique of divine Dharma power, which was above Dharma power control. In my sect, I was originally one of the best of the younger generation. However, because of this obsession, I stayed in the ultimate Dharma stage for more than 500 years. Just before I was about to die, I finally entered the primordial soul stage. At that time, those of the same generation as me, those who were not as good as me in the past, had basically all entered the divine transformation stage. A few of the more outstanding ones had even entered the separating divinity stage. Chapter 300. Of course, I do not regret it. If not for the fact that my lifespan had come to an end, I would not have broken through to the primordial soul stage, because that would have meant that my hundreds of years of perseverance would have been wasted. At this point, Lu Pingxing's tone changed, and there was a tinge of unwillingness in his voice. You can imagine how I felt at that time. Hundreds of years of perseverance, all for nothing, and those who were not as good as me in the past were now far more powerful than me. At that time, I chose to leave the sect. After that, when I was traveling, I met two people. They were from the Honglio galaxy. One was from the Qi dynasty, and the other was from the Guangling Academy. The three of us traveled together for a long time, until the three of us were ambushed, and the two of them risked their lives to protect me as I escaped. That was how I managed to survive. Lu Pingxiang sighed, and his eyes revealed a tinge of nostalgia. I had known them for many years, and I knew that although they were outside, they were worried about their descendants in the Honglio galaxy. So, after I avenged them, I came to the Honglio galaxy, intending to protect their descendants for 1,000 years before leaving. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. I had already planned to leave the Honglio galaxy in a few days to look for Dharma adepts who were talented and intelligent, and who had mastered Dharma power control. I wanted to impart my knowledge to them, and see if anyone could fulfill my unfulfilled wish. I did not expect to hear about you, just as I was preparing to leave. At this point, Lu Pingxiang looked at Zhou Donghuang with a tinge of surprise in his eyes. To be honest, after hearing about your performance in the Alliance Hunt and your achievements at such a young age, I was very surprised. Not to mention the Honglio galaxy, even in the galaxy where my sect was located, which was many times richer than the Honglio galaxy, there are very few young geniuses as talented as you. Furthermore, they grew up in that galaxy from a young age, and the training resources that they enjoyed were not something that you could compare to. It is also because of this that I see potential in you. Now, You should have guessed why I came to find you. Lu Pingxing asked. As for Zhou Donghuang, halfway through Lu Pingxing's explanation, he was already extremely shocked. If what Lu Pingxiang said was true, then he was definitely not just a late divine transformation adept. In fact, he could not even be an ultimate divine transformation adept. At the very least, he was a dividing divinity adept that was above divine transformation adepts. 1,000 years ago, before he reached the end of his lifespan, he stepped into the primordial soul realm, which meant that he was already close to 600 years old. Furthermore, later on, he had accompanied the people of the Qi dynasty and the Guangling Academy who had left the Honglio galaxy for a period of time. This meant that 1,000 years ago, he was already more than 600 years old, or perhaps even older. The maximum lifespan of a soul formation cultivator was 1,500 years, unless he cultivated a technique like the technique of everlasting youth. But that was basically impossible. That was because in his previous life, he had never heard of a technique other than the technique of everlasting youth that could extend one's lifespan. You came to me because you want to impart your understanding of the past to me so that I can continue to refine my Dharma power and see if I can master the technique of devouring Dharma power? It was not difficult for Zhou Donghuang to guess what Lu Pingxing was thinking. That's right. Lu Pingxing nodded. From now on, I will stay in a lightning sword sect for a period of time, until I have personally imparted to you everything that I have learned over the past few hundred years. Only then will I leave. Hearing Lu Pingxing's words, even though Zhou Donghuang's heart was as calm as still water, he could not help but inwardly gasp. In fact, when Lu Pingxiang had said that if he could master the technique of devouring Dharma, no matter how poor the technique was, he would still have 100% chance of entering the deity's tribulation stage, he had already been tempted. The Lord of the Four Supremes that he was currently cultivating could only allow him to cultivate to the primordial soul stage at most. There was no further cultivation technique that he could cultivate. If he wanted to continue cultivating, he would have to create a follow-up cultivation technique. And this path, even for someone like him who had 1,000 years of memories, was extremely difficult. And if the divine Dharma power was really that incredible, once he mastered it, he would not need to create a new technique at all. He would be able to use the divine Dharma power to train all the way to the deity's tribulation stage. I want to confirm something, Zhou Donghuang said bluntly. Once I train my Dharma power to the point of mastering the divine Dharma power, no matter how poor the technique is, I will still be able to enter the deity's tribulation stage. For example, the technique that I am practicing now can only be trained to the primordial soul stage at most, and there is no follow-up technique. Under the circumstances that I do not change to another technique, once I master the divine Dharma power, I will also be able to enter the deity's tribulation stage. Faced with Zhou Donghuang's question, Lu Pingxing looked at him in surprise. The technique that you are practicing can only be trained to the primordial soul stage? Yes. Zhou Donghuang nodded. That is really a coincidence. Lu Pingxing shook his head and smiled. Coincidence? Zhou Donghuang was a little confused. He did not know what Lu Pingxing meant. Did you know that in ancient times, even the best techniques that humans practiced could only be trained to the primordial soul stage? Lu Pingxing sighed. This, I learned from the booklet that the ancient people left behind. However, even so, the best of the ancient people were still able to enter the deity's tribulation stage. This was because when they were at the Dharma stage, they could train their Dharma power to the point of mastering the divine Dharma power. With the divine Dharma power technique, even if they entered the primordial soul stage, they could still form a primordial soul Dharma power and devour the heavens and the earth. They could forcefully absorb the spirit energy from the heavens and the earth, and they could even use spirit stones and spirit crystals to train. After they entered the primordial soul stage, their training method was very straightforward. They relied on the divine Dharma power to aid their training. Even if the average Dharma adept mastered Dharma power control, when they entered the primordial soul stage, their Dharma power technique would not be of any use, and they would not be able to form another Dharma power. However, Dharma adepts who mastered the divine Dharma power, even if they entered the primordial soul stage, could use their primordial soul as a foundation to form another Dharma power. This type of Dharma power is also known as the primordial soul Dharma power. At this point, Lu Pingsheng paused for a while before continuing. In the past, when I first found out about this, I was also extremely shocked. I never imagined that the best training method in the ancient times could only be used to train up to the primordial soul stage. In the ancient times, a technique that could be used to train up to the ultimate primordial soul stage was already the best technique, and it was as rare as a phoenix feather or a unicorn horn. Furthermore, the techniques that could be used to train up to the primordial soul stage in the ancient times were different from the techniques that can only be used to train up to the primordial soul stage in our era. Even for those who practice the deity's tribulation techniques in our era, when they are at the primordial soul stage, or even the Dharma or primal core stages, if they would meet an ancient primordial soul practitioner of the ancient primordial soul stage, they would also be badly beaten. For those who practice the primordial soul stage techniques in our era, even if they enter the primordial soul stage, they may not be a match for those ancient primordial soul practitioners who practice the ancient primordial soul stage techniques to the ultimate Dharma stage. The disparity is too great. The techniques of that era were far more powerful than we imagined. Hearing Lu Pingsheng's words, Zhou Donghuang's eyes uncontrollably narrowed, and his heart trembled. Lu Pingsheng's words were like a bolt of lightning that broke through the thick fog in the depths of his heart. Ancient primordial soul stage techniques? If everything that Lu Pingsheng said was true, then the Lord of the Four Supremes that he was practicing could very well be an ancient primordial soul stage technique from the ancient times. Furthermore, it was a top-notch technique from the ancient times that was as rare as a phoenix feather or a unicorn horn. This was because the Lord of the Four Supremes could be practiced all the way to the ultimate primordial soul stage. Everything that you said was recorded in that small booklet. Zhou Donghuang asked to confirm. Yes. Lu Pingsheng nodded. Although the history of the ancient times was cut off, the words of that time were still different from the words of the present. You can recognize them? Zhou Donghuang asked again. You even know this? Lu Pingsheng was shocked. He had never imagined that Zhou Donghuang, who was from a small galaxy like the Hunglio galaxy, would know about this. In the sect that I was in, there were records of deciphering the words of the ancient times. When I was young, I was also very interested in this area, so I can recognize the words of the ancient times. Lu Pingsheng said, Can I take a look at that small booklet? Zhou Donghuang's eyes flashed. Although it was difficult for him to speak, he finally spoke. That's not a problem, but can you understand it? Lu Pingsheng looked at Zhou Donghuang suspiciously, obviously not believing that Zhou Donghuang could understand the words of the ancient times. Yes, Zhou Donghuang nodded. In his previous life, he had been fortunate enough to come into contact with a few stone tablets that had been passed down from the ancient times. Because he was curious about what was written on the ancient words, he had specially looked for people who understood the ancient words and learned them from them. However, those stone tablets only recorded some sloppy and ordinary things, and they didn't bring him any fortuitous encounters. As Zhou Donghuang nodded, Lu Pingsheng had already taken out a small booklet from his space ring. The paper that was woven into the booklet was made of an unknown material. Although it looked simple and ancient, there were no signs of decay or damage on it. What is written on the cover? Lu Pingsheng did not rush to hand the booklet over to Zhou Donghuang. Instead, he held the booklet facing Zhou Donghuang, obviously intending to test him. Hearing this, Zhou Donghuang looked at it and instantly recognized the words on it. Once a year, Yin Yi. Almost as soon as Zhou Donghuang finished speaking, Lu Pingsheng had already lost his composure and exclaimed, You can really recognize it? The booklet in his hand was left behind by an ancient person named Yun Yi, and on the cover were the words that Zhou Donghuang had said. Chapter 301. As Zhou Donghuang took the booklet and flipped through it, Lu Pingsheng stared at him unblinkingly, his eyes filled with shock. Even he had spent tens of years before he could master some of the commonly used ancient words. Yet, this young man in front of him seemed to be only in his 20s. He could actually understand the ancient words on the booklet. Furthermore, looking at his expressionless face, it was obvious that he had not encountered any words that he did not recognize. Even he could only roughly understand the contents of the booklet. There were some rare words that even he did not recognize, as there were no records of these rare words in the ancient words that he knew. Do you recognize these words? As Zhou Donghuang flipped to another page, Lu Pingsheng pointed to a few words on the page and asked Zhou Donghuang one by one. As for Zhou Donghuang, he translated those words to Lu Pingsheng, causing Lu Pingsheng to be dumbfounded once again. The way he looked at Zhou Donghuang became even more complicated. Where did this young man come from? Not only did he have amazing martial arts talent, but he could also recognize ancient words? Based on the current situation, Zhou Donghuang's mastery of ancient words far surpassed his. Zhou Donghuang flipped through the booklet very quickly. In the blink of an eye, he had flipped through more than 200 pages. At the same time, he confirmed that what Lu Pingsheng had said earlier was true. The Lord of the Four Supremes that he practiced could basically be confirmed to be an ancient primordial soul level technique. In ancient times, primordial soul level techniques were the best of the best. As for primordial soul techniques that could be cultivated to the ultimate primordial soul realm, in ancient times, they were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. To think that Earth has such a top ancient technique like the Lord of the Four Supremes. It looks like many years ago, Earth may have had its glory days. It's even possible that there was once a group of extremely talented practitioners on Earth. Zhou Donghuang's heart skipped a beat as he guessed to himself. Those ancient myths and legends on Earth may be true. It looks like I'll have to return to Earth earlier in the future and take a good look around Earth to see if there are any other things left behind by the ancient practitioners. In his previous life, it was fine that he didn't know that Earth had top-notch techniques from ancient times. Now that he knew about it, he had to take a good look around Earth to see if he could unearth more things. Perhaps the Lord of the Four Supremes, an ancient primordial divinity cultivation technique, was just the tip of the iceberg. I'm grateful that you're willing to pass on to me the insights you've gained from studying divine Dharma aspect for hundreds of years. However, if I don't see any hope, I won't continue to persevere like you. I'll still break through to the primordial soul realm. As he returned the booklet to Lu Pingsheng, Zhou Donghuang reminded him, if you insist on me training my Dharma power to that extent before I can break through to the primordial soul stage and affect my training, then you don't have to pass on your insights to me. Now, Zhou Donghuang had thought it through. The divine Dharma idol might seem tempting, but it could also be a trap. As such, he had to make things clear to Lu Pingsheng in advance so that Lu Pingsheng would stop him from breaking through to the primordial soul stage. He did not want to stay in the Dharma stage for too long. If there was no hope, he would break through his cultivation and step into the primordial soul realm. Ha! Hearing Zhou Donghuang's worry, Lu Pingsheng laughed. You little rascal, are you worried that I'm stubborn and will use force to control your fate so that you won't be able to break through to the primordial soul stage before you master the divine Dharma technique? Yes. Zhou Donghuang nodded. He had no intention of hiding it. This was exactly what he was worried about. Lu Pingsheng was too strong in front of him now. If Lu Pingsheng insisted on forcing him, Zhou Donghuang would not be able to retaliate at all. Don't worry. Lu Pingsheng shook his head and smiled. I did not intend to rely on you for my entire life. After passing on my many years of enlightenment to you, I will leave the Honglio galaxy and continue to look for other Dharma adepts who have mastered Dharma power control. I will pass on my enlightenment to them. To be honest, even though I found you, I was just trying my luck. I don't think that you can really master the divine Dharma technique, Lu Pingsheng added. Zhou Donghuang finally relaxed. Hearing this, Zhou Donghuang finally relaxed. At the same time, he looked straight at Lu Pingsheng and said seriously, I, Zhou Donghuang, owe you a favor for this. I'll definitely repay you in the future. Hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, Lu Pingsheng was stunned for a moment. Then he could not help but laugh. Interesting, but if you want to repay me, you'll have to wait until you master the divine Dharma technique. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to repay me." Of course, Lu Pingsheng was just saying this casually. He did not take Zhou Donghuang's promise to heart. It was only many years later that he realized how important this promise of the young man before him was. Just like that, Lu Pingsheng stayed in the Autumn Valley of the Lightning Sword sect. In order to make it easier for him to interact with Zhou Donghuang, the Autumn Valley head, He Jin, had people expand Zhou Donghuang's courtyard and built an additional room for Lu Pingsheng to stay in. Initially, when Lu Pingsheng had come to find Zhou Donghuang, He Jin had been worried about Zhou Donghuang's safety. Now, not only was he not worried, he could not wait for Lu Pingsheng to stay in the Autumn Valley or even the Lightning Sword sect for a little longer. It was undoubtedly Zhou Donghuang's great fortune to have such a Buddha stay behind to teach Zhou Donghuang. Of course, the Lightning Sword sect leader also hoped that Lu Pingsheng would stay in the Lightning Sword sect. That way, the Lightning Sword sect could become the third transcendental force in the Honglio galaxy. Furthermore, as long as Lu Pingsheng stayed in the Lightning Sword sect, the two transcendental forces of the Honglio galaxy, the Qi dynasty and the Guangling Academy, would not dare to target the Lightning Sword sect. Of course, this was just wishful thinking. Lu Pingsheng had only stayed in the Lightning Sword sect for 3 months before leaving. Originally, Lu Pingsheng had planned to stay for a few years. However, he did not expect that this martial arts genius of the Lightning Sword sect would be able to understand everything that he had spent hundreds of years studying. He basically did not need to repeat it twice. Finally, as he was leaving, Lu Pingsheng had a very strong premonition. This martial arts genius of the Lightning Sword sect might really be able to master the divine Dharma technique and take a historic, crucial step forward. One had to know that since ancient times, there had never been anyone who had trained their Dharma to the point where they could master the divine Dharma technique. Basically, the limit was Dharma power control. "I'm leaving." As he left, Lu Pingsheng's words were very short. "All right." And Zhou Donghuang's reply was also very simple. Chapter 302. In these 3 months, Zhou Donghuang and Lu Pingsheng did not talk about anything else other than Lu Pingsheng's understanding of the divine Dharma technique. However, after these 3 months, the two of them still felt like old friends. In these 3 months, Zhou Donghuang was able to draw inferences based on what Lu Pingsheng had done in the past, causing Lu Pingsheng to be amazed. He even felt that if he had met Zhou Donghuang in the past, he might have been able to refine his Dharma power to the point of mastering the divine Dharma power. Lu Pingsheng's departure was silent, and besides Zhou Donghuang, no one knew about it. It was not until a month later that the Autumn Valley head, He Jin, came looking for Lu Pingsheng. He had some questions regarding his training and wanted to ask Lu Pingsheng for advice. Only then did he find out that Lu Pingsheng had already left the Autumn Valley and the Lightning Sword sect a month ago. "Donghuang, why didn't you tell me?" He Jin smiled bitterly. Lu Pingsheng's departure was not a small matter to him or the Lightning Sword sect. "Valley head, what problems have you encountered in your training?" Zhou Donghuang could not help but laugh when he found out that He Jin had come to ask Lu Pingsheng for advice on his training. Wasn't this asking for advice from someone far away? In front of him, there was a mighty martial artist who had once been an ultimate celestial adept. It's a problem of breaking through. I feel like I'm about to break through to the divine transformation stage, but I feel like I'm missing something. He Jin smiled bitterly. However, since Senior Lu has already left, I can look for the sect leader and senior granduncle. Although the two divine transformation adepts of the Lightning Sword sect were not as good as Senior Lu, who had already left, they could still give him some pointers. After all, they had experience breaking through to the divine transformation stage. Valley head, after you switch to the 1,000-star sword technique, breaking through to the divine transformation stage is only a matter of time. Normally, there shouldn't be too many bottlenecks. Zhou Donghuang said. He Jin had already switched to the 1,000-star sword technique that he had taught him. Zhou Donghuang had thought that he had already broken through, but he did not expect that he still had not broken through. Normally, Valley Head he should have broken through long ago. Zhou Donghuang continued. When Jin heard this, he felt a little awkward. Normally speaking, I should have already broken through. However, when I switched to the thousand-star sword technique, I was greedy and kept some of the circulation paths that I thought were unimportant. In the end, I became the victim of my own cleverness and wasted a lot of my time. Although I corrected myself in time, I still encountered a bottleneck at the critical moment of breaking through to the divine transformation stage. Apart from feeling awkward, Jin also felt somewhat helpless. Keep the circulation route of the cultivation technique that I've cultivated in the past. Zhou Donghuang was a little speechless. Although doing so would allow him to master the new technique faster, it was not worth it. This was because the circulation routes of the techniques were one, and if he hastily kept the old technique, it would definitely affect the new technique. What's the situation now? Zhou Donghuang asked. Jin shook his head. Actually, I'm not too sure either. I just feel that after I corrected the circulation route of the technique, when spirit and inner yuan pass through that part of the circulation route, a small portion of the circulation route will automatically circulate according to the original circulation route. I try to correct it. 1 day, 10 days, 1 month, 3 months, and the longest time I even spent half a year, but there was still no improvement. Jin smiled bitterly. Not even half a year? Zhou Donghuang raised an eyebrow. Valley Head, during the correction period, do you sometimes let the spirit and inner yuan circulate on their own? Yes. Jin nodded. Sometimes, I can't help but want to test the effect of the correction, but I don't try for long. After hearing Jin's words, Zhou Donghuang shook his head and said, that's the problem. During the correction period, you can't let the spirit and inner yuan circulate on their own. Try again. Whenever you practice, the circulation route of the technique must be corrected and cannot be allowed to circulate on its own. If there are no accidents, you should be able to successfully correct it in at most a month's time. Zhou Donghuang said, of course, in this month's time, remember not to let the spirit and inner yuan circulate on their own, because before the correction is successful, letting the spirit and inner yuan circulate on their own will be a waste of effort. Only by persisting for a month and not letting the spirit and inner yuan circulate on their own will you be able to destroy the original inertia and correct it successfully. The problem that Jin had encountered was only a small problem, and to Zhou Donghuang, it was not difficult at all to solve. Jin was not stupid, and after hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, he naturally realized the feasibility of this method. After bidding Zhou Donghuang, I'll try it, he immediately disappeared. After Jin left, Zhou Donghuang returned to his room to continue practicing. I didn't expect, after Dharma power control, there's still divine Dharma power. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Zhou Donghuang's body flashed with a thought. It was the silhouettes of the 4 divine beasts, and they surrounded Zhou Donghuang, opening their mouths to absorb the spirit in the air. The spirit absorbed by the energy-gathering formation was already very dense, and Zhou Donghuang's usual practice could not keep up. But now, the speed at which the energy-gathering formation absorbed spirit was far slower than the speed at which the 4 divine beasts absorbed spirit. And this was the technique of divine Dharma power. Long before Lu Pingsheng had left, Zhou Donghuang had already mastered the technique of divine Dharma power, but he had not revealed it to Lu Pingsheng. He was not willing to stand out like this. If Lu Pingsheng knew about this, it would be fine if he did not have any ill intentions towards him. If he did, it would not be a good thing for him. I really didn't expect that by using the Lord of the 4 Supremes and Lu Pingsheng's hundreds of years of research, I could actually master the technique of divine Dharma power in just 3 short months. Even now, Zhou Donghuang could not help but sigh. It looks like the Lord of the 4 Supremes, an ancient primordial soul technique, is very helpful in mastering the technique of divine Dharma power. The divine Dharma power was to gather the silhouettes of Dharma power around one's body, allowing the silhouettes to absorb spirit to aid in their practice. Generally speaking, the speed at which one Dharma power could absorb spirit was already considered very fast, But Zhou Donghuang now had 4 Dharma powers to help him absorb spirit to train, so the speed was even faster. Now, around Zhou Donghuang's residence, there was a visible ripple of spirit. Of course, he could only discover it when he got close. Previously, when Lu Pingsheng was around, he did not dare to use the divine Dharma power to absorb spirit to train, but now that Lu Pingsheng had left for a period of time, he was completely relieved. I feel like, at this speed, it won't be long before my 4 ultimate Dharma powers can all enter the primordial soul stage and form the primordial soul of the 4 divine beasts. Zhou Donghuang's originally tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, and a bright light twinkled and twinkled in his eyes. Previously, with the help of the 4 sky sun elixirs, the 4 divine beasts in Zhou Donghuang's body had all entered the ultimate Dharma stage. Now that he had mastered the divine Dharma power, the speed of his training was even faster, and he felt that it wouldn't be long before he could successfully enter the primordial soul stage and become a primordial soul adept. Furthermore, the current him no longer needed to worry about the problem of training the Lord of the 4 Supremes would face after entering the primordial soul stage. With the divine Dharma power technique, he would be able to walk the path of training of the ancient humans. The technique cultivated the primordial soul, and the divine Dharma power was the divine tribulation. He no longer needed to create a follow-up technique based on the Lord of the 4 Supremes, and even if he wanted to, he wouldn't be able to. There were countless geniuses in the ancient times, but no one had ever created a technique for the divine transformation stage. Of course, there was no need to. The divine Dharma power technique was enough for them to successfully train all the way to the deity's tribulation stage. Originally, I planned to go to the Gayao planet to investigate the birthplace of the mysterious demon after I broke through to the ultimate Dharma stage. Now, I should wait until I enter the primordial soul stage before going there to investigate. Zhou Donghuang could not forget about the mysterious demon on the Guyao planet. That Zhou Donghuang is still holed up in the Autumn Valley? While Zhou Donghuang was training to break through to the primordial soul stage on the Tai Lao planet, near the galaxy teleporter near the base of the Lightning Sword sect, a figure stood there and asked impatiently. This was a middle-aged man, and beside him were an old man and a middle-aged man. If Zhou Donghuang was here, he would definitely be able to recognize the person who had spoken. This was the man who had appeared with the 14th prince of the Qi dynasty, Qi Rui, at the Lightning Sword sect, with the intention of recruiting him, Chu Wei. Yes, the person who had come to report was a young man who was a disciple of the Autumn Valley of the Lightning Sword sect. His true identity was a spy of the Qi dynasty in the Lightning Sword sect. Continue to monitor him. If there's any sign of movement, inform and contact me at the first moment, Chu Wei said in a low voice. Yes, Sir Chu. The man replied respectfully before turning to leave. Chu Wei. At this time, the middle-aged man beside Chu Wei frowned and said, This time, isn't it just to kill a Dharma adept? You alone would have been enough, but the 7th prince actually asked us to come with you. 3 ultimate primordial soul adepts trying to kill a Dharma adept. If news of this were spread, where would we hide our faces? As the middle-aged man spoke, he was obviously displeased. This is not something I can decide. If you want to ask, you can go back and question the 7th prince now. Chu Wei shook his head. He did not understand this matter either. The middle-aged man, upon hearing Chu Wei's words, immediately shut his mouth and did not continue on this topic. It was obvious that he did not have the guts to question the 7th prince of the Qi dynasty. The 7th prince said that this matter was personally ordered by His Majesty, King Qi. So even if the 3 of us are here, we have to do it beautifully. The other person beside Chu Wei, the old man who had not spoken all this while, finally spoke. Chapter 303. Training Nuno Time. In September 1234 of the Ziyun era, Zhou Donghuang left the Ziyun planet and arrived at the Honglio galaxy, where he entered the Autumn Valley of the Lightning Sword sect. In September 1237 of the Ziyun era, Zhou Donghuang participated in the alliance hunt of the Honglio galaxy. 3 months later, In December 1237 of the Ziyun era, he won first place in the alliance hunt. In the blink of an eye, it was already the end of the year 1238 of the Ziyun era. At this time, half a year had passed since Liu Pingsheng had left, and Zhou Donghuang had been training in seclusion for a whole half a year. In this half a year, with the spirit stones, he had set up the energy-gathering formation and the divine Dharma technique. Zhou Donghuang had finally entered the primordial soul stage. Of course, it was not the primordial soul stage recognized by the Lord of the Four Supremes. The Lord of the Four Supremes recognized the primordial soul stage as the transformation of all four dharmas into the primordial soul stage, not just 1 or 2 or 3 dharma powers. In the blink of an eye, it's been more than 3 years since I left the Ziyun planet. When I return from the Guiyao planet, I'll go to a few places to collect some things before returning to the Ziyun planet to bring some spirit stones and elixirs back for them. 3 years ago, when Zhou Donghuang had left the Ziyun planet, he had thought that when he had enough training resources, he would go back and use them on his family and the people of the Donghuang sect. Now it was about time. Of course, after more than 3 years, Zhou Donghuang's appearance had not changed much. He was as young and handsome as before, but his eyes seemed to have been through a lot and did not look like the eyes of a young man. "Little brother, you've come out of seclusion?" Just as Zhou Donghuang walked out of the courtyard, Donghuang's voice came from outside. Donghuang had heard the creak of Zhou Donghuang's door opening and had come over. "Donghuang, have you entered the ultimate Dharma stage?" Zhou Donghuang asked with a smile. "Not yet." Donghuang scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. "I'm a little stupid. Senior sister has already entered the ultimate Dharma stage 2 months ago, but I haven't broken through yet. The Valley Master said that it's useless for me to cultivate in seclusion, and it might even have the opposite effect. So, I've been practicing some of the moves in the Fiery Thunder training regimen in the courtyard." As he spoke, Donghuang looked at Zhou Donghuang weakly, as if afraid that Zhou Donghuang would think that he was useless. "Not bad." Zhou Donghuang smiled. "Third senior sister's level of practice is higher than yours, so it's normal that she broke through before you. Continue practicing your moves. I have something to discuss with the Valley Master." After saying this, Zhou Donghuang left to see He Jin of the Autumn Valley. After seeing He Jin, he did not return to his own residence, but left the Lightning Sword sect directly for the Guiyao planet. He had waited a long time for this day. The big demon on the Guiyao planet should still be there. After all, a year ago, there were no signs of the breeding of the big demon on the Guiyao planet. As he thought of this, Zhou Donghuang's eyes lit up as he left the Lightning Sword sect. He did not head to the Galaxy Teleporter near the Lightning Sword sect. Instead, he used his physical body to cross the galaxy and head to the Guiyao planet. This was because there were no Galaxy Teleporters between the Tailao planet and the Guiyao planet. If he wanted to use another Galaxy Teleporter, he would have to take a detour. Using his physical body to cross the galaxy was much more efficient. Not long after Zhou Donghuang left the Lightning Sword sect, a figure sneaked out of the Lightning Sword sect and headed towards the Galaxy Teleporter outside the Lightning Sword sect. "Official Chu, Zhou Donghuang has left the Lightning Sword sect." This person was one of the spies that the Qi dynasty had planted in the Lightning Sword sect. He was an Autumn Valley disciple. He left the Lightning Sword sect. The eyes of the Qi dynasty's official, Chu Wei, lit up. Where did he go? He took to the skies and headed towards the galaxy. From the looks of it, he did not intend to use the Galaxy Teleporter. The Qi dynasty's spy, an Autumn Valley disciple of the Lightning Sword sect, spoke up. He did not intend to use the Galaxy Teleporter and cross the galaxy with his physical body? Which direction did he go? Chu Wei asked with a slight frown. That way. With the Qi dynasty's spy's hint, Chu Wei looked up into the sky and finally locked his gaze in one direction. That direction. Isn't that the direction to the Guiyao planet? Could it be that Zhou Donghuang is planning to go to the Guiyao planet? In the past, when the various sects of the Alliance had held the Alliance hunt on the Guiyao planet, he and the Qi dynasty's 14th prince had been nearby. Later on, they had crossed the galaxy using their physical body and landed on the Tailao planet, where they had gone to the Lightning Sword sect. Because of this, he had a clear understanding of the route to the Guiyao planet. The spy pointed and immediately recognized the direction that Zhou Donghuang had gone in. It was the direction to the Guiyao planet. "All right, you can go now." After Chu Wei left the spy, he said to the two people beside him, "Gentlemen, it's time to act. I know that the two of you feel that the other party is a Dharma adept and will not make a move. However, this matter was personally ordered by His Majesty, King Qi, so I hope that you will not be careless. If anything goes wrong, not only will it be difficult to explain to His Majesty, but it will also be difficult to explain to the seventh prince." Hearing Chu Wei's reminder, the other middle-aged man, who had a look of disdain on his face, turned serious as well. As for the last old man, his expression was calm from the start, and it was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. "Let's go." The three Qi dynasty worshippers, who were three ultimate adepts, instantly transformed into three streaks of light and shot out from the galaxy teleporter. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the clouds, as if they had never been there in the first place. "Let's split up. If we find any traces of Zhou Donghuang, we will gather together and kill him. The seventh prince has said that we will not leave him alive. Such a talented person. If we give him a chance, and he manages to escape successfully, it will not be a good thing for the Qi dynasty if he decides to seek revenge on us in the future. Therefore, we have to kill him completely. It would be best if we can destroy his corpse and not leave a single trace." Chu Wei and the other two ultimate primordial soul worshippers of the Chu dynasty passed through the clouds above the Tai Lao planet and appeared in the boundless starry sky. Chu Wei spoke in a low voice to the other two beside him. In the next moment, the other two flew away from him, maintaining a certain distance from each other. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three of them formed the three corners of a triangle, and with Chu Wei leading the way, they headed in the direction of the Guiyao planet. At this moment, Zhou Donghuang was also traversing the starry sky in front of Chu Wei and the other two towards the Guiyao planet. Furthermore, his speed was so fast that it exceeded the expectations of Chu Wei and the other two. After some time, the three of them finally saw Zhou Donghuang's figure in the distance. At the same time, they also saw Zhou Donghuang's speed. This is a Dharma adept? The two people beside Chu Wei simultaneously looked at Chu Wei. Did we follow the wrong person? The figure in front of them was so fast that it was not something that a Dharma adept could achieve. He was at least an early primordial soul adept. Although they were quite a distance apart, with Chu Wei's eyesight, he could still recognize Zhou Donghuang's figure. "That's right. It's him. This unappreciative kid. I'll remember his back even if he's turned to ash." As Chu Wei spoke, his tone became serious, and he gritted his teeth. Back then, if the lightning sword sect leader, Yu Yuqing, had not been by his side, he would have taught this kid a lesson long ago. How dare he be so unappreciative? It looks like he was about to break through to the ultimate Dharma stage. Then he consumed the Sky Sun fruit and successfully broke through to the primordial soul stage within a short year. Chu Wei guessed. Sky Sun fruit? Hearing Chu Wei's words, the other two's eyes flashed with regret. It's a pity that such a good spirit fruit was eaten by someone who was about to die. This Zhou Donghuang, so what if he consumed the Sky Sun fruit? In the end, he won't live for more than a few days. What a waste. It would have been better for my grandson to consume it. Between their words, there was a deep sense of regret. The Sky Sun fruit was such a rare spirit fruit. Now, it had been consumed by someone who was about to die. Not to mention them, even King Qi of the Qi Manor would feel regretful about this. A 27-year-old primordial soul adept. Even in the history of the Qi dynasty, there has never been such a person, right? The middle-aged man's eyes flashed as he suddenly asked. No. The other old man shook his head. In the history of the Qi dynasty, the fastest person to reach the primordial soul stage was at the age of 29. That person had already reached the late divine transformation stage before he left the Honglio galaxy. Ha! Hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up. To be able to kill such a talent with my own hands is enough for me. chiming, to brag for the rest of my life. Let's go. As Chu Wei spoke, his figure flickered, and it was as if he had transformed into a shooting star. In the blink of an eye, he was getting closer and closer to the figure in front of him. The other two also followed Chu Wei at the same time. The speed of the three ultimate primordial soul adepts was ridiculously fast, and they quickly caught up with the figure in front of them. Not only did they block his way, but they also surrounded him like an impenetrable wall. Zhou Donghuang. Chu Wei blocked his way, glaring at him. I bet you never dreamed that we would meet again so soon. As he spoke, the corners of Chu Wei's mouth curled into a mocking smile. Why? However, Zhou Donghuang did not seem surprised at the appearance of Chu Wei and the other two. Could it be that the people of the Chu dynasty are planning to kidnap me and bring me back to the Qi dynasty? Kidnap me back to the Qi dynasty. Chu Wei laughed coldly. Zhou Donghuang, you think too highly of yourself. Do you think the Qi dynasty would dare to use someone we have kidnapped? Chu Wei looked at Zhou Donghuang again, as if he was looking at an idiot. Eastern Royal Emperor, Eastern Royal Emperor. Chapter 304. Then why are you here? Zhou Donghuang asked calmly, as if he really did not know the purpose of their visit. It was to the extent that his expression didn't reveal anything unusual from the beginning until the end. To kill you, Chu Wei said coldly. A potential threat like you cannot be used by the Qi dynasty, so your only fate is death. From the moment you rejected the 14th prince and the 7th prince, your fate was sealed. It seems like the Qi dynasty is afraid of me. Zhou Donghuang laughed calmly, not at all like someone who was in a life or death situation. Even Chai Meng, who was standing beside Chu Wei, could not stand Zhou Donghuang's laughter. Rascal, you're about to die, and you can still laugh? Only the old man among the three looked at Zhou Donghuang with a slight frown. At the same time, a wary expression appeared on his face. Whoosh! Just as the old man was on high alert, and Chu Wei and Chai Meng were glaring at Zhou Donghuang, ready to strike at any moment, a swift sound pierced through the air. In an instant, under the watchful eyes of the three, a figure appeared beside Zhou Donghuang in the blink of an eye. He Jin? Seeing who it was, Chu Wei frowned slightly and looked behind him cautiously. After confirming that no one else had arrived, his frown relaxed slightly. If it was just He Jin alone, he would not have been afraid. After all, He Jin was an ultimate primordial soul adept just like him. Perhaps, if it was a one-on-one fight, he might not be a match for He Jin. But now they had three ultimate primordial soul adepts. Even the strongest ultimate primordial soul adept in the Lightning Sword sect would be killed by the three of them, let alone the Autumn Valley head of the Lightning Sword sect. The Autumn Valley head of the Lightning Sword sect? Just as Chu Wei recognized He Jin, the old man beside him also recognized him. The three of you from the Qi dynasty, what are you trying to do? He Jin had only met one of the three before him, and that was Chu Wei. When he had first arrived at the Lightning Sword sect with the 14th prince of the Qi dynasty, he had met Chu Wei once and knew that he was an ultimate primordial soul adept. The Qi dynasty? However, after hearing He Jin's words, Chu Wei calmly said, "We are not from the Qi dynasty. You have the wrong person." Obviously, Chu Wei did not intend to admit his identity. No matter what the three of them did this time was something that couldn't be seen in the light. Kill them all. Chu Wei's next words were resolute and decisive, very straightforward. Almost as soon as Chu Wei finished speaking, he was not the only one. The two people next to him also made their moves. Their powerful nascent souls appeared like three towering mountains. They were like peerless gods of war in the starry sky, their bodies shining with brilliant light. The primordial spirits of Chu Wei and the others were three humanoid primordial spirits. Their shapes were exactly the same as the three of them. Boom! Chu Wei's primordial soul power struck out with a palm, enveloping the area. It was like a huge mountain falling from the sky, crashing towards Zhou Donghuang and He Jin's heads. Buzz, 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 Buzz. Chai Meng's primordial soul formed a knife in his hand, and he did not seem to move at all. Rays of dazzling knife light shot towards Zhou Donghuang, and he Jin like a rain of knives. Bang! The remaining old man's primordial soul power, which was originally thin and frail, suddenly swelled up, and with a punch, it was earth-shattering, as if it could punch a hole in the starry sky. A huge shadow of a fist, like a meteorite breaking through the sky, smashed towards Zhou Donghuang and He Jin at an absurd speed. The three of them attacked at the same time, and the range of their attacks completely covered Zhou Donghuang and He Jin. It was obvious that they wanted to kill both of them at the same time. Facing the murderous attacks of the three, Zhou Donghuang still stood there with a calm expression, as if nothing had happened. He Jin, who was beside him, also watched the merciless attacks of the three with a calm expression. As the three people's attacks got closer and closer, He Jin opened his mouth. His tone was incomparably indifferent. If it was the me from 3 months ago, I would definitely die facing the three of you today. Unfortunately, the current me is no longer the me from 3 months ago. Almost at the same time that He Jin spoke, his body suddenly became illusory, and a primordial soul power that was as huge as a mountain appeared in the boundless starry sky. It was as if it could pluck the stars with its bare hands and shatter the galaxy with its fists. Waves of terrifying, sharp aura shot out from this primordial soul power, and rays of sword light could be seen circling around the primordial soul power, making it look like an unparalleled god of swords, majestic and awe-inspiring. In front of this primordial soul power, the other three primordial soul power, which had looked rather impressive earlier, seemed to pale in comparison. It was as if the light of a grain of rice could not compete with the brilliance of the moon. As for the three Qi dynasty warriors who had been attacking aggressively with all their might, the three ultimate primordial soul adepts, when they saw the primordial soul power that had appeared from He Jin's primordial soul power, their eyes narrowed and their expressions changed. Divine transformation adept. The three of them cried out at the same time, their voices filled with shock and disbelief. It was obvious that they had never imagined that He Jin, the Autumn Valley head of the Lightning Sword sect, would be a divine transformation adept. In the Lightning Sword sect, even if another divine transformation adept were to be born, surely it would not be He Jin's turn, right? What did He Jin do to deserve this? This is the first time that I, He Jin, have made a move since I entered the divine transformation stage. He Jin's voice rang out, shaking the starry sky. Since the three of you are here, why don't you stay here? He Jin's primordial soul power, which was as huge as a mountain, opened its mouth and spat out. Instantly, countless rays of sword light shot out, and in the blink of an eye, it shattered the attacks of the three people. It was as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Not good. He is not an ordinary divine transformation adept. My God, even an ordinary mid-divine transformation adept would not be able to execute such a powerful attack, right? This He Jin has hidden his strength so well. The expressions of Chu Wei and the other two changed again and again. Very quickly, they exchanged glances, their eyes filled with determination. Then, the three of them split into 3 different directions and flew off into the distance. He Jin's power was far beyond their imagination. The 3 of them had attacked with all their might, and the 3 waves of attacks were extremely powerful. However, in the face of the countless rays of sword light that He Jin's primordial soul power had spat out, they could not even withstand a single blow. The current He Jin, in their eyes, was even more powerful than an ordinary mid-divine transformation adept. However, they could also confirm that He Jin's inner yuan was only that of an early divine transformation adept. The reason why he was able to unleash such a frightening attack was entirely because his techniques were extraordinary, or perhaps it could be said that the techniques that he trained in were extraordinary. At least one of us must survive and report back. He Jin's technique is definitely more powerful than the best techniques in the Qi dynasty. When Chu Wei and the other 2 arrived, It was as if they had everything under control. They were majestic and arrogant. Even if Jin appeared, they did not care. They felt that killing one Zhou Donghuang was the same as killing two Jin. There was no difference. However, what they did not expect was that Jin was not only a divine transformation adept, but he was also a divine transformation adept who was even more powerful than an ordinary mid-divine transformation adept. Run? Jin laughed condescendingly. Then his primordial soul power waved its right hand, and a brilliant ray of sword light sliced through the air like a ray of starlight. Whoosh! Whoosh! Chu Wei and the old man were both killed by Jin's sword. Their souls were destroyed, and they were dead. As they fled, they did not even have the time to show expressions of fear and despair. Whoosh! The sound of the sword whistling could be heard, and a bright trail of stars appeared in the sky. It was Jin's primordial soul power, which was like a huge mountain. It stepped on a giant sword light and flew out, blocking the remaining middle-aged man, Chai Meng. Only after Chai Meng stopped in his tracks did he realize that his two companions were already dead. His face turned as white as a sheet. Jin! Chai Meng looked at Jin, his eyes flashing. He suppressed the fear in his heart and said in a low voice, "You cannot kill me. If you kill me, the Qi dynasty will not let the lightning sword sect off. The three of us are here on the orders of the seventh prince to kill Zhou Donghuang. As for the seventh prince, he received permission from the Qi dynasty to send us to kill Zhou Donghuang. If the three of us die here, the Qi dynasty will definitely investigate this matter and even take their anger out on the lightning sword sect. At that time, none of you will be able to escape." As Chai Meng spoke, he did not forget to reveal his bargaining chip. "However, if I am still alive, then things will be different. As long as I go back and say that the two of them died in an accident, the Qi dynasty will not take their anger out on the lightning sword sect, and you will not be in trouble. Although you are strong, stronger than an ordinary mid-divine transformation adept, the Qi dynasty still has a late divine transformation adept who can easily kill you and the other two divine transformation adepts of the lightning sword sect." After hearing this, Chai Meng felt that Jin would consider his suggestion. However, what he did not expect was that Jin would look at him and simply say, "What Qi dynasty? Are you from the Qi dynasty? Just now, your companion said that you are not from the Qi dynasty." As he spoke, a dazzling sword aura shot out from Jin's body. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire area. Thousands of sword auras shot toward Chai Meng. "No, we are from the Qi dynasty. Just now, Chu Wei did not want to reveal our identities. The three of us are from the Qi dynasty. You cannot kill me, you cannot." At the brink of death, Chai Meng screamed with all his might. At the same time, his hands did not stop moving as he attacked with all his might. However, in the end, he was still destroyed by the thousands of sword auras, leaving only a bloody mist in the air. Jin's attack was too strong, and it was frightening. The sword auras were like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, and in the blink of an eye, Chai Meng's life was reaped. Chapter 305. Whoosh! After killing Chai Meng, Jin's primordial soul was kept. At the same time, his face was filled with shock. "I've only just entered the early divine transformation stage, but I'm already so powerful. When I stabilize my training, won't I be even more powerful?" In contrast to Jin's astonishment, Zhou Donghuang was not surprised by this. Now that he heard Jin mumbling to himself, he smiled faintly and said, "Valley Head, don't forget that the technique you've switched to is a deity-level technique. It's the best technique in the entire universe. This kind of cultivation technique usually only exists in the great clans and supreme sects that stand at the peak of the universe. Do you think that the early divine transformation adepts of the great clans and supreme sects would not be able to fight against the mid-divine transformation adepts of the Honglio galaxy? It's also because you only switched to the 1,000-star sword technique later, or else your current power would not be limited to this." Zhou Donghuang's words enlightened Jin. Only now did he remember that the technique he had switched to was one of the top deities' tribulation techniques in the universe. But suddenly, Zhou Donghuang's expression became serious. Valley Head, if you don't want to cause trouble, it's best not to reveal your full power in front of others in the short term. Just now, I'm afraid those people could see that you're only at the early soul formation stage, but you're already stronger than a mid-soul formation stage cultivator. In that situation, their first thought was that you've switched to a very advanced cultivation method. Zhou Donghuang did not say anything else, because he knew that He Jin knew what he was doing. After all, He Jin was the Autumn Valley head of the Lightning Sword Sect's inner sect. He had seen many things and was very experienced. I was too careless this time. He Jin nodded. But luckily, they're all dead, so they won't spread the news. Wait for me to familiarize myself with my current power. If I attack again, I'll control myself. Now, He Jin was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Once the news that he had switched to a powerful technique spread, not only would the other sects of the Alliance not be able to control themselves, even the two transcendental forces of the Honglio Galaxy would definitely attack him. This technique allowed He Jin, who had just entered the early divine transformation stage, to have the ability to surpass an average mid-divine transformation adept. Even if he had the best cultivation techniques from the Qi Dynasty and the Guangling Academy, the two transcendental forces of the Henry Star, he would not be able to achieve this. Yes, Zhou Donghuang nodded and said to He Jin, Valley Head, let's continue to the Guiyao planet. This time, before he left, Zhou Donghuang specially went to look for He Jin. The main reason he was looking for He Jin was so that he could escort him to the Guiyao planet. After all, he had previously rejected the two transcendental forces of the Honglio Galaxy. Who knew if they would take advantage of this opportunity to harm him? Having lived for 1,000 years in his previous life, he had experienced many things and seen many things, so he did not find this strange. Therefore, although he had asked He Jin to follow him to the Guiyao planet, he did not ask He Jin to travel with him. Instead, he asked He Jin to maintain a manageable distance and follow him. As it turned out, his conjecture was not baseless. The Qi Dynasty had really made a move against him, and they had even sent out 3 ultimate primordial soul adepts. All right, He Jin agreed and continued to head towards the Guiyao planet with Zhou Donghuang. This time, he did not stray too far away from Zhou Donghuang, but instead traveled alongside him. Donghuang, the Qi Dynasty really thinks highly of you. In order to kill you, they actually sent out 3 ultimate primordial soul adepts. Along the way, He Jin looked at Zhou Donghuang and smiled bitterly. Although he could understand Zhou Donghuang's concerns and had followed him on this trip, he had subconsciously felt that even if the Qi Dynasty and the Guangling Academy wanted to send people to kill Zhou Donghuang, they would only send 1 or 2 ordinary primordial soul adepts. He had not expected the Qi Dynasty to send out ultimate primordial soul adepts, and 3 of them at that. Even if he had broken through to the divine transformation stage and had not switched to the 1,000-star sword technique, he would still have died if he had encountered these 3 ultimate primordial soul adepts. Not to mention Zhou Donghuang. I didn't expect this either. Zhou Donghuang smiled faintly. He looked calm and emotionless, but as his eyes narrowed into slits deep in his heart, he had already made a mental note to remember this. This was the first time the Qi Dynasty had sent someone to kill him, and their attitude was resolute. Furthermore, it was the 7th prince of the Qi Dynasty who had personally given the order. Since this was the case, this debt would be placed on the head of the 7th prince. If he killed him once, he would kill another person from the Qi Dynasty. This time, he would kill the 7th prince of the Qi Dynasty. He Jin did not know what Zhou Donghuang was thinking. If he knew that Zhou Donghuang was thinking of killing the 7th prince of the Qi Dynasty as revenge for the Qi Dynasty's ambush, he would definitely be shocked. After all, the 7th prince of the Qi Dynasty was one of the most popular candidates to become the next king of the Qi Dynasty. Furthermore, he was one of the most popular candidates. To the Qi Dynasty, they would rather have 100 princes like the 14th prince die than have the 7th prince die. I'm afraid this is just the beginning. He Jin smiled bitterly as he said, "This time, the 3 ultimate primordial soul adepts sent by the Qi dynasty have all died. They will definitely not take this lying down. Even if they don't do it in the open, they will definitely use all their means in the dark. This time, it was 3 ultimate primordial soul adepts who came to kill you. Next time, it will definitely be divine transformation adepts. Donghuang, why don't you go out and hide for a while?" As he spoke, He Jin could not help but suggest this. Hide. He Jin was confident that as long as the Qi dynasty did not send a mid-divine transformation adept or a late divine transformation adept, he would be able to ensure Zhou Donghuang's safety. However, just as Zhou Donghuang had said earlier, he could not easily reveal his true abilities. Once this was revealed, the fact that he had switched to a more powerful technique would also be revealed, and he would be in deep trouble. Furthermore, there were many divine transformation adepts in the Qi dynasty who were much more powerful than him. If these divine transformation adepts were to attack him, even the other 2 divine transformation adepts of the Lightning Sword sect would not be able to protect Zhou Donghuang. Because of this, he had asked Zhou Donghuang to go into hiding. "Valley Head, don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Zhou Donghuang smiled lightly and did not take the threat of the Qi dynasty seriously. This trip to the Guiyao planet would be the last period of time he would spend in the Honglio galaxy. After leaving the Guiyao planet, he planned to leave the Honglio galaxy and head to another galaxy to collect the rare treasures that would be taken away by others in the future. Previously, when he was at the Primal Core stage, he had followed the memories of his past life and collected many treasures in advance, which had helped him in his later training. However, these items could only be collected with his previous level of training. There were many other items that he would not have been able to collect at his current level of training. Now, the 4 Dharma powers in his body had already entered the primordial soul stage, and his power was no weaker than that of an average primordial soul adept. Hence, he had enough power to collect more treasures. At the same time, he planned to make a trip to the Ziyun planet. After that, he planned to go to Earth once more. In this life, he only had one goal, and that was to become stronger as quickly as possible. This was the only way he could change the fate of everyone he cared about and save his biological parents. In his past life, the death of his biological parents was one of his greatest regrets. In this life, since he had the upper hand, he would not allow this regret to repeat itself. Donghuang, why are you going to the Guiyao planet? Previously, I thought that you were going to the Guiyao planet to hide the fact that the Qi dynasty and the Guangling Academy might have sent people to attack. But now, the people of the Qi dynasty are dead, and I can confirm that there are no people from the Guangling Academy nearby. Why do you still want to go to the Guiyao planet? He Jin asked curiously. Valley Head, I'm going to the Guiyao planet to confirm some of my guesses, Zhou Donghuang said. Of course, if you're interested, you can come with me to confirm it. If you're not interested, you can stay outside the Guiyao planet and train while you wait for me. I will wait for you outside, He Jin said with a shrug. He Jin shrugged as he spoke. He had no interest in the Guiyao planet. In his eyes, the Guiyao planet was just a strange planet that had existed for a long time. There were many beasts on the planet, but none of them had managed to enter the primordial soul stage. It was as if there was some kind of magical power that prevented the beasts from entering the primordial soul stage. Many people were curious about this and wanted to enter the planet to investigate. This included the people from the various sects of the Alliance, as well as the people from the Qi dynasty and the Guangling Academy. However, none of them had found anything. As time passed, there were fewer and fewer people who were interested in the planet. Now, that Zhou Donghuang wanted to go to the Guiyao planet, He Jin believed that he wanted to find out the secrets of the Guiyao planet, but the secrets were not so easily discovered. It was said that in the past, the late divine transformation adepts of the Qi dynasty and the Guangling Academy had gone to the Guiyao planet to find out the secrets of the spirit energy on the planet. However, they had found nothing. Because of this, He Jin did not follow Zhou Donghuang to the Guiyao planet. Instead, he waited for Zhou Donghuang outside the planet. Be careful. As soon as he said this, He Jin regretted it. This was because he remembered that the strongest beasts on the Guiyao planet were only at the ultimate Dharma stage. These beasts were no longer a threat to Zhou Donghuang a year ago, let alone now. After a year, Zhou Donghuang had successfully entered the primordial soul stage. He Jin had already noticed this when he had followed Zhou Donghuang to the Guiyao planet and seen the speed that Zhou Donghuang had displayed. Now that Duan Ling Tian had entered the Guiyao planet, the beasts on the planet were no longer a threat to him. I hope that I will be able to find something this time. After replying to He Jin, Zhou Donghuang flew down and landed on the Guiyao planet. Right now, the formation on the Guiyao planet had not been activated, and one could enter and leave as one pleased. Chapter 306. Seeing Zhou Donghuang's silhouette disappear in front of him, He Jin shook his head and laughed bitterly. This lad is really stubborn. This time, before he left the Lightning Sword sect, Zhou Donghuang had looked for him and told him of his concerns. He felt that the Qi dynasty might have sent people to wait outside the sect, waiting for an opportunity to kill him. At that time, the first thing he said was, "Tell the Qi dynasty that you are acquainted with Liu Pingsheng. They will definitely not do anything to you." Although Liu Pingsheng was usually in the Guangling Academy, the other transcendental force in the Hongliu galaxy, both the Guangling Academy Dean and King Qi of the Qi dynasty respected him as their teacher and father. If he were to be mentioned, the Qi dynasty would definitely not do anything to Zhou Donghuang. However, Zhou Donghuang rejected him, saying that he did not want to owe him any more favors. To Zhou Donghuang, the fact that Liu Pingsheng had shared his understanding of the divine Dharma power with him was already a huge favor. He did not want to owe Liu Pingsheng any more favors. After Zhou Donghuang entered the Guiyao planet, he once again felt the spirit energy on the Guiyao planet stirring. The demon is still here. As his eyes lit up, Zhou Donghuang also began to search for traces of the demon throughout the Guiyao planet. He searched every inch of the planet, not leaving a single spot untouched. The entire process was meticulous and careful. Zhou Donghuang was very patient. Even as the days passed and he still did not find anything, he was still very patient. This was because he knew that once he lost his patience, he would easily miss out on important clues and would not be able to discover the breeding grounds of the demon. The breeding grounds of the demon were all very well hidden. Not only were there secret spells to conceal it, but there were also natural barriers to conceal it. This was also why, although the Guiyao planet was strange, no one in the Hongliu galaxy had discovered its secrets after so many years. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Zhou Donghuang found nothing. Another 2 months passed. Still nothing. 3 months passed, and still nothing. However, even so, Zhou Donghuang was still very patient. His divine will swept every inch of the Guiyao planet. Now, he had 2 Dharma powers that had entered the primordial soul stage. Because he had used the divine soul shaper to form his divine will when he was at the Dharma stage, the divine will of these 2 primordial soul adepts was much stronger than that of ordinary early primordial soul adepts. 2 divine senses spread out, one on the left and one on the right. Finally found it. Finally, in the 4th month, Zhou Donghuang successfully discovered clue. Whoosh! Crash! Now, Zhou Donghuang was floating in the air in front of a huge waterfall. The water in the waterfall seemed to fall from the sky, splashing against the rocks below. The highest splash was more than 10 meters. Zhou Donghuang's gaze was fixed on the center of the waterfall. The water curtain cave, recorded in Journey to the West on Earth, seems to be hidden within the waterfall. Could this water curtain cave be breeding a monkey? As he muttered to himself, Zhou Donghuang shook his head. He felt that he had watched too much Journey to the West and had become obsessed. But now, he was sure, the breeding ground of the great demon was indeed behind the waterfall. If he wasn't attentive, he wouldn't have discovered this place at all. Even if a separating divinity adept was here, if he wasn't serious and careful, he wouldn't be able to discover this place with his divine sense. Only a celestial adept would be able to discover this place easily. As he thought to himself, Zhou Donghuang flew out. His entire body was covered with a layer of inner yuan, avoiding the water as he passed through the waterfall. His robes were not stained by a single drop of water. After passing through the waterfall, he saw a mountain wall that looked flawless. However, when Zhou Donghuang stepped on it, the mountain wall where his foot landed instantly shattered into pieces, and a huge hole appeared just in time. This cave was more than 10 meters tall and close to 10 meters wide. It was extremely dark inside, and from time to time, a soft sound could be heard, giving off a creepy feeling. Zhou Donghuang's expression did not change as he stepped into the cave. Unknowingly, a flame had appeared on Zhou Donghuang's hand. It was the fire that was condensed from the inner yuan in his body, and it lit up the path of the cave. It was narrow and deep. The mountain wall was uneven and looked extremely rough. The path under his feet was the same. "I'm here." When he reached the end of the cave, Zhou Donghuang stopped in his tracks. At this moment, he could feel an extremely strong aura rushing towards him, giving him a suffocating feeling. He knew that the big demon that was being nurtured was inside. I wonder what kind of big demon it is. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Donghuang was closest to the end of the path. There was another layer of illusory spell that he had dispelled. The moment the illusory spell was dispelled, his eyes lit up, and he realized that he had appeared in a huge and bright cave. In front of him, spirit weapons that seemed to be almost tangible were continuously condensing. This spirit energy came from the various mountain walls of the cave, and it was obvious that it had come directly from the various spirit stone mines on the Guiyao planet. The spirit energy here was not as turbulent as the spirit energy outside. Now, Zhou Donghuang was attracted by the altar in the cave. More accurately, he was attracted by the thing on the altar. The altar was hexagonal in shape, and it was carved with complicated patterns and patterns. The design was simple, and it gave off a sense of vicissitudes. On top of the altar, a crystal coffin floated in the air. The surrounding spirit energy had all been absorbed by it, and the spirit energy that it emitted carried with it the unique aura of the Guiyao planet. In the crystal coffin, a young lady dressed in a snow-white robe lay there. She had a slender figure and a perfect face. Her eyes were tightly shut, and when Zhou Donghuang's gaze landed on her face, he found it hard to look away. Could she be that big demon? Zhou Donghuang's heart trembled, and he found it hard to believe that this almost perfect lady in front of him was actually the big demon that had caused the spirit energy on the Guiyao planet to fluctuate. This was too surreal, wasn't it? Zhou Donghuang questioned himself. In both his past and current lives, this was the first time he had seen such a beautiful lady. She was breathtakingly beautiful, and although her figure was voluptuous, it was difficult for anyone to have any thoughts of desecrating her. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Donghuang could not help but extend his divine will outwards, intending to investigate the lady and see if she was a human or a demon. This was a completely subconscious action. If the lady had been a big demon with a ferocious face, Zhou Donghuang would definitely not have used his divine will to investigate it. This was because it was a very dangerous thing to do, and it could possibly awaken the big demon temporarily, causing the big demon to attack and kill him. However, at this moment, Zhou Donghuang subconsciously extended his divine will outwards. It was only when his divine will touched the crystal coffin that he came back to his senses. At the same time, the expression on his face, which had always been calm and collected, suddenly changed. His eyes narrowed, and his heart trembled. Not good. In the next instant, his first thought was to retract his divine will. At this moment, before he could retract his divine will, he discovered that within the crystal coffin, there was an extremely strong divine will, and in an instant, it came into contact with his divine will. It's over. At this moment, Zhou Donghuang thought that he was finished. However, in the next moment, he discovered that the terrifying divine will that originated from the crystal coffin, when it came into contact with his divine will, did not seem to be angry at all. Instead, it was as if it had turned into a pool of autumn water and completely merged with his divine will. At this moment, Images flashed in Zhou Donghuang's mind. He experienced the life of another living being, including her origins, experiences, and why she was here now, why she was sleeping in the ice coffin, and why she was absorbing the spirit energy of the Guiyao planet to nourish herself. At the same time, Zhou Donghuang felt as if he had been completely seen through. Now, I know everything about her. Could it be that she knows everything about me as well? In the next moment, Zhou Donghuang's gaze landed on the lady in white within the crystal coffin. The lady was as pure as before, and although her face and figure were perfect, it was difficult for anyone to have any thoughts of desecrating her. What do you think? A clear and melodious voice suddenly rang out in Zhou Donghuang's mind, causing his hair to stand on end. He seemed to be the only one in this spacious cave abode, right? At the same time, Zhou Donghuang saw that the lady who had been lying in the ice coffin had suddenly stood up and was floating in the air, looking at him calmly and indifferently. The flawless lady in white looked at Zhou Donghuang. No wonder you could wake me up. It turns out that you're someone who has experienced the changes in time and space. From 1,000 years in the future to 1,000 years in the past. It is truly unbelievable. The lady's voice was just like the one that had rung out in Zhou Donghuang's mind, clear and melodious. However, Zhou Donghuang had no time to appreciate the beauty of the lady in front of him or her voice. His expression was dark, and his eyes revealed a cold, murderous intent. This was his biggest secret. If anyone else knew about it, it would be a huge threat to him. You don't have to be hostile towards me. The lady's tone was still cold, but the corners of her mouth curled up into a smile, giving off a refreshing feeling. When you shared your memories with me, I share my memories with you as well. And in our tribe, we only have one chance to share our memories with another person. According to the rules of our tribe, the chance to share memories can only be reserved for one's partner. Although it is difficult to accept, the rules of the tribe cannot be violated. From today onwards, you are my Emo Ning Song's man. Just as the lady who called herself Emo Ning Song finished speaking, the murderous intent in Zhou Donghuang's eyes froze, and his expression froze. What was this? What did she mean by he was her man? But, recalling a small part of the memory that he had shared with the other party, there seemed to be such a rule in her tribe. Chapter 307. Of course, this woman's tribe had also accidentally given their once-in-a-lifetime chance to share memories with someone else. If the other party satisfied them and was willing to become their path partner, that was fine. If they were not satisfied, or if the other party was unwilling, they would kill the other party without hesitation. Furthermore, in such situations, it was usually because they were not satisfied that they killed the man who accidentally shared memories with them. Should I be thankful that I satisfied her? Zhou Donghuang laughed bitterly to himself. He had heard of the tribe that this woman belonged to in his previous life, but he had never come into contact with them. The people of that tribe were all women, and their powerful genes meant that as long as they had a child with a man from another tribe, as long as it was a girl, the child would inherit their tribe's bloodline. The women of this tribe, in the boundless universe, were the dream partners of all men. They were as pure as ice and as clean as jade, and they would only acknowledge one man in their lifetime. Once they mated with a man, they would bring great benefits to that man, and they could be said to be the perfect vessel for a man to practice. In his previous life, some male adepts had wanted to mate with their tribe because of this. The foolish ones would forcefully abduct the members of their tribe, but often before they could succeed, the other party would choose to self-destruct in order to preserve their innocence and perish together with them. The clever ones would often openly pursue the members of their tribe and then mate with them step by step. Of course, the women of this tribe were also very picky. When they chose a path partner, they would usually not choose a mediocre person, not only for their own sake, but also for the sake of their descendants. Just like now, Zhou Donghuang did not think that it was his appearance that had satisfied the other party. What she was satisfied with was definitely the memories that he had shared with her, and what she was interested in was his future achievements. His memories came from 1,000 years in the future, and these 1,000 years of memories were destined to make him extraordinary. Furthermore, in his previous life, he had been at the ultimate immortal stage, and his achievements in this life would only be higher than in his previous life. Divine Soul Shaper. At the same time, the woman named Mo Ningsong's deep gaze was still locked onto Zhou Donghuang. My man, as long as you do not die prematurely, you will definitely become a god in the future. I'm also very interested in some of your memories, so give me some as a betrothal gift when you marry me in the future. As for the dowry, I won't take advantage of you. I'll give you some in advance. Just as Mo Ningsong finished speaking, the spirit energy in the surrounding air suddenly became restless, and it became more and more restless. At the same time, the spirit energy in the air around the Guiyao planet also became more and more turbulent. The turbulence of the spirit energy in the Guiyao planet caused the beasts in various parts of the Guiyao planet to run around. Some of the beasts that were initially docile also began to fight at this moment. What happened? Even He Jin, who was in the starry sky outside the Guiyao planet, could sense the unusual movement of the spirit energy in the Guiyao planet. He entered the Guiyao planet immediately and realized that the restless spirit energy in the Guiyao planet was gathering in one direction. Could it be that Donghuang has really discovered the reason for the spirit energy on the Guiyao planet becoming restless? Is he the one who caused this scene? While He Jin was shocked, he was also trying to figure out which direction the spirit energy was heading in. Very quickly, he arrived at the waterfall in front of the water curtain cave. However, He Jin did not know that there was a water curtain cave behind the waterfall. This was because the spirit energy that was gathering from all directions had entered the cave through the rocks surrounding the waterfall. He could only confirm that there was something hidden within the rocks where the waterfall was located. Just as He Jin's divine will swept out and enveloped the rocks surrounding the waterfall. Wanting to investigate further, he seemed to sense something. He was first stunned, and then his expression changed. This was because a strong wave of inner yuan was sweeping out from within the rocks like a violent storm. In an instant, he was so frightened that he retracted his divine will. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. He Jin stood in the air, and at this moment, he could hear the deafening roar in his ears. Immediately, he felt a strong, invisible force from all around him that was suppressing him. In the blink of an eye, he was suppressed, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not activate the inner yuan in his body. His inner yuan had been completely suppressed. What a terrifying force! He Jin's eyes narrowed, and his expression was one of shock. Even an ultimate divine transformation adept might not have the ability to suppress me like this, right? Suppressing me from afar. Although my level of practice is only at the early divine transformation stage, my power is stronger than that of an average mid-divine transformation adept. He Jin was frightened, and it was not a light one at that. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, He Jin's expression changed again. Oh no, Donghuang might be inside. This time, he knew very well why Zhou Donghuang had come. Now, with this strange movement in front of him, he guessed that it had something to do with Zhou Donghuang. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? Precisely because of this, he guessed that all this had been triggered by Zhou Donghuang. Now, Zhou Donghuang was most likely inside, and this made him extremely anxious. Although he and Zhou Donghuang had not known each other for long. However, Zhou Donghuang's appearance had brought about an earth-shattering change to him and his daughter, no matter in which aspect. He had always been grateful to Zhou Donghuang, but today, he had to watch as something happened to him. He wanted to go in and see what was going on inside, and see if he could save Zhou Donghuang. However, the power that was suppressing him from all directions made it impossible for him to move. Even now, he was only able to float in the air because of the power that was suppressing him. His power had been completely suppressed, and he could not mobilize it at all. \B. Time returned to a few breaths ago. He Jin, who came with you, is here. He's just outside. Inside the cave, Mo Ningsong said to Zhou Donghuang. Luckily, I shared your memories. Otherwise, if I saw such a human approaching, I would have killed him before he could even get close. Valleyhead? Hearing Imo Ningsong's words, Zhou Donghuang was stunned at first, but he quickly regained his senses and heaved a sigh of relief. Now, the commotion that Imo Ningsong had caused was so great that the spirit energy of the entire Guiyao planet was in turmoil. This situation would definitely attract the attention of Hijin, who was outside the Guiyao planet. After all, he was still on the Guiyao planet. Based on Hijin's character, there was no way he would let something happen to him. All right, next, sit down cross-legged and focus on your Lord of the Four Supremes. Imo Ningsong spoke again. Hearing this, Zhou Donghuang sat down cross-legged and began to practice the Lord of the Four Supremes. Because he had shared his memories with Imo Ningsong, he was not surprised that Imo Ningsong knew his secrets. Although it was a strange feeling. However, he also knew that he did not have the ability to interfere in all of this. If he was stronger than Imo Ningsong, he could easily kill Imo Ningsong, and then no one would know his secret. But the problem was, Imo Ningsong was a separating divinity stage adept, who was above the divine transformation stage. In the Honglio galaxy, a separating divinity stage adept would be invincible. Even if the two transcendental forces of the Honglio galaxy joined forces, they would not be able to stop such an adept. What more him now? Therefore, even though he felt that it was strange that his memories had been read, there was nothing he could do. As for how to resolve this matter, I'll have to wait and see. For now, it's already good enough that I'm still alive. Zhou Donghuang's heart was filled with bitterness. Being weak was still a sin. Now, everything was under Imo Ningsong's control. Even if Imo Ningsong wanted to kill him, he would not be able to resist. As he practiced, Zhou Donghuang could feel waves of liquefied spirit energy entering his body, following the path of the Lord of the Four Supremes. After every major circulation, his level of practice would increase correspondingly. Furthermore, this increase was very fast and exaggerated. After an unknown period of time, Zhou Donghuang realized that his two Dharma powers, which had yet to enter the primordial soul stage, had also entered the primordial soul stage. Then, the four early primordial soul stage primordial souls underwent another transformation. One by one, the primordial souls broke through to the mid-primordial soul stage. Then the late primordial soul stage. Only when all four primordial souls had broken through to the late primordial soul stage did the external spirit energy stop entering Zhou Donghuang's body. More accurately, the spirit energy that had been gathered from all over the Guiyao planet was almost completely depleted. Zhou Donghuang opened his eyes, and what he saw was a beautiful face that was drenched in sweat. It was not difficult to sense that the woman in front of him had become much weaker. It was obvious that she had overexerted herself. Seeing this, Zhou Donghuang's heart could not help but throb. Most of all, he was grateful. You didn't have to do this. Zhou Donghuang smiled bitterly. Even if it was me, it would not have taken me long to reach my current level of practice. You've used up all your energy and inner yuan to help me gather the spirit energy of the Guiyao planet to increase my level of practice. It's too much for you. In the next year and a half, I'm afraid you will be in a weakened state. Now, even an ordinary separating divinity adept would be able to kill you. If at the start, Zhou Donghuang was not too sure what Imo Ningsong was trying to do, now, after experiencing it himself and following the memories of Imo Ningsong that he had previously shared with her, he knew what Imo Ningsong had done. Imo Ningsong had used the secret technique of her tribe to gather the spirit energy of the Guiyao planet to help him increase his level of practice. This secret technique could only be used once in a lifetime by the members of her tribe. Furthermore, it consumed a lot of energy. My man, I've shared your memories, and I know of your desire for power. I'm just doing my best to help you. However, I can only help you this much, Imo Ningsong said slowly. This can be considered part of the dowry that I'm giving you in advance. I look forward to you coming to my tribe in the future and openly marrying me. Also, that girl named Luo Qinghan is my bottom line. In the future, before your power surpasses mine, I will not allow you to fool around with other women. Otherwise, I will cut you up." As she finished speaking, Imo Ningsong's figure disappeared before Zhou Donghuang's eyes. It was obvious that she had left. The word "cut" in Imo Ningsong's last sentence caused Zhou Donghuang to feel a chill, as if a cold wind had blown past him. Chapter 308. The elixirs here should be of some use to you, so I'll leave them for you. Now it's time for me to leave. As Imo Ningsong finished speaking, her fairy-like figure had already drifted out of Zhou Donghuang's sight. She left behind another sentence before completely disappearing. "You've already read through my memories, so there's no need for me to say more. I'll wait for you to come to my clan and marry me." After Imo Ningsong left, Zhou Donghuang was still in a daze, as if he was in a dream. After a while, he recovered his senses and smiled bitterly. Could it be that in my previous life I was so pitiful? God pitied me and arranged so many romantic encounters for me. First, it was Luo Qinghan, and now it's Imo Ningsong. It was all an accident. At the start, Zhou Donghuang had been very bothered by the fact that Imo Ningsong had shared his memories, and had even thought of killing Imo Ningsong to prevent any future trouble. But now, he had temporarily given up on that idea. Based on the current situation, not only did Imo Ningsong not have any ill intentions towards him, but she really did see him as her partner. She had even burned her heart's energy to use a secret technique to forcefully gather the spirit weapons of the Guiyao planet for him, helping him increase his level of practice at an extremely fast rate. In my memories, this secret technique can only be used by the direct descendants of that clan. There is a limit to one's energy, and using this secret technique once in a lifetime does not have much effect on the direct descendants of that clan. If they forcefully use it a second time, it will deplete their life force, and unless they have no other choice, no one in that clan would be willing to use this secret technique a second time. The human heart was mutual. As long as one had a conscience, if you treated me well, I would naturally not harm you. Now, Zhou Donghuang was like this, and he had already dispelled his animosity towards Imo Ningsong. However, with regards to this sudden, or perhaps even inexplicable, marriage, he really did not know how to deal with it. Luo Qinghan alone was already difficult enough for him to handle, and now there was Imo Ningsong. Forget it. I'll just take it one step at a time. As for them, it's all up to fate. Thinking of this, Zhou Donghuang was relieved. Late-stage primordial divinity. As Zhou Donghuang thought this, for powerful auras swept out from his body. In the blink of an eye, for majestic primordial soul powers condensed in the void, and each of the primordial soul powers emitted a terrifying aura. The first primordial soul power was a dragon that coiled in the air. It was dozens of meters long and had a domineering aura. It was the green dragon primordial soul power that Zhou Donghuang had cultivated using the Lord of the Four Supremes. The second primordial soul power was a bird, and its inner yuan was raging all over its body, as if it was on fire, and there was a faint heat emanating from it. It was Zhou Donghuang's vermilion bird primordial soul power. The third primordial spirit was a ferocious giant tiger. Its robust body seemed to contain a terrifying explosive power. It was the white tiger primordial spirit. The last primordial spirit was a giant tortoise-like creature. It was as big as a mountain, but at the end of its tail was another head, like a python or a dragon. It was the black tortoise primordial spirit. Ordinary people have two choices when cultivating their primordial soul power. One is to cultivate a human-shaped primordial soul power, and the other is to cultivate a primordial soul power that evolves from Dharma power. As for me, I have no choice but to cultivate the primordial soul power of the Four Supremes, as I practice the Lord of the Four Supremes. Of course, with just a thought, I can transform any one of the primordial soul power of the Four Supremes into a human-shaped primordial soul power that I project. Almost as soon as Zhou Donghuang thought this, The primordial soul power of the four supremes in the void trembled and transformed into four human-shaped primordial souls. They were four enlarged versions of Zhou Donghuang. Furthermore, the aura that each Zhou Donghuang exuded was different, and it was not the same aura that the four supremes exuded. With my current ability, I have the ability to kill anyone below the divine transformation stage, unless they are a primordial soul adept who has also cultivated an ancient primordial soul technique, even if they are an elite adept of the ultimate primordial soul stage. After carefully sensing his abilities, Zhou Donghuang had a deep understanding of his current ability, and all of this could be said to have been given to him by Emo Ningsong. I really owe her a big favor. Zhou Donghuang sighed softly before regaining his composure. He collected a pile of spirit herbs that had grown in the cave abode due to the abundance of spirit energy in the past. Just as Emo Ningsong had said, these spirit herbs were useful to him. They were all spirit herbs that could be used to refine the core drugs that divine transformation adepts needed. The valley head is still outside. After collecting the spirit herbs, Zhou Donghuang then remembered He Jin, who had come to the Guiyao planet with him. Now that she has left, it seems that she has not imprisoned the valley head. When Zhou Donghuang flew out of the waterfall, he saw He Jin standing in the void a distance away. His expression was extremely solemn, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. It was only when he saw Zhou Donghuang emerge that his furrowed brows relaxed. With a shocked expression, he asked, "Donghuang, you actually came out from inside? Was there a powerful being inside?" He did not even show himself. Just the power that extended from inside was enough to restrain and suppress me. That being did not make things difficult for you. Although the restraining and suppressive power had disappeared, he did not dare to act rashly before knowing what the other party was thinking. He remained where he was. After waiting for a while, Zhou Donghuang appeared. "No." Zhou Donghuang shook his head. "She has already left." "Left?" Zhou Donghuang's words caused He Jin to heave a long sigh of relief. "It's good that she has left. It's good that she has left." If possible, he really did not want to face that power again. It was also because the other party had no intention of killing him. Otherwise, he would have died a few hundred times over. "Valley Head, after following you back to the Tailao planet, I plan to leave immediately and will not return to the sect. Third senior sister and a Zhuang. Please help me inform them." Zhou Donghuang said to He Jin. With his current ability, he could already do many things that he had been unable to do in the past. In the coming period, he would be very busy. "All right," He Jin replied. On the way back, although He Jin was very curious about what had happened to Zhou Donghuang on the Guiyao planet, he did not ask in the end. This was because everyone had their own secrets, and since Zhou Donghuang did not take the initiative to talk about it, it was not convenient for him to ask. However, the level of practice that Zhou Donghuang had displayed once again still left him dumbfounded. Late primordial soul stage. One had to know that when he had first arrived, Zhou Donghuang had only been an early primordial soul adept. In such a short period of time, he had already reached the late primordial soul stage. It seems like the large-scale loss of spirit energy on the Guiyao planet has something to do with Zhou Donghuang's breakthrough in practice. It must have been the help of the separating divinity or higher who helped Zhou Donghuang increase his level of practice. Now, it was not difficult for He Jin to guess this. This was because under normal circumstances, no matter how talented Zhou Donghuang was, it was impossible for him to break through 2 levels of practice in such a short period of time. After returning to the Tailao planet where the Lightning Sword sect was located, Zhou Donghuang bade farewell to He Jin and went to the galaxy teleporter outside the Lightning Sword sect's base. Just as Zhou Donghuang was about to leave, a figure appeared near the galaxy teleporter. Zhou Donghuang is not dead. It seems like the 7th prince's guess was correct. The 3 masters have failed. But, Valley Head, He Jin alone, did he have the ability to defeat and even kill the 3 masters? He had seen Zhou Donghuang and He Jin return together, so he knew that He Jin had left with Zhou Donghuang. The failure of the three masters of the Qi dynasty was most likely related to He Jin as well. However, He Jin's strength made him doubt He Jin in his heart. Forget it. I'm not going to think about it anymore. I'm just a messenger. I'll just report this matter to the seventh prince. On a faraway planet, the seventh prince of the Qi dynasty, Qi Feng, had been waiting for news. Chu Wei and the other two masters had been pursuing the lightning sword sect disciple, Zhou Donghuang, for a long time and had not returned. This made him realize that something was amiss. So he once again sent out an order to the few people hidden in the lightning sword sect to keep a close eye on Zhou Donghuang's whereabouts. Seventh Prince. A voice came from outside. The secret guards of the lightning sword sect have sent news. There's finally news. Although Qi Feng did not look too good, and he had a bad feeling about this, he still walked out to listen to the report. After listening to the report, even though he was mentally prepared, he could not help but be stunned. That Zhou Donghuang is unharmed? Furthermore, he returned to the lightning sword sect with the Autumn Valley head, He Jin. He had never imagined that this would be the result. If it had been the two divine transformation adepts of the lightning sword sect, he could still understand. He Jin, this Autumn Valley head of the lightning sword sect, in his eyes, and even in the eyes of the Qi dynasty, was just a nobody. In the Honglio galaxy, adepts who had not entered the divine transformation stage were not even worth the attention of the Qi dynasty. Did the two divine transformation adepts of the lightning sword sect leave the lightning sword sect? Qi Feng asked in a low voice. The secret guard said that ever since Zhou Donghuang left the lightning sword sect, until Zhou Donghuang returned, the two divine transformation adepts of the lightning sword sect had not left the lightning sword sect. The person continued to report. Hearing this, Qi Feng was silent for a while, and his lips curled into a mocking smile. He could not help but squint his eyes. Interesting, looks like the Autumn Valley head of the lightning sword sect, He Jin, has most likely entered the divine transformation stage. Even if he has just entered the divine transformation stage, if it was a sneak attack, it would be enough to kill Chu Wei and the other two. Other than that, there is another possibility. He has external help. However, the possibility of this is very low. Qi Feng guessed as he muttered to himself. Your Highness, the person said. The secret guards also reported that Zhou Donghuang had used the galaxy teleporter to reach his destination. This is useless. Qi Feng regained his calm and indifferent appearance and said indifferently, as long as he's not stupid, he'll first go to a random place to transfer, and then from that place to his destination. Moreover, even if he really goes to that place, try to find him is no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. However, we cannot just let this matter rest. Let's kill He Jin first and see if Zhou Donghuang can still hide outside peacefully. Chapter 309. Zhou Donghuang did not know that in this life, his appearance in the Honglio galaxy had caused many people's fates to change drastically. It was not just the people of the Lightning Sword sect and the Autumn Valley, but the entire Lightning Sword sect and many people of the Qi dynasty. Because of Zhou Donghuang's appearance, their lives had changed completely. Everyone's fates were changing. Zhou Donghuang returned to 1,000 years ago. Like a small butterfly, he flew into the originally orderly space and time. Although his strength was not considered great, he still affected the operation of this space and time. In fact, 10 years ago, this change had already begun on the Xian planet. Many people's fates had undergone earth-shattering changes because of the change in his life trajectory. In my memory, in my previous life, the divine beast cub that was fought over by many of the great tribes and sects of the galaxy and was accidentally killed appeared in this area. After leaving the Tailao planet of the Honglio galaxy, Zhou Donghuang did not directly go to his destination, which was one of the planets in the Xianing galaxy, the Yetong planet. He took a stroll in a certain galaxy teleportation array on a planet in another galaxy. Then, he came here. This time, he had only one goal: the divine beast cub. Divine beasts were actually a type of demonic beasts, but they possessed the most noble bloodline among the demonic beasts. It was said that they were born with inherited memories. As long as they were given time, they would sooner or later undergo tribulation and evolve into a divine beast, ascending to the divine world. Divine beasts were invincible in the same stage. It was said that in the ancient times, there were human adepts who could fight against divine beasts of the same stage, but there were none now. In the past, Donghuang did not know the difference between the adepts of the ancient times and the adepts of the current era. However, after meeting Liu Pingsheng, he knew that the ancient humans had practiced ancient techniques. For example, the Lord of the Four Supremes that he was practicing now was also an ancient technique. With the Lord of the Four Supremes that I am practicing, I should be able to fight against divine beasts of the same stage. This time, Donghuang had come to the Yetong planet to obtain the divine beast cub. In his previous life, he had also participated in the battle for the divine beast cub. Of course, rather than participating, it was more like joining in the fun, because at that time, he was not strong enough to compete with others. He could only watch from the sidelines with a group of loose cultivators. He watched as the major powers fought for the baby divine beast, and in the end, accidentally killed the baby divine beast. That divine beast cub is an inconspicuous dog. It doesn't look much different from the native dogs on Earth, the Chinese countryside dogs. The only difference is that it has a single horn on its head. Back then, although Donghuang was far away, he could still clearly see the divine beast cub. It was a single-horned puppy. Its body was as black as ink, and its eyes were blood red. In the process of the various forces fighting over it, it tried to escape and was killed by mistake. As for the person who killed it, he was also killed by a group of enraged powerhouses, just as expected. Back then, this was the place where the fight over the infant divine beast took place. Now, Donghuang was hovering in the air above a vast forest. This was a demon forest, and there were as many demons as there were clouds. In his previous life, he had been here once, and this time he had followed the memories of his previous life to find this place. I still have to go in and take a look. The Yetong planet was just a planet with similar spirit energy to the Tailao planet where the Lightning Sword sect was located. Within the Xianting galaxy, it was considered a relatively undeveloped planet. The reason why it had attracted so many powerful forces was because someone had spread the news. The birth of a divine beast caused a huge commotion, and auspicious signs appeared that lasted for many days. As the news spread, all the forces in the various galaxies who had received the news rushed over through the galaxy teleporter, intending to fight for the baby divine beast. This time, Donghuang planned to find the divine beast before it awakened its inherited memories and was officially born. Then, when it was about to awaken its inherited memories, he would bring it to a remote place so that it would not alert others. Otherwise, the scene from his previous life would definitely repeat itself. Before a divine beast awakens its inherited memories, it is no different from a normal demon. However, under normal circumstances, since it awakened its inherited memories here, it should be here now. After all, before awakening its inherited memories, it was only at the Khanate stage. Once a divine beast entered the primal core stage, it would awaken its inherited memories. At that time, it would be like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate, a pheasant turning into a phoenix, soaring into the sky. And before that, even the divine beast itself might have thought that it was just a normal demon. Now, what Donghuang wanted to do was to find the divine beast before it awakened its inherited memories. Then, no matter what method he used, whether it was soft or hard, he had to bring it away. A divine beast, and one that had not awakened its inherited memories at that. If he could obtain it, it would be a great help to him. In fact, if the divine beast grew up, it could even rule over a supreme sect or a great tribe in the galaxy. In this demon forest, the strongest demon should at most be a primordial soul demon. Primordial soul demons, with his current ability, should be at most a primordial soul demon. Whoosh! In a flash, Zhou Donghuang entered the demon forest beneath his feet and headed straight for the central region of the demon forest. At the beginning, he was met with resistance, and some ignorant demons pounced on him. However, these demons, without exception, all died at his hands. The closer he got to the central region of the demon forest, the stronger the demons were. Gradually, there were no longer any demons blocking Zhou Donghuang's way. Obviously, the power that Zhou Donghuang had displayed along the way had deterred the demons that were hiding in the dark. As long as the demon was not like the one on the Guiyao planet, as long as it entered the Khanate stage, it would awaken its intelligence. Once it entered the primal core stage, it could even speak. Once it entered the Dharma stage, it could take on a human form, but there were still traces of a demon, and one could tell at a glance that it was a demon. Once a demon entered the primordial soul stage, it could perfectly take on a human form, and at a glance, it looked no different from a human. Whoosh! Whoosh! As Zhou Donghuang neared the center of the demon forest, two figures appeared on his originally unobstructed path, blocking his way. These two silhouettes were two humanoid figures. However, although they were in human form, their heads and limbs still had the characteristics of a demon that had not completely transformed, and they looked a little out of place. If they were on Earth, they would be complete monsters. Obviously, these were two demons at the Dharma stage. Human, back off. This is not a place where you should be. One of the Dharma demons had the head of an eagle, and although its hands looked like human arms, they were still connected to its body, and there were traces of eagle wings on them. Obviously, this was an eagle-type demon at the Dharma stage. At this moment, it stared sharply at Zhou Donghuang and said coldly, "It's been a long time since a demon has stopped me." Zhou Donghuang looked at the two beasts in front of him and said calmly. Along the way, other than being attacked by the beasts at the beginning, his journey had been smooth. Although the beasts on the way had noticed him, they had all sensed danger and did not dare to approach him. Of course, this was also because Zhou Donghuang had accidentally released his divine sense along the way. The pressure of his divine sense made the beasts feel as if they were sitting on pins and needles. And now, seeing that he was about to reach the deepest part of the demon forest, which was also the central region of the demon forest, Zhou Donghuang retracted his divine sense, wanting to recover and then explore the deepest part of the demon forest. However, he did not expect that not long after he retracted his divine sense, beasts would appear in front of him to stop him. Human, don't compare those small demons outside to us. The other Dharma demon had the head of a leopard, and its hands also had the outline of a human's arms. However, it was covered in leopard fur and claws, which revealed that it was a leopard demon. Is that so? Zhou Donghuang's eyes narrowed into slits. Without any warning, he raised his hand and clapped. In an instant, his inner yuan coalesced into a giant palm print. With a loud bang, the palm print slammed the leopard-headed Dharma demon into the ground, causing the demon's body to sink into the ground. Wah! Zhou Donghuang did not kill the demon. He only severely injured the Dharma demon. As the demon spat out blood from its mouth, when it looked at Zhou Donghuang again, its green eyes were filled with fear and its voice trembled. "You're a primordial soul adept." Whoosh! Whoosh! A strong gust of wind blew, as if the wind was howling. It was the eagle-headed Dharma demon. After seeing Zhou Donghuang seriously injure the leopard demon with a single slap and displaying the power of a primordial soul adept, the eagle-headed Dharma demon's arms shook and its entire body shot up into the air like an arrow, obviously trying to escape. However, just as it rose into the air, before it could even fly out of the demon forest, Zhou Donghuang's giant palm, which had been formed by his inner yuan, grabbed it, causing it to be unable to move. "Sir, spare us, spare us." The eagle-headed demon's sharp eyes were filled with fear, and it begged for mercy. "We were blind. We didn't know that you were a primordial soul adept. We didn't know, but we hope that you'll spare us on account of our hard work." "Sir, spare us, spare us." As if inspired by the eagle-headed demon, The leopard demon also looked at Zhou Donghuang with a pleading expression, begging for mercy. Oomph. Zhou Donghuang snorted coldly. If I wanted to kill you, do you think you'd still be alive? Zhou Donghuang was not someone who would kill indiscriminately, whether it was humans or beasts that had developed sentience. Along the way, beasts that had developed sentience, unless they tried to kill him, he did not kill them. He only taught them a lesson. The two Dharma demons in front of him did not try to kill him, only blocking his way. Naturally, he did not want to kill them. Chapter 310. My lord, seeing that Zhou Donghuang had forgiven them and continued to walk deeper into the demon forest, a hint of hesitation flashed in the eyes of the eagle-headed demon. Finally, it opened its mouth to warn Zhou Donghuang. In the depths of the forest, there are many primordial soul stage demons. It is said that there are even some that are close to the divine transformation stage and are almost there. If possible, I advise you to retreat. Although I don't know why you're going so deep into the forest. No matter what it is, it shouldn't be as important as your life, right? Hearing the eagle-headed beast's warning, Zhou Donghuang looked at it in surprise, but did not say anything else. After giving it a deep look, he walked deeper into the forest. As he walked, he thought to himself, a primordial core demon that is close to the divine transformation stage? As long as it's not a divine transformation stage demon, with my current ability, I can deal with it. After Zhou Donghuang's silhouette disappeared from sight, the leopard beast that had just crawled out of the ground looked at the eagle-headed beast and said coldly, "Why did you warn that human? He almost killed us. Wouldn't it have been better if he had died in the depths of the forest?" As the leopard beast said this, its eyes were filled with hatred. After all, that human had almost killed it. After all, he didn't kill us, did he? The eagle-headed beast was not afraid of the leopard beast and said calmly, "Think about how much time and effort you've put in to get to where you are today. If you die, there will be nothing left. He's already doing us a great favor by not killing us." As soon as it finished speaking, the eagle-headed beast turned and left, leaving only the leopard beast standing where it was, its eyes flashing and its expression uncertain. Of course, Zhou Donghuang was unaware of all this. Now, as Zhou Donghuang ventured deeper into the demon forest, some of the birds and beasts that did not have much practice seemed to realize that he was not to be trifled with, and they all gave way to him, causing the originally quiet environment to become even quieter. As Zhou Donghuang walked deeper into the forest, he stopped when he saw a wooden hut. The wooden hut was not big, and it looked a little crude, but for it to appear in the depths of the forest, it was still somewhat intriguing. Creak! Just as Zhou Donghuang was staring at the wooden hut, the door swung open, and an old man in a brownish-green robe walked out. Although the old man looked to be over 70 years of age and had a head full of white hair, he was obviously very energetic. When he saw Zhou Donghuang, his originally cloudy eyes suddenly lit up. At the same time, after glancing at Zhou Donghuang, he began to look around Zhou Donghuang's surroundings, not missing anything. Zhou Donghuang could clearly sense that the old man's divine will was sweeping out and raging around his body. It was obvious that the old man was searching for something. There's no need to investigate. Zhou Donghuang looked at the old man calmly and said, "I'm alone." How could he not see that the old man had used his spiritual force to probe, because he thought that there was someone else beside him? Whoosh! Just as Zhou Donghuang finished speaking, the old man's divine will gathered and swept towards Zhou Donghuang. Faced with the old man's unfriendly divine will, Zhou Donghuang's eyes narrowed, and his face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. He snorted coldly, and an even stronger divine will swept out from his body to meet the old man's divine will. Boom! The divine wills collided, and in this instant, Zhou Donghuang's divine will destroyed the old man's divine will like a broken twig. The old man, who had suffered from the backlash of the divine will, also turned pale in the blink of an eye. His body trembled slightly, and his face turned red. In the end, he could not help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. Although the backlash of the divine was only on his soul, it still put a lot of pressure on his body. A late primordial soul adept. When he looked at Zhou Donghuang again, the old man's face was full of shock and disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. This young human was actually already a late primordial soul adept. Bring us to see your demon king. Ignoring the old man's shock, Zhou Donghuang spoke again. Wherever the beasts gathered, there was basically a demon king. For example, when he had first met Big Gold and Little Gold on the Xian planet, they were the kings of the lost forest of the beasts. Some of the more powerful demonic beasts gathering places were even stricter in terms of ranks. For example, the old man in front of him, as a primordial soul demon that could already take human form, must have submitted to the most powerful demon in this forest, which was why he could continue to stay here and live. Otherwise, he would either be expelled or killed. And at this time, the old man's attitude towards Zhou Donghuang had also undergone a 180-degree change, becoming much more humble. Yes, Lord. From the way he saw it, this kind of human, not to mention the possible backer behind him, perhaps even the king of this forest would be afraid of. Just the power of this human was not something he could contend with. Therefore, he had no choice but to be obedient. Led by the old man, they had only walked for a short while when someone blocked their way. It was a tall, well-built middle-aged man. Zhou Donghuang glanced at this middle-aged man and realized that he was even taller than Zhuang. Now, he was staring at the old man who was leading the way with a pair of eyes as large as gongs. In a loud voice, he shouted, "Old fox, how dare you bring a human into my territory?" Do you think that just because the king values you, I won't dare to touch you? As soon as he finished speaking, the inner yuan on the tall, middle-aged man's body fluctuated, and immediately the figure of a giant ape appeared. It stood there like a mountain, majestic and awe-inspiring. This was not a dharma, but a primordial soul, the primordial spirit of the giant ape, which was almost tangible, stood there like a mountain. It was simply like a Vajra god of war. Clearly, this primordial soul demon that had taken the form of a middle-aged man was a giant ape demon. Mid-primordial soul. The power of this primordial soul demon was obviously stronger than the old man who was leading the way. The old man was only an early primordial soul demon, but this primordial soul demon was a mid-primordial soul demon. Big fool. Faced with this threat, the old man only glanced at the middle-aged man. You better apologize to this lord quickly. If you anger him, he can smash your head with one hand. What did you say? When a middle-aged man heard the old man's words, he was stunned at first. Then he flew into a rage. His originally restless gaze became unusually sharp, and waves of restlessness spread from his body. He's just a small human. I can kill him with one slap, just like swatting a fly. The middle-aged man's emotions seemed to have been completely ignited. With a roar, his body gradually merged with the giant ape primordial soul, and then the giant ape primordial soul became even more solid. Roar! The giant ape primordial soul roared loudly, then raised a hand and really slapped down on Zhou Donghuang. This slap landed on Zhou Donghuang's head with the weight of a mountain, and it was extremely aggressive. Seeing this, the old man's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. Faced with the giant ape primordial soul slap, Zhou Donghuang's expression did not change. It was only when the slap was about to land on his head that the inner yuan in his body surged out like a tidal wave. A huge, solid figure also appeared, and in the blink of an eye, it passed through the sky above the forest, looking even bigger. This was a giant tiger. The giant ape primordial soul slap landed on Zhou Donghuang's white tiger primordial soul, but it only caused the area to shake. When the white tiger primordial soul opened its mouth and let out a loud roar, a terrifying inner yuan force roared out and instantly destroyed the giant ape primordial soul. They were not on the same level at all. After the giant ape primordial soul was destroyed, the middle-aged man's figure once again appeared, but with a loud thud, he fell to the ground. When he looked at Zhou Donghuang again, his eyes were filled with fear. Ultimate primordial soul, stage demon, whoosh. At the same time, the middle-aged man's figure gradually faded, and in its place was a giant black ape that was more than 10 meters tall. The giant ape had a tuft of silver-white hair on its head, which was especially eye-catching. At this moment, the giant ape looked at Zhou Donghuang with fear in its eyes. He is not a demon, he is a human. A strong voice suddenly rang out. It was unknown when, but a figure had appeared soundlessly. Of course, Zhou Donghuang had long noticed this silent figure. However, the giant ape and the old man had not noticed him. "Greetings, king." After seeing who had arrived, the slyness and smugness in the old man's eyes disappeared, and in its place was a look of respect. He immediately knelt on the ground, and even his old face was pressed tightly against the ground. "Greetings, king." "Greetings, king." The other human figures who had just arrived also knelt on the ground, paying their respects to the person in the air. Among these people, there were young men, young women, old women, and a beautiful woman. "King, you say that he is a human, but his primordial soul is clearly a demon," the injured giant ape said in disbelief. "Can't a human cultivate the primordial soul of a demon?" In the air, a middle-aged man dressed in a silver robe, his face elegant and dignified, and he held a folding fan in his hand. He glanced lightly at the giant ape and said calmly, "King, I have embarrassed you." The giant ape struggled to kneel on the ground. Its aura was weak, and its body swayed, but it still gritted its teeth and held on, ignoring the blood dripping from the corner of its mouth. At the same time, the gaze of the silver-robed middle-aged man turned extremely cold, and it landed on the old man who had led the way for Zhou Donghuang. He said calmly, "You want to borrow the hands of others to kill Fang Yuan? Do you think that the rules that I have set are fake? Or did you not take my words to heart?" As he spoke, the silver-robed, middle-aged man's voice seemed to be able to send a chill down one's spine. "King, I was wrong." Kneeling on the ground, the old man's body trembled. Even his voice was trembling. Chapter 311. Click to report a mistake. If you're wrong, you'll have to take responsibility. The silver-robed man spoke again, his voice devoid of any emotion. As a result, the old man's eyes narrowed, and his expression changed. In the next instant, bang, 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 bang. The old man continued to kowtow on the ground. Blood flowed everywhere, but he did not seem to realize it. Not only did it not stop, but it seemed to be increasing in frequency. Oomph! As the silver-robed man snorted, the old man, who had been kowtowing on the ground, suddenly stiffened and fell to the ground dead. The moment he fell to the ground, the old man disappeared. In his place was a large fox that was greenish-gray in color. It was called a large fox because it was many times larger than ordinary foxes. There was a tuft of white hair on the top of the fox's head, which was a sign of its age. Obviously, this fox was not young anymore. As the fox demon died, other than the giant ape demon, the rest of the demons narrowed their eyes. When they looked at the middle-aged man again, the respect in their eyes deepened. "Human, leave." The middle-aged man looked at Zhou Donghuang coldly, his tone calm and emotionless. Zhou Donghuang did not move in the face of the expulsion order. He looked at the middle-aged man calmly and said, "You are the demon king of this forest." "Yes." The middle-aged man's tone was impatient. "Human, although your abilities are not bad, if you want to act presumptuously here, you've come to the wrong place. Since it's not easy for you to cultivate, I won't hold it against you this time. I'm here to look for you." Zhou Donghuang's expression did not change. "I won't leave until I'm done here." "Human, are you trying to provoke me?" The gray-robed middle-aged man was enraged. His robes fluttered, and a golden glow appeared in his originally normal human eyes. A pair of golden pupils appeared at this moment. This time, Zhou Donghuang did not say anything more. The white tiger primordial soul power appeared again, glaring at the middle-aged man. Just as the middle-aged man's face darkened, the group of primordial soul stage demons around him who could already completely transform into human form, also spread out and surrounded Zhou Donghuang. However, the gazes that fell on Zhou Donghuang were filled with even more fear, although they had just arrived. However, the giant tiger primordial soul power that Zhou Donghuang had displayed now gave them a sense of oppression that came from the depths of their souls, making them extremely uncomfortable. As for the Monster King, the expression of the gray-robed, middle-aged man instantly became very ugly. The great battle was on the verge of breaking out. "Why are you looking for me?" However, they did not fight in the end. The gray-robed man looked at the weakened giant ape and then at Zhou Donghuang's calm demeanor. In the end, he did not make a move, and a look of fear flashed across his eyes. Seeing this, the group of primordial soul demons surrounding Zhou Donghuang heaved a sigh of relief. If they had a choice, none of them would want to become enemies with the human youth in front of them. Their instincts, as demonic beasts, made them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. They even feared this human youth. The feeling that this human youth gave them was not only that his primordial soul power was extraordinary, but also that there seemed to be some other power hidden within his body. This made them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. In fact, the gray-robed, middle-aged man, who was the human form that the Monster King of this demon forest had transformed into, had also discovered this point. "I need a favor from you." Zhou Donghuang went straight to the point. "A favor from me?" The gray-robed, middle-aged man frowned. "You are not weak. If you can't solve something, I can't help you, right?" If not for the fact that the human youth in front of him was not weak, he would not have had the confidence to kill him. Just now, he had already arrived. This was because he had smelled the scent of a human. Then, he had personally witnessed this human attack and injure his subordinate, the giant ape primordial soul demon. On the surface, this powerful primordial soul power was only at the late primordial soul stage, but the power that it displayed was no weaker than the primordial soul of an ultimate primordial soul cultivator. Furthermore, it gave him a very strong sense of oppression that made his soul tremble. Because of this, he was very afraid of this human youth. Because even if he attacked, he did not have the confidence to kill him. "I didn't ask you to help me kill him." Zhou Donghuang shook his head. "I came to you because I want you to mobilize the demons under you to help me find a small demon." "Find a small demon?" Hearing Zhou Donghuang's words, the gray-robed, middle-aged man secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He continued to ask, "What kind of small demon is it?" "A dog." As Zhou Donghuang spoke, he described the image of the divine beast cub that he remembered from his previous life. As long as he used these characteristics and the Monster King's influence in this demon forest, it would not be difficult to find the little fellow. After describing the characteristics of the divine beast cub, Zhou Donghuang said, "If you help me, I will not mistreat you. I will help you to attain the divine transformation stage." The gray-robed, middle-aged man, who was the Monster King of this demon forest, was somewhat disdainful of Zhou Donghuang's first sentence. However, when he heard Zhou Donghuang's second sentence, his eyes narrowed and his face was filled with shock. "What did you say? You can help me attain the divine transformation stage? Are you speaking the truth?" Under normal circumstances, he would not believe such words from a human youth. However, the human youth before him gave him an unfathomable feeling. The primordial soul that he trained was not just a demon's primordial soul, but it was also able to shake his soul, causing it to tremble. This feeling was similar to the feeling of a demon that was of a much higher level than him, standing in front of him. "If I'm not wrong, you have been at the ultimate primordial soul stage for many years, but you have not been able to break through the last barrier." Zhou Donghuang spoke again. "All of this is because of the problem with your training method. Your original body in your tribe, under normal circumstances, should only be able to train to the ultimate primordial soul stage at most. However, your aura is very complicated, and it is both hard and soft. You should have trained in some human techniques, and you intend to break through the bottleneck and attain the divine transformation stage. Am I right?" As he spoke, Zhou Donghuang looked deeply at the Monster King before him and asked. Although he did not use his divine will to probe the other party, the inner yuan on the other party's body was clearly agitated. In his previous life, he had seen such a situation on many demons, and they were all the same. Just like what he was saying now. With regards to this, he had a solution. As for the Monster King's expression, even before Zhou Donghuang had finished speaking, his expression had completely changed. This was because the other party was right. Furthermore, only he knew about these things. "My lord, please help me." The silver-robed, middle-aged man bowed to Zhou Donghuang, his face full of excitement. His body trembled slightly, and even his voice changed, becoming extremely respectful. One had to know that if he did not attain the divine transformation stage soon, his lifespan would come to an end in a few more decades. With regards to this, he had always been indignant, but there was nothing he could do. But now, this human youth before him had given him a ray of hope. Zhou Donghuang glanced lightly at the silver-robed middle-aged man. "I'll say it again. As long as you activate your demons and help me find that little demon, I will immediately help you attain the divine transformation stage. My lord, I will give the order now." Now, the Monster King, who saw Zhou Donghuang as his last hope, nodded hurriedly. Without any hesitation, he looked at the few primordial soul demons around him and said, "The few of you, did you hear what my lord said just now? Quickly pass down the order, search for the whereabouts of that little demon." After the surrounding primordial soul demons received the order and retreated, the Monster King looked at Zhou Donghuang again. "My lord, please wait here for a moment. I will go and give the order to the other demons under me." The Monster King ruled the entire demon forest. Now, all the primordial soul demons in the demon forest were subservient to him. Those who were unwilling to submit had long been killed by him. It was not only the human world that respected the strong. It was the same in the demon world, and even in the secular universe, even the divine realm, it was the same. Not long after, the Monster King returned. "My lord, my residence is considered clean. For the next few days, it will be your lodging. I promise you, as long as that little demon is in my demonic beast forest, within 3 days at most, I will send it to you." Zhou Donghuang was not surprised by the Monster King's enthusiasm. This was because he could see that this Monster King did not have much time left. Usually, under such circumstances, the Monster King would choose to cultivate various human cultivation methods in order to find a way to break through. However, there was still a difference between humans and demon beasts. Perhaps human cultivation methods could be used as a reference, but there were not many demon beasts in the entire universe who could successfully use it as a reference. Without exception, those demon beasts were the best among the demon beasts. As long as they could grow up, they would become a powerhouse in the future. The residence of the Demon King was located in the center of the demon beast forest. There were 4 lakes there, and a courtyard that looked like a human residence was located right in the middle of the 4 lakes. There were also many trees planted on the road between the 4 lakes. One could see that this Monster King had good taste. He had completely assimilated with the human race. After the Monster King gave up his residence, he personally went everywhere in the demon forest to look for the little demon Duan Ling Tian was looking for. At once, more than 90% of the demon beasts in the demon forest that had gained intelligence began to move, causing the entire demon forest to be in a state of panic. Many of the little demons began to flee in all directions. 2 days later, the Monster King appeared in front of Zhou Donghuang again. "My lord, I'm glad I didn't fail you." At this moment, there was a black dog that was as black as ink lying on the Monster King's crooked arm. It was snoring loudly. On the top of this black dog's head, there was a small horn protruding out. It gave off a feeling that a small lotus had just revealed its sharp horn. "It's this dog." Zhou Donghuang's attention had long been attracted by the single-horned black dog when the Monster King appeared. Although it was smaller than when he saw it in his past life, and the horn on its head was not as protruding, Zhou Donghuang still recognized it at first glance. It was the divine beast cub. Chapter 312. Click to report an error. Woo-woo. The black puppy saw that the Demon King was about to hand it over to the person in front of it, and its eyes were filled with fear. Although it had not awakened the inherited memories of a divine beast, it was now at the connate stage and had developed intelligence. Naturally, it could sense that the person in front of it was different. In the eyes of demons, humans were different. Although the person holding it looked like a human, he had a familiar demonic aura, and the black puppy did not reject him. Little fellow. After noticing the black puppy's rejection of the human in front of it, the Demon King spoke softly and comforted it in the demon language. Although I don't know why this human is looking for you, he is a very capable person. If you follow him, there will only be benefits. No, I don't want to go with a human. The black puppy panicked. Humans are all bad people. They're the natural enemies of us demons. Some of my companions have been killed by humans. This time, before the Demon King could speak, Donghuang spoke. It's normal for demons to be killed by humans. Don't you demons kill each other? Donghuang was speaking in demon language. Sir, the Demon King looked at Donghuang in shock. He had not expected Donghuang to understand demon language. Although humans could learn demon language through demons if they wanted to, it required not only hard work, but also talent in language. Very few humans were willing to spend time on it. Because of this, the Demon King thought that humans who understood demon language were very rare. At least, he had never met a human who understood demon language. If you follow me, not only will I not kill you, I will also provide you with elixirs to help you increase your level of practice. Donghuang looked at the black puppy as he took out a bottle of elixirs from his space ring. He took out a few elixirs and said, "These elixirs can be consumed by humans and beasts of the connate stage. They are very beneficial to their practice." I want it. I want it. As soon as Donghuang finished speaking, the black puppy had already turned into a bolt of black lightning and pounced on the elixirs in Donghuang's hand. However, Donghuang reached out with his other hand and caught it. It could only look at the elixirs in Donghuang's hand. Since you don't want to go with me, then stay here. Donghuang casually threw the black puppy on the ground and said lightly. At the same time, he looked at the Demon King. Even if it doesn't want to go with me, my promise to you will still be fulfilled. In the next few days, I will do my best to help you enter the soul formation stage. Thank you, my lord. The Monster King had an excited look on his face as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Finally, he glanced at the black puppy lying on the ground with an aggrieved look on its face and reminded it, "Little guy, it's your good fortune to be able to leave with my lord. Cherish it." For the rest of the day, Donghuang helped the Demon King recuperate the inner yuan in his body, which had become chaotic due to practicing many human techniques. It took 3 days and 3 nights before his inner yuan returned to normal. At the same time, Donghuang passed on a soul formation stage demon technique to him. With this technique, based on your current situation, you will definitely reach the soul formation stage within 3 months. Sir, if you have any requests in the future, feel free to look for me. As long as it's within my capabilities, I will definitely not decline. Before Donghuang left, the Demon King bowed respectfully and promised. Donghuang nodded and then left. As he left, a black puppy sat on his shoulder. It was the divine beast cub that he had successfully tricked with his core medicine. Of course, the black puppy now did not know that it was a divine beast. "Boss, where are we going next?" The black puppy squinted its eyes and asked Donghuang. Over the past few days, Donghuang's elixirs had completely bribed it, and had also lost the moral integrity that a demon should have, calling Donghuang, the human, boss, as if it was a little brother. "We're going to a planet in another galaxy," Donghuang said. Donghuang had a plan in mind for what he was going to do next. First, he would follow the memories of his past life and go to a few relics left behind by his soul formation adepts. After that, he would find a secluded place for the black puppy to break through to the primal core stage. When he first saw the black puppy, it was only at the early connate stage. But now, in just a few days, it had already entered the middle connate stage. With him and the core medicine that he provided, the black puppy would soon be able to enter the primal core stage and awaken its inherited memories as a divine beast. At that time, there would also be a heavenly phenomenon. In Zhou Donghuang's past life, there was a heavenly phenomenon after the black puppy awakened its inherited memories as a divine beast, and many strong practitioners from various forces wanted to snatch it. In this life, with Zhou Donghuang's intervention, the black puppy's life had also undergone a heavenly change. At least, the time it needed to enter the primal core stage had been greatly advanced. Then, with Zhou Donghuang paving the way for it, when it became a divine beast, it would naturally not alarm others, and it could safely survive the biggest crisis in the growth process of a solitary divine beast. A solitary divine beast referred to an orphan among the divine beasts who had no parents or relatives to protect them. Those divine beast cubs who had parents and relatives to protect them, even if they awakened their inherited memories and caused a heavenly phenomenon, alerting everyone, no one would dare to do anything to them. After all, a demon that could give birth to a divine beast cub, no matter how weak it was still a top existence among the demons. It could even be a divine beast, and an adult one at that. Adult divine beasts were at least at the deity stage, and with their physical bodies and various inherited techniques, a divine beast at the early deity stage could even kill some ultimate deity stage human adepts, and its ability was close to that of a deity's tribulation adept. And precisely because of this, even the great clans and supreme sects of the galaxies did not dare to provoke adult divine beasts. In the next 2 months, the black puppy followed Zhou Donghuang to several planets in several galaxies, and saw with its own eyes that Zhou Donghuang seemed to be able to predict the future as he discovered one relic after another left behind by human adepts. Then, he took away their relics. In this period, they also encountered some tests, such as the matrix methods left behind by those human adepts before they died. But to the current Zhou Donghuang, these were nothing, and he easily passed through them. "Boss, how do you know this place? Boss, could this human adept be your ancestor?" As Zhou Donghuang followed the memories of his past life to unearth treasure trove after treasure trove, the black puppy by his side was naturally shocked again and again, and in the end, it was even more shocked by Zhou Donghuang. Of course, in this process, Zhou Donghuang also obtained many rare herbs and refined them into core drugs for the black puppy to consume. The black puppy's level of practice increased at an extremely exaggerated rate. In a short span of 2 months, it had entered the ultimate connate stage. It was only half a step away from the primal core stage. "How long do you feel before you can break through?" Zhou Donghuang asked the black puppy. Once the black puppy broke through, it would awaken the inherited memories of a divine beast, and at that time, the heavens and earth would also appear, as if announcing the birth of a divine beast. At most half a month. The black puppy grinned and said, "Boss, I'll try my best to catch up to you, and then I'll be able to help you." Zhou Donghuang nodded. "Next, I'll bring you to a planet and arrange a place for you to train. When you break through to the primal core stage, I'll come pick you up." Originally, Zhou Donghuang had wanted to find another secluded place for the black puppy to train. However, after thinking about it, he still felt that the Guiyao planet was the safest. On the Guiyao planet, where Emo Ningsong had previously trained in seclusion, although the Matrix was no longer in operation, he could follow the memories that Emo Ningsong had shared with him in the past, and it would not be difficult for him to restore the Matrix to operation. Furthermore, once the Matrix there was activated, it would be even more effective than the Matrix that he could set up now. It would be more than enough to conceal the heavens and earth that would appear after the black puppy awakened the inherited memories of a divine beast. "Boss, can I follow you?" The black puppy stared at Zhou Donghuang. In the 2 months that they had spent together, although Zhou Donghuang was more strict with it, it had still developed a sense of dependence on Zhou Donghuang. This was because, ever since it could remember, this was the first time that someone had treated it so well. Before meeting Zhou Donghuang, it had relied on itself for everything. It was only after meeting Zhou Donghuang that it began to develop a sense of dependence. Since it was young, it had no family, and in the short span of 2 months, it had already come to view Zhou Donghuang as family. As I said, when you break through to the primal core stage, I will come and fetch you, Zhou Donghuang said casually. Zhou Donghuang said lightly, of course, the prerequisite is that at that time, you are still willing to follow me. If you're not willing to follow me, I will not force you. Now, only Zhou Donghuang knew what he meant by these words. Hearing this, the black puppy was at a loss. After all, even in its wildest dreams, it would never have imagined that it was a divine beast that was 1 in a billion. Let's go. Zhou Donghuang took the black puppy and stepped onto the galaxy teleporter. He set the coordinates, Hunglio Galaxy, Tai Lao Planet, Lightning Sword Sect, but there was no response. What's going on? Zhou Donghuang was stunned. He tried again, but there was still no response. Suddenly, Zhou Donghuang's expression changed. Normally, this would only happen if the galaxy teleporter was destroyed. However, that galaxy teleporter belonged to the Lightning Sword Sect of the Hunglio Galaxy. Why would it be destroyed for no reason? Unless someone had acted against the Lightning Sword Sect. In that instant, many thoughts flashed through Zhou Donghuang's mind. Could it be that the death of the Qi dynasty's worshippers caused the Qi dynasty to be enraged, causing them to take revenge on the Lightning Sword Sect? Or could it be that the Lightning Sword Sect's calamity has been brought forward? Regardless of which possibility it was, Zhou Donghuang was not happy to see it happen. This was because his third senior sister, He Mengxi, and her father, as well as the Zhuang, were still in the Lightning Sword Sect. Hunglio Galaxy, Tai Lao Planet, Thunderknife Sect. Zhou Donghuang's expression was dark as he changed the coordinates. In the next instant, the galaxy teleporter was activated. This meant that the coordinates were valid, and the target teleporter was in good condition. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 3:13. Click to report error, the Hunglio Galaxy, the Tai Lao Planet. Outside the base of the Thunderknife Sect, there was a galaxy teleporter, and it was the one with the coordinates of the Thunderknife Sect. Near the galaxy teleporter, there was an elderly figure sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. It was unclear whether he was practicing or resting. Behind the old man, a middle-aged man and a young man stood there. One of them was resting with his eyes closed, and the other was staring at the galaxy teleporter in front of him. He only blinked his eyes after a long time, as if he was afraid of missing something. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a gust of wind blew past the galaxy teleportation array, and a figure appeared at the right time. It was a handsome young man dressed in a snow-white robe. On the young man's shoulder was a black puppy. At first glance, the black puppy looked like a normal black puppy, but upon closer inspection, there was a single horn on its forehead, and it looked extremely strange. Zhou Donghuang, the young man who was staring at the galaxy teleporter, narrowed his eyes the moment the young man in white appeared. He looked at the old man sitting cross-legged in the void in front of him and shouted anxiously, "Lord Wu Qian, it's Zhou Donghuang." Zhou Donghuang, who had just arrived through the galaxy teleporter, had just sensed a gaze from afar. When he looked over, he heard the anxious shout of the owner of the gaze. He quickly regained his senses and realized that something was wrong, and his expression changed slightly. The next moment, he seemed to have sensed something, and in a flash, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a bolt of white lightning that shot up into the sky. At the same time, the old man who had been sitting cross-legged in the void suddenly opened his eyes, and at the same time, he squeezed the jade pendant in his hand. Boom! Kaboom! Not far away, the galaxy transmission array that was originally in good condition was instantly enveloped by a terrifying force. In an instant, it was blown to smithereens, filling the sky with dust. In the blink of an eye, the huge galaxy transmission array no longer had any traces left. "He's Zhou Donghuang?" The old man stared at the white figure in the distance and asked in a low voice. "Lord Wu Yin, that's him. The young man behind the old man quickly responded, and the middle-aged man beside him, who had opened his eyes at some point, also spoke. Sir Wu Yin, this is the Autumn Valley disciple of the Lightning Sword sect, Zhou Donghuang. At the same time, Zhou Donghuang, who was standing far away in the void, also felt that the two people behind the old man were somewhat familiar. After thinking about it carefully, he seemed to have seen them before in the Lightning Sword sect. Now that he heard the middle-aged man speak, he knew that he was not mistaken. The two people in front of him were indeed from the Lightning Sword sect. Who are you? Zhou Donghuang's gaze was like lightning as he stared at the old man. Seeing the two disciples of the Lightning Sword sect and the old man in front of him waiting for him like he was a hare, a sense of foreboding began to spread in his heart. Qi Dynasty Consecrate, Wu Yin. The old man stared at Zhou Donghuang arrogantly, as if he was looking at a dead man. You made me, Wu Qian, wait here for you for more than a month. Even if you die today, you could be proud of yourself. Almost as soon as Wu Yin finished speaking, a primordial soul power that was as large as a mountain appeared on his body. It was like a giant looking down at Zhou Donghuang from above. Ultimate primordial soul stage. Faced with Wu Yin's primordial soul power and ultimate primordial soul power, Zhou Donghuang's expression did not change. He turned his gaze to the two people behind the old man and asked, "Are you disciples of the Lightning Sword sect? Why are you here? What happened to the Lightning Sword sect?" Let me answer you. Before the two people behind him could speak, Wu Yin laughed coldly and said, "The Lightning Sword sect was destroyed by the Qi Dynasty a month ago. These two disciples of the Lightning Sword sect appeared here because they were left behind by the Qi Dynasty to identify you, Zhou Donghuang. Now that they have helped me identify you, Zhou Donghuang, they're no longer of any use to us. It is time for us to go look for the people of the Lightning Sword sect." Almost as soon as Wu Yin finished speaking, the expressions of the two people behind him changed. "Lord Wu Yin, didn't you say that if we identified Zhou Donghuang, you would let us live? Lord Wu Yin, you can't go back on your word." While the two of them were desperately searching for a chance to survive, Wu Qian had already made his move. His giant primordial spirit slammed down, and a terrifying force howled out. Before the two of them could even react, the palm landed on their bodies, slapping them to death. Zhou Donghuang stood in the distance and looked at the scene before him coldly. He did not feel the slightest bit of pity for the two traitors who had died. Now, his face was no longer calm. His expression was dark, and his eyes shone with a cold, murderous intent. His premonition had finally come true. Indeed, something had happened to the Lightning Sword sect. The ones who had attacked the Lightning Sword sect were one of the two transcendental forces of the Honglio Galaxy, the Qi Dynasty. Zhou Donghuang, thank you for appearing outside the Galaxy Teleporter of the Thunder Knife sect. Your head is worth a Divine Transformation Pill. In the future, if I can use the Divine Transformation Pill to enter the Divine Transformation stage, I will have to thank you." When Wu Yin looked at Zhou Donghuang again, he grinned and controlled his primordial soul power to step into the air. His giant hand reached out and grabbed at Zhou Donghuang. From his words, it was clear that the Qi Dynasty had offered a Divine Transformation Pill as a reward for his head. The Divine Transformation Pill was an elixir that could help an ultimate Divine Transformation adept have a high chance of entering the Divine Transformation stage. It was extremely valuable, and even the Qi Dynasty did not have more than 5 of them. The fact that the Qi Dynasty was willing to offer a Divine Transformation Pill as a reward for Zhou Donghuang's head showed how much they valued Zhou Donghuang. Roar! Almost at the same time that Wu Yin's ultimate primordial soul power attacked Zhou Donghuang, a giant primordial soul power also appeared on Zhou Donghuang's body. It was a white tiger, and it opened its mouth to let out an earth-shattering roar. A terrifying sound wave swept out and formed a sound wave attack that forced Wu Yin's primordial soul power to retreat. How is this possible? When Zhou Donghuang's primordial soul power appeared, Wu Yin was so shocked that his eyes narrowed and his expression changed. How How can you be an ultimate primordial soul adept? Nothing is impossible, Zhou Donghuang said coldly. At the same time, the white tiger primordial soul power also moved, pouncing towards Wu Lian's primordial soul power. Just as Wu Lian's primordial soul power tried to defend against the white tiger, Zhou Donghuang's claws slammed down like a huge mountain. In an instant, Wu Lian's primordial soul power was crushed, and Wu Lian was severely injured. Wah! After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Wu Lian's face was as white as a sheet. His eyes and face were filled with fear. How is this possible? How can an ultimate primordial soul adept have such powerful strength? I said, nothing is impossible, Zhou Donghuang said again. Zhou Donghuang spoke again, and his voice was like the tolling of a death knell. In the next moment, the white tiger primordial soul power struck again under his control. Zhou Donghuang, spare my life. I am willing to be your most loyal dog. Wu Lian, who was severely injured and had no strength to defend himself against Zhou Donghuang's attack again, fell to his knees. His body trembled as he tried to use this method to survive. However, the white tiger primordial soul power's attack did not slow down at all. With a swipe of its claws, Wu Lian was smashed into the ground, turning into a pile of meat paste. Whoosh! The black puppy leapt out from Zhou Donghuang's shoulder and snatched Wu Qian's space ring like a little miser. Before it left, it spat at Wu Qian's corpse and said, "Old man, with your looks, you want to be a dog? That's an insult to us dogs. You must be dreaming." Then, the black puppy leaped back on Zhou Donghuang's shoulder and handed over the space ring with a fawning look in its paw. "Boss, this old fellow is an ultimate primordial soul adept after all. He should have something useful." "As for what you can't use, boss, but I can eat it. Just give it to me." As it spoke, the black puppy swallowed hard. "Keep it first." As Zhou Donghuang spoke, he left in a flash. The black puppy excitedly put the space ring in its hand into the collar around its neck. More accurately, it put into the space stone that was embedded into one end of the collar. This collar was a spirit weapon that Zhou Donghuang had specially made for the black puppy. The dark space stone that was embedded into it could be used as a space item. Not long after Zhou Donghuang left with the black puppy, whoosh, whoosh, two figures simultaneously appeared where the Thunder Knife Sect's galaxy teleportation array was located. If Zhou Donghuang had been here, he would have been able to recognize at a glance that one of the two people who had appeared was none other than the leader of the Thunder Knife Sect, Luo Yuanxiu. However, the current Luo Yuanxiu felt his scalp go numb as he stared at the mangled corpse on the ground. Who did this? Qi Dynasty's consecrator Wu Lian actually died such a horrible death. Could it be the Autumn Valley head of the Lightning Sword Sect, He Jin? Of the 3 divine transformation adepts of the Lightning Sword Sect, only he survived, and the person who killed Minister Wu Lian so easily before we arrived must be at least at the divine transformation stage. The old man beside Luo Yuanxiu guessed. Impossible. Luo Yuanxiu shook his head. From what I know, although He Jin survived, he will not live for long. He was poisoned by the poison of the Qi Dynasty's poison protector, and I'm afraid he is waiting for his death somewhere. The Qi Dynasty's poison protector was also a late divine transformation adept of the Qi Dynasty. He was skilled in the use of poisons and had mastered a poison technique that was known to kill adepts below the late divine transformation stage. If it was not He Jin, who could it be? The old man's eyes flashed with uncertainty and fear. I don't know. Luo Yuanxiu smiled bitterly. However, the Qi Dynasty's minister died here. Although it has nothing to do with us, since we found out, we have to inform the Qi Dynasty. Let the Qi Dynasty investigate this matter themselves. Minister Wu Lian of the Qi Dynasty had waited outside the galaxy teleport of the Thunder Knife Sect for Zhou Donghuang to walk into the trap. He had gone to the Thunder Knife Sect to greet the leader of the Thunder Knife Sect and ask for his help. Wu Lian had not dared to reject him for fear of offending the Qi Dynasty. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 314. Click to report an error. After leaving the Thunder Knife sect, Zhou Donghuang brought the black puppy with him to the Lightning Sword sect. When he returned to the Lightning Sword sect, even though he had mentally prepared himself, Zhou Donghuang was still shocked by what he saw. The once prosperous Lightning Sword sect had been razed to the ground and turned into a wasteland. Furthermore, the spirit energy in the area had become extremely thin, and he could vaguely see that the spirit stone mines of the Lightning Sword sect had been completely emptied out. Evidently, when the people of the Qi dynasty had destroyed the Lightning Sword sect, they had also emptied out the spirit stone mines that the Lightning Sword sect had relied on for survival. In the wasteland, there were dried bloodstains everywhere, and there were also mountains of corpses. The Qi dynasty. Even though Zhou Donghuang had lived for thousands of years in his past life and had long since become indifferent to life and death, when he saw the state of the Lightning Sword sect, he could not help but feel a surge of anger. This was because the Lightning Sword sect's calamity had most likely been triggered by his appearance. According to what he remembered from his past life, at this time, the Lightning Sword sect had not encountered such a calamity. However, now that it had happened so early, he could not help but link it to himself. How tragic. The Qi dynasty is too cruel, even more so than us demons. On Zhou Donghuang's shoulder, the black puppy watched the scene unfold and could not help but click its tongue. As it clicked its tongue, it shook its head like a human. Whoosh! In a flash, Zhou Donghuang flew over the wasteland of the Lightning Sword sect and saw many familiar faces. There were elders of the Autumn Valley, disciples of the Autumn Valley, and besides the Autumn Valley head, He Jin, the other 3 valley heads of the inner sect. Although the Lightning Sword sect leader, Yu Yuqing, had also fallen, he had propped himself up with one hand. His eyes were wide open and full of determination, and he was a sight to behold. What made Zhou Donghuang heave a sigh of relief was that after he looked closely, he could not see the 3 familiar faces of the fallen Lightning Sword sect disciples. His third senior sister, He Mengshi, the Autumn Valley head, He Jin, and his Zhuang were nowhere to be seen. Evidently, all 3 of them could still be alive. Rest in peace. If this matter really has something to do with me, I will give you justice. Zhou Donghuang murmured to himself, and the inner yuan on his body swept out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire area around the Lightning Sword sect's base. Dust and dirt flew into the air, and the ruins of the Lightning Sword sect's base were completely buried. Boom! Rumble! Fortunately, Zhou Donghuang had already trained his White Tiger Primordial Soul power to the ultimate Primordial Soul stage. Furthermore, the power of the White Tiger Primordial Soul power far exceeded that of an ordinary Ultimate Primordial Soul Adept's Primordial Soul power. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to bury the entire Lightning Sword sect. In the blink of an eye, the Lightning Sword sect had been completely buried. Zhou Donghuang seemed to have sensed something, and his eyes narrowed. In the next moment, 2 figures sped over from afar and appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. One on the left and one on the right, they surrounded him and glared at him. You are a remnant of the Lightning Sword sect. Regardless of whether he is a remnant of the Lightning Sword sect or not, he deserves to die. The Qi dynasty destroyed the sect. Do we need him to be kind enough to bury it? The 2 people surrounding Zhou Donghuang now were a middle-aged man and an old man. They glared at Zhou Donghuang coldly, and the old man who spoke behind them had a murderous look in his eyes. You are from the Qi dynasty? Zhou Donghuang asked casually. In the next moment, without waiting for the middle-aged man and the old man to speak, Zhou Donghuang's eyes narrowed, and the White Tiger Primordial Soul power appeared once again. It let out a loud roar that shook the heavens. Ultimate Primordial Soul Adept? Just as the middle-aged man and the old man's eyes narrowed, the White Tiger Primordial Soul power had already locked onto them and attacked the old man first. A vast amount of inner yuan followed the swipe of its claws, and it was as if a mountain was crashing down on them. Do you think that you're the only ultimate Primordial Soul Adept? The old man laughed coldly, and his human-shaped primordial soul power appeared as well. He casually punched out, intending to block the white tiger primordial soul power's huge claws. In the next moment, the two collided. Bang! Along with a loud bang, the old man's primordial spirit shattered, and the old man himself was injured as well. He opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood, his face as pale as a piece of paper. How is this possible? Just as the old man raised his head in horror and looked at the white tiger primordial spirit, the remaining power of the white tiger primordial spirit's claw had already landed on his body. Bang! The old man's body exploded, turning into a dazzling bloody mist that filled the sky. Only a space ring was left, which floated down and was quickly taken away by the black puppy. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The old man's companion, the middle-aged man, finally regained his wits after the old man died. The true yuan on his body surged, and with a flash, he fled into the distance. Right now, he was so terrified that he couldn't bring himself to fight anymore. There was only one thought in his mind: run. What a joke. The old man, who was also a consecrator of the Qi dynasty, was no weaker than him. However, in the blink of an eye, he had died at the hands of the white-robed young man. If it was him, he would not have survived either. Trying to escape? Zhou Donghuang's lips curled into a mocking smile. With a flash of his body, the white tiger primordial spirit chased after the middle-aged man like a shadow and blocked his path. Seeing this, the middle-aged man, who had been forced to stop, realized that it would be difficult for him to escape under the nose of the person in front of him, and his expression changed again. In the end, his body trembled as he apologized humbly. "My lord, I had no intention of attacking you. It was all that old man's fault. I am willing to give up all my wealth in exchange for my lowly life." As the middle-aged man spoke, he took off his space ring and removed the ownership seal on it. Swoosh! The black puppy flew out and snatched the space ring before returning to Zhou Donghuang's shoulder. From the beginning to the end, the middle-aged man only watched silently, not daring to make a single move. "Are you from the Qi dynasty?" Zhou Donghuang asked calmly as he looked at the middle-aged man. "My lord," the middle-aged man said fearfully, "I am just a lowly servant of the Qi dynasty. I am not a direct descendant of the Qi dynasty, nor am I a member of the Qi dynasty. From today onwards, I will leave the Qi dynasty and will no longer be a member of the Qi dynasty." He did not know if the white-robed young man before him had any relationship with the Lightning Sword sect, but in order to save his own life, he decided to play it safe and assume that the other party had a close relationship with the Lightning Sword sect. "Why are you here?" Zhou Donghuang asked again. It's the seventh prince of the Qi dynasty, Qi Feng. He asked me and that old man to stay here and wait for the remaining members of the Lightning Sword sect to appear," the middle-aged man replied. "He ordered us to kill any remaining members of the Lightning Sword sect and bring their heads back to the Qi dynasty to present to him. According to what I know, he is targeting a disciple of the Lightning Sword sect named Zhou Donghuang." The middle-aged man finished speaking in one breath and looked at Zhou Donghuang fearfully. Zhou Donghuang raised an eyebrow. "Why is he targeting Zhou Donghuang? I heard that it was because Zhou Donghuang was too talented and did not want to join the Qi dynasty. In order to prevent Zhou Donghuang from threatening the Qi dynasty's position in the Hongliu galaxy in the future, he wanted to kill Zhou Donghuang while he was still in the cradle." The middle-aged man continued. "He initially sent 3 servants of the Qi dynasty who were as powerful as me to kill Zhou Donghuang, but all 3 of them died. Therefore, he suspected that it was a divine transformation adept from the Lightning Sword sect who killed the 3 guards. It was said that at that time, he suspected that it was the Autumn Valley head of the Lightning Sword sect, He Jin, who had done it. He suspected that He Jin had already broken through to the divine transformation stage and become a divine transformation adept. He sent a divine transformation adept to test the waters and indeed found out that He Jin had already broken through to the divine transformation stage and was very powerful, comparable to a mid-divine transformation adept. At that time, the seventh prince suspected that He Jin's changes had something to do with Zhou Donghuang. He also suspected that if He Jin was allowed to continue to grow, it would not be long before he became a threat to the Qi dynasty. Therefore, he requested permission from the Qi dynasty to destroy the Lightning Sword sect. Coincidentally, the son of the Spring Valley head of the Lightning Sword sect, Lu Lang, had violated the illegitimate daughter of the Qi dynasty's second prince. Using this as an excuse, the Lightning Sword sect did not wait for the Lightning Sword sect to sentence Lu Lang to death and immediately destroyed the Lightning Sword sect. He then announced to the public that it was the Lightning Sword sect that had protected Lu Lang and thus incurred the wrath of the Qi dynasty. Under such circumstances, even a Lightning Sword sect alliance would not be able to stand up for them. After destroying the Lightning Sword sect, the seventh prince instructed me and the old man to stay here and wait for the remaining members of the Lightning Sword sect to return. Before you appeared, sir, we had already killed more than 10 members of the Lightning Sword sect and kept their heads. As the middle-aged man spoke to this point, the black puppy on Zhou Donghuang's shoulder barked strangely and threw out the 2 space rings containing the heads. At the same time, it furrowed its brows in disgust. Zhou Donghuang casually sent out a wave of inner yuan and buried the heads deep into the ground. He was very patient throughout the entire process, and his expression was solemn. Of course, the seventh prince instructed us to stay here mainly to deal with Zhou Donghuang. However, Zhou Donghuang should not be among those people, because it is said that Zhou Donghuang always wears a snow-white robe, and, at this point, the middle-aged man could not continue. He stared at the white robe that Zhou Donghuang was wearing and his extraordinarily handsome face. No matter how he looked at it, the person in front of him looked very much like the Zhou Donghuang that the seventh prince had spoken of. Impossible, impossible, Zhou Donghuang. Even if he had already broken through to the primordial soul stage, he would only be an ordinary primordial soul adept. He could not possibly be an ultimate primordial soul adept, let alone such a terrifying ultimate primordial soul adept. The middle-aged man consoled himself in his heart. Boss, looks like he has recognized you. The black puppy chuckled. Of course, the middle-aged man could not understand the black puppy's words because it was speaking in the language of beasts. Only after entering the primal core stage could the black puppy speak in the human language. Bookmarked for easier reading. Chapter 315. This time, when the Qi dynasty attacked the Lightning Sword sect, did anyone from the Lightning Sword sect escape? Zhou Donghuang looked at the middle-aged man and asked calmly. The middle-aged man paused for a moment before nodding. 3 of them escaped. One of them was the Autumn Valley head of the Lightning Sword sect, He Jin, and the other 2 seemed to be disciples of the Autumn Valley. He Jin fought his way out and helped them escape. However, even if He Jin managed to escape this time, I'm afraid he won't be able to live for long. As he spoke, the middle-aged man shook his head. Why? Zhou Donghuang's eyes flashed coldly, and his originally nonchalant tone became serious for the first time. He was eager to know what the middle-aged man was trying to say. The middle-aged man also heard the change in Zhou Donghuang's tone, and his expression became cautious. The Autumn Valley head of the Lightning Sword sect, He Jin, was poisoned by the Qi dynasty's Poison Guard. The Poison Guard of the Qi dynasty is a late divine transformation adept who specializes in using poison. His poison attack is said to be fatal to anyone below the late divine transformation stage. Now, Zhou Donghuang had basically confirmed that his third senior sister, He Mengxi, was still alive, and Zhuang had been rescued by Valley head He Jin. Indeed, the Lightning Sword sect's calamity was brought forward because of my appearance. In his previous life, Zhou Donghuang had heard from his third senior sister, He Mengxi, that the destruction of the Lightning Sword sect had something to do with the Spring Valley head of the Lightning Sword sect, Lu Lang. As for the specifics, he did not ask. In this life, the destruction of the Lightning Sword sect had something to do with Lu Lang. However, because of him, it had been brought forward. Whoosh! Zhou Donghuang suddenly turned around and faced the ruins of the Lightning Sword sect that he had buried. His gaze was resolute, and his tone was resolute. I am responsible for your deaths. Today, I, Zhou Donghuang, promise you that in the near future, I will seek justice for all of you. When the middle-aged man heard Zhou Donghuang's solemn words, his expression changed drastically. Zhou Donghuang, you're Zhou Donghuang. How is this possible? How is this possible? Now, Zhou Donghuang's declaration of his identity had unsurprisingly frightened the middle-aged man. This was because it was hard for him to imagine how someone who had only been a late Dharma adept a year ago could enter the ultimate primordial soul stage in the short span of a year, and even possess powers that far surpassed that of an ultimate primordial soul adept like him. His opponent's primordial soul was so strong that it was comparable to the primordial soul of an early divine transformation adept. He had never met such a terrifying ultimate primordial soul adept before. Even those who stood at the pinnacle of the thousands of races in the universe, the most outstanding young geniuses from the great races and supreme sects of the star domain, might not have been this strong when they were at the ultimate primordial soul stage, right? The middle-aged man looked at Zhou Donghuang's back, his eyes flickering. He's actually Zhou Donghuang. Run, run. With that thought in mind, the middle-aged man turned around and fled without any hesitation. He was like an arrow that had left the bow. However, could he escape? Roar. It was the same earth-shattering roar of a beast. Then a huge white figure moved in the air like a mountain and caught up to the middle-aged man in the blink of an eye. This was Zhou Donghuang's White Tiger Primordial Soul Power. Bang! The White Tiger Primordial Soul Power struck out with its claws and ended the middle-aged man's life. At this point, 3 ultimate primordial soul adepts of the Qi dynasty had already died at the hands of Zhou Donghuang. The Qi dynasty, Zhou Donghuang stared at the sky, his gaze landing on the boundless starry sky as he stared fixedly in one direction. This is just the interest. It won't be long before I personally pay the Lightning Sword sect back for this debt. Zhou Donghuang's expression returned to normal, but deep in his eyes, there was a terrifying glint. At the same time, Zhou Donghuang did not linger at the original base of the Lightning Sword sect. He left the Tailao planet and headed in the direction of the Guiyao planet. He had to first send the black puppy to the Guiyao planet before he could look for his third senior sister, Himengshi, and arrest. If there were no accidents, his third senior sister, Himengshi, must have brought the Zhuang and Valley Head Heat Gene to his hometown, the Xian planet of the Kaiyuan galaxy. This was because his third senior sister, Himengshi, knew that this was his hometown and had personally been there before. Of course, this was only Zhou Donghuang's guess, and he felt that this was the most likely possibility. This was because this was the only place where he would be able to find them more quickly. Boss, I'll wait for you to come back. On the Guiyao planet, in the cave behind the waterfall, Zhou Donghuang followed Imo Ningsong's memories and repaired the spell. He then left the black puppy behind and left. Before he left, the black puppy was naturally reluctant to leave. Although it had not known Zhou Donghuang for long, Zhou Donghuang's concern and help had made it see Zhou Donghuang as family. After all, before it had met Zhou Donghuang, it was just an ordinary little demon in the demon beast forest. It was Zhou Donghuang's appearance that changed its fate. The next time I return, it will have awakened its inherited memories as a divine beast. Regardless of whether it is willing to stay by my side, I, Zhou Donghuang, and this divine beast cub can be considered to have formed a good relationship. The black puppy was a divine beast cub, and after awakening its inherited memories, Zhou Donghuang did not know if it would have other thoughts. However, no matter what the outcome was, he would respect the black puppy's decision. From a personal point of view, Zhou Donghuang naturally hoped that he could keep this divine beast cub by his side, because it would be of great help to him. Divine beasts were the cream of the crop among the countless demon beasts in the boundless universe, and they were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Such existences were not only monstrous in terms of talent and power of understanding, but their growth rate was also astonishing. Furthermore, as long as divine beasts did not die prematurely and continue to grow, they would definitely be able to ascend to the divine realm. Not long ago, Zhou Donghuang had gone to find the black puppy because he wanted it to be of help to him in this lifetime. However, after actually meeting the black puppy and spending some time with it, he suddenly felt that his previous thoughts were too selfish. Some things could not be forced or would only backfire. How could a divine beast be easily controlled by the will of a human? In the blink of an eye, it has been almost 5 years since I left the Xian planet. After leaving the Guiyao planet, Zhou Donghuang did not return to the Tailao planet. The Tailao planet was a planet that was relatively close to the Guiyao planet. Other than the Tailao planet, there were a few other planets that were also very close to the Guiyao planet, so he randomly went to one of them. Then, through the galaxy teleport on that planet, he was transported to another galaxy next to the Kaiyuan galaxy where the Xian planet was located. This was also the galaxy that he had arrived at after leaving the Xian planet more than 4 years ago, and it was still the same galaxy teleporter on that planet. The Akiyama galaxy, the Heiyu planet, the northern wilderness. Although it had only been slightly more than 4 years since he had returned to this place, Zhou Donghuang still felt as if it had been a lifetime. That year, when he had just arrived, he had been ambushed by 3 golden essence adepts who had wanted to rob him of his belongings. However, they had underestimated him, and in the end, they had all been killed by him. The Xian planet. From a northern wilderness galaxy teleporter, Zhou Donghuang once again traversed the void using his physical body. His destination was the Xian planet, where the Kaiyuan galaxy was located. Because he had walked this path in the past, it was a walk in the park now. Back then, Zhou Donghuang had walked this path for a long time. However, the current him was much more powerful than before. In just a few days, he had completed the journey and appeared in front of a very familiar planet. I'm here. Looking at the planet in front of him, Zhou Donghuang's originally calm gaze became gentle in an instant. Whether it was Earth or the Xian planet, he saw them both as his home. Once again, there was an irrepressible excitement in the depths of his heart. Whoosh! In a flash, Zhou Donghuang's entire body seemed to have transformed into a shooting star, streaking across the starry sky and landing on the Xian planet. 4 years was enough for many things to happen. In the past 4 years, the greatest change in the Xian planet was undoubtedly the transcendental force of the Xian planet, the Donghuang sect, established by Zhou Donghuang, the publicly acknowledged #1 genius of the Xian planet. At the beginning, the Donghuang sect was just a sect with very few people. Although it had a high status, there were very few disciples. However, in these 4 years, under the influence of the elusive Donghuang sect leader, Zhou Donghuang, countless people from all over the Xian planet came to join the Donghuang sect. And because of this, after 4 years, the Donghuang sect had become a top sect in the Xian planet. Even without the elusive Donghuang sect leader, in terms of power, the current Donghuang sect was already on par with the other top sects, and even showed signs of overshadowing them. The Donghuang Peak was where the Donghuang sect was based. At this moment, in a spacious courtyard halfway up the Donghuang Peak, 3 young and beautiful women sat at a table, but the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Sister Mengshi, is there really no other way? Yang Zishi looked at He Mengshi, who was sitting across the table, and asked worriedly, Uncle He Jin is a divine transformation adept who is above the primordial soul adept. Why would he be afraid of a mere poison? In Yang Zishi's eyes, primal core adepts were already very powerful, and primordial soul adepts were even above primal core adepts. As for the even more powerful divine transformation adepts, they were existences that were unreachable in her eyes. Such existences, why would they be afraid of a mere poison? Zishi, that is no ordinary poison, He Mengshi said with a bitter expression. Mengxi's eyes were filled with unwillingness, and her face was bitter as she said, "That was the Qi dynasty's poison protector, a late divine transformation adept. The poison palm that he practices is extremely toxic, and it is said that any adept below the late divine transformation stage will definitely die. My father is only able to hold on until now because of the mysterious technique that little brother passed on to him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to hold on much longer." Mengxi said. Just as Mengxi finished speaking, an urgent cry came from outside, causing Mengxi's expression to change. Senior sister, the Valley Lord cannot hold on any longer. He wants you to see him one last time. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.